Hello. Hello, everybody in internet land. Welcome to Inspired by Mystery Podcast. I am your host, Sammy, and this is Chris Reject. Everybody, welcome Chris Reject to the floor.
Right there.
What's
My name. Oh wait, this type.
up?
That's
yeah,
weird.
yeah, that's you. Oh, I forgot to
On
change my
one.
name. It says Sammy and Tavia over here. Just disregard the Tavia part. It's just me. I'm only one person. Oops.
There should have been a. Yeah, we should have applause. Like you should have an applause track in the background.
You're totally right. And the crowd goes wild. Ah! Let's do that. At your next show, take a little audio clip and I'll use it. I'll use the real
Yeah,
shit.
no, I can send you. With all the video editing I do, I have a lot of sound effects, and I have audience cheering, I have audience booing, I have clapping, laughing. I have all those
Oh, that'd be
sound effects. I can just
so
send that to you.
fun. I would love that, especially for weird news. I think that would be super handy. We will
Oh
fucking
yeah.
do it. That'd be so fun.
Yeah, I actually considered I was gonna go find my top hat and a monocle and wear my nice
Yes.
smoking jacket for this interview because it's inspired by mystery. And I was like, I thought about that like 5 minutes before we were supposed to start.
Oh
So I'm like,
man. That's too bad. But that's okay. We'll just imagine. Everybody use your imagination and imagine this dapper gentleman wearing a top hat and a monocle. Yes. You need a pipe too, like a pipe out of the corner of your mouth.
yeah. And then why don't you just give me a book and we'll just start reading.
Yes. We're going to sit by the fireplace. You're already by the
Oh
fireplace, so
God,
you're halfway
what
there.
was what was the show called in the 80s, 90s, even in the 2000s on PBS, like late at night? It was the where the guy would be like reading a book, but it was like, oh,
Oh, yeah. I
somebody
can't
out there.
remember the name. I have an image in my head of it, though, for sure.
Yeah, but anyways, that's and then Chris ate Robin's minstrels, and there was much rejoicing. Yay!
Well, I'm sure
So
most of you
Rocky,
guys right now know who Chris Reject is.
Dusty
Um,
got it right. Yeah, Masterpiece Theater. Thank you.
yes, Masterpiece Theater. Yes, good job. Well done. But for those of you guys who are not aware of who this fantastic gentleman is, he is not only my dear friend, but he is also a very talented individual. He is the bassist for Crimson Riot and the Roxy Gun Project, which are based out of Las Vegas, Nevada. So you're a little desert lizard man. And he also
Yeah,
does video editing and plays video games and is a jack of many, many, many trades for sure. So I just am so happy to have you here, and we're just gonna learn a little bit about you and uh, see where we go. We're gonna be talking
yeah,
shit with Chris.
yeah,
Hence the title.
yeah. I'm happy to be here. I did listen to a lot of the interview you did with Roxy, and I can tell you everything she told you was a lie. Everything was a lie.
She's a big fat liar.
Yeah, she's she's an excellent actress.
No, it was great because a bunch of months ago, I guess it was June or July or something, I had you and Roxy were out here in Seattle, and I got to
Yeah.
do a very long, to this date, this is the longest podcast. It was 7.5 hours, which was so fucking fun. And it was both of you guys sharing stories about tour and ghost stories and everything. It was so fun having both of you guys. But I really love that I had Roxy on solo the other day, and then now I get to have you on solo, and I think that
Yeah.
that is so fucking awesome. So
Well, and I think it's really cool that you kind of have us close together in interviews because a lot of people know that Roxy and we've been married for 8 years. We've been together for I don't know, like 100 years or something like that. And we're actually both vampires, and you know, but but we're also very opposite in our likes and things that are interesting to us. Like, not like, oh, what she believes in is, yeah. She loves watching ghost shows and the ghost hunters and ghost adventures, and I'm sitting over there going, oh my god, I want to punch that man in the face. Like, I'm gonna go watch cartoons or something. I'm gonna go play video games while she doesn't play video games.
but you know what? It's kind of cool where you as an individual and her as an individual, you have your things that you both resonate with and vibe with, and that's just like
Hmm.
your own things, but that you have a lot of similarities in places that you come together. And I think that that makes for a really good, solid, and healthy relationship. Like if the people are into the same shit constantly, there's not a lot of new information to share with each other. I think it's
Yeah,
more fun having like unique personality traits, and then you also have wonderful things in common that you can get to do together.
yeah. I mean, we both share an interest in similar bands, but we also have opposites. Like I know everyone's been talking about the when we were young fest that just got announced yesterday in Las Vegas, and I have my own opinion about it, and I'm keeping it to myself. I'm letting everyone have their whole fun with it. And Roxy's looking at it. She's like, "Yeah, I would go to it if it was over a weekend." I'm looking at it, going, "I would go for two bands. It's not worth it to me." But so it's like stuff like that, and we also have different interests in like her favorite movie is Nightmare Before Christmas. I think it's a good movie. I don't think it's Tim Burton's best movie, but it's a good movie. So it just, but it's the same. My favorite Quentin Tarantino movie is Reservoir Dogs and
Yes,
and
me too.
and Pulp Fiction, while hers is Inglorious Bastards.
Which I
And
also
so,
love
and
so
which,
much too.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't. There's not one Tarantino film I hate. Um, but we have similarities, we have our opposites, and I think coming on, if you and I are going to sit here and we're going to talk about music, we're going to talk about astronomy and stuff like that, while you guys got to talk about all the horror stuff and the ghost shows and the mysteries and stuff like that, and I'm like, I have no idea, like, can't help you.
No, it's really great. I love how unique and individual that everybody is in this world, and I can always find something to connect with everybody. And I think that that's what makes this world so interesting is everybody kind of adds a different element. Like every friendship that I have, there's something different that I gain and different kinds of conversations that if it's just one on one, the kind of shit that we'll talk about. And I think it would be very boring if everybody had the same fucking conversations constantly.
Yeah.
Like how lame would that be? Me and Dusty, I mean, we have a lot of really similar interests, but I kind of go down these certain tangents and rabbit holes, and I get to teach him about shit that I've learned, and then he goes down these tangents and rabbit holes, and I'm still interested, but he's the one reading books on like consciousness and DMT and all of this stuff, and I'm like digging deep into like geology and astronomy and all that stuff. So it's like we
Yeah.
have very similar interests, but we can constantly learn from each other, and I think that that makes it so fun because it would be so boring if it's like, oh, I just learned about this thing. Yeah, I know. Well, I just learned about this
Yeah.
thing. I just learned about the same thing also. Okay, anything new? Nope, same shit. Bummer.
I I think that's also what led me to, and this goes back to my high school days. I've always been a person that tries to either think outside the box or be outside the norm, obviously. But even in high school, that's when it really started to shape. Was my high school years where it's like, you know what, this is, and I guess it's everyone's. Your individuality comes out then, and some people grow out of it, some people grow from it, and so I remember my government class, which I mean, for those that don't know, I'm very passionate about politics and I wanted to run for mayor of Las Vegas at one time.
Wow.
Um, yeah, we'll talk about that,
That's
and we'll
awesome.
talk about why politics and I just don't get along anymore. But even in high school, I was really into politics, and so in class, the government teacher, who's also the football coach, doesn't care, but they had the mock elections and stuff like that to show you the process, and they had no one wanted to run as a Republican. It's like, class of 25 kids, no one wants to be a Republican.
That's awesome.
And I'm sitting and I'm going, okay, so let's ask the socialist kid if he wants to be a Republican. And I did. I ran as a Republican in this mock election because I wanted to challenge myself. It's like, yeah, I can run as a Democrat. I can run with a liberal ideas. I can get the classes. All I have to do is stand up there, hey, I'll legalize pot, and the entire class is going to vote for me. But how, as a Republican, can I convince people? And so it was a challenge for me. I obviously lost because the guy that ran on the Democratic ticket stood up there and said, I'm going to legalize pot. And
And he
I
won.
can't.
Yeah.
As a Republican, you can't really fight that when you're 18 years old in
Yep.
a school of stoners. It's like, well, you got me there, Skippy.
True story. That's so neat though that you're so passionate about that and actually kind of went through that whole process. That's a really interesting thing.
I had a teacher actually. It was so my government. I don't know how some school districts or places do it, but here in Clark County in Nevada, you take government or civics a full year. It's not just one semester. It's 2 semesters of governments and civics and stuff like that. And the second semester, we had a student teacher. Um, so when you're graduate, when you're when let me slow down a little bit. To become a full-fledged teacher, you have to go and teach a semester of your subject in high school before you can graduate college. So second semester, we actually had uh, a uh, a student teacher from UNLV come in, and this guy knew zero things about government. He was going to become a social studies teacher because he wanted to coach basketball. He was a basketball player. That was his whole thing. And so we had to write a paper, and my topic was mass media in politics, and which is very relevant today. And I wrote this paper back in 2001. And my paper was it was a 6-page paper on how the mass media controls how politics work,
Interesting.
how the media can manipulate an election, how the media can manipulate people into either voting, not voting, stuff like that. There's famous cases about like Bill Clinton lost the election, but he won because he went and manipulated the media. Media then took it and ran with it. So I wrote this whole thing, and I mean, I had every source in there, cited. I interviewed some top news anchors here in Las Vegas. One of them, you can look him up. His name's George Knapp. He's one of the most popular investigative reporters in America. He actually is also the leading authority of alien the UFO like hunting.
Yeah.
Him and Tom DeLonge are actually really good friends. Like they have this whole organization together. So George Knapp. But anyways, I interviewed them. They got their opinions. I mean, those
Awesome.
are two people that work. And this motherfucker tried to give me a C on my paper. And I get it back, and I'm looking at it like, wait a minute. I'm like, and his whole thing in there, it's trife, it's propaganda, and I'm like, are you serious? And he did say, and I wish I still had the paper because he wrote on the paper that he could turn this over to the FBI because it was treasonous and also conspiracy against the United States government. And
What?
I'm like, wait, hold on, are you serious? And so I'm like, well, of course, me being a little smartass, I had a pocket constitution with me, and I'm like, let's go over the First Amendment right here with the freedom of press. For me printing this and saying that this is an opinion piece that I am showing, but I'm also backing it with fact, it does not make it propaganda. And so we actually had to take this and almost Supreme Court this to the actual government teacher. And we handed it to him for his final ruling because obviously at the end of the year, the grade comes from him, not this student teacher. Teacher looked it over and he was like, no, he's absolutely right. This is all correct. And he's like, this isn't propaganda. And changed my grade to an A and told the teacher, he's like, you might want to go ahead and like start researching the Constitution if you're going to teach government, because
Wow.
you
That's
just got owned by
awesome.
an 18-year-old. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
That's really cool. Good job shaking shit up. So okay, so you were
Hold
so
on, Christy said, I wonder what other random shit was in his pocket. At 18 years old, probably loose change, a saxophone reed, and uh, and maybe my house keys. That's probably about
That's
it.
so funny. Okay, so in high school, you were feisty. You had this like punk fight the system mentality. What were you like as a little kid? Like, tell me a
Okay.
little bit about how you grew up, what you were like as a kid, and then what the transition was into being a little shit.
When I tell people this, it's very hard for people to believe this, but I was very shy as a kid.
Really?
I was in my preschool and in kindergarten. I actually won awards for being the shyest kid because it's like I didn't want to
What?
participate. I was scared of my voice. I was scared of talking out loud, um, and so um, my second grade teacher, no, first grade teacher, sorry, first grade teacher put me in like a um, reading improvement is what they called it because I wouldn't read out loud, and so they just thought, oh, I couldn't read, and then I would get into this reading improvement and just, you know, the cat in the hat it sat on the bat, blah blah blah, and the teacher for that would be like, no, he can read perfectly fine. He's reading at normal level, and they're like, well, he doesn't want to read out loud, and it's like, well, maybe he doesn't want to. Like, of course, and mind you, everyone, this is the 80s and 90s. There was no, oh, well, maybe he's just shy. It's, well, no, he needs to do this. If you got to get the marks, you got to do this out loud, and it's
Sure.
like, I didn't want to. So it wasn't until, well, in third and fourth grade, in the fifth grade, I started doing like choir stuff, like extracurricular. Um, and that kind of started breaking me out of my shell, but I still was like, I didn't want to be in the front. I didn't want to have solos. I wanted to be in with the groove. And
That's hard for
it
me to
wasn't,
imagine you like that because now
yeah.
you're like, look
Oh,
at me, I'm dancing all over, being
well,
crazy. Like, that's cool. You overcame it.
but you know what? It's not really an overcoming. It's still there. The
Really?
thing is I've been able to figure out how to create a character to portray what you guys see, if that makes any
It
sense. Like,
does.
yeah, I'm still kind of shy. Like, there are times where it's like I don't want to go and talk to somebody because it's like, oh my god, this is, trying to think of an example. We were somewhere and we saw somebody. It was somebody famous, and I was just like, oh my god. And it took me a minute to go because it's like I don't want to go over there and talk to them. I don't want them to hear my voice. And it's like, that's kind of starstruck too. But it it took a long time to really kind of break out of that mold. I started doing, band in sixth grade, all through middle school and high school. I was doing music, and then um, I got a phone call from a director that was doing musical theater out here, and they needed a percussionist. And so I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. And so I was the only musician because it was a slapstick comedy, and so they needed a percussionist that could do, uh, the slide whistle, the cymbal crashes, and wood smacks and stuff like that, like all kinds of sound
That
effects
sounds
from the
fun.
side of the stage. It was, and they had me on stage doing it, so it's like you could see that this person's here and doing all the noises. It was really fun, and that was like my first taste in the musical theater, and I fell in love. I was instantly like, I want to do this,
Awesome.
and so, um, and I was still doing music and stuff like that. So going back to like being a little kid, there was like little plays and stuff like that I could tell I wanted to be an actor, but I was like, no, but I like music, and I was too young to know the difference. So I was like, I want to be an actor, but I also want to be a musician. I didn't know there was musical theater.
Gotcha.
It didn't go into my head that I can do the two. So by the time high school hit, I was like, okay, well, I want to do acting, but I'm still going to do music because I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. I'm like, I'm going to turn 18. I'm going to go join the army, and oh,
No.
I'm going to be like my grandpa, my dad, and my brother, and I'm going to join the army. And it was funny is every teacher I ever had throughout high school, they're like, you're not going to join the army, and I'm like, yeah, I am. They're like, no, you're not. They're like, you're not a they're like, A, you don't like taking orders.
Which,
B, you're not a morning person. C, you got a mouth on you. It's like you wouldn't last. And I was like, yeah, well, watch. Look
I'm
at me now.
surprised that that was something that you thought that you wanted to do at that time, considering how creative that you were and how, feisty that you were about things. That's an interesting choice. Was it
Well,
just like
it,
family stuff? Like it was just what everybody did, so you felt like that's just what you wanted
yeah,
to do?
it was basically that. Like, my grandpa did it, my dad did it, my brother did it. I was like, well, I can do it for a couple of years, get some money, and then figure out, because I didn't want to go to college. I was like, I don't want to do that. It's like, it's not for me. It's like, once I'm done learning, I'm done learning. That was like my mentality. And so, um, I actually auditioned for every services band. So I auditioned for the Army band, Navy band, Marine Corps
Wow.
band, Air Force band. Made it in all of them. So that now went, okay. Well, I auditioned, I made it. Now which one do I take? Which one's going to give me the better options? And the one that gave me the the best, like, if you join us, you're gonna live a life of luxury. It was the Marine Corps, and I bought into it. I bought into it hard too. Like, hell yeah! Like, they were telling me, they're like, yeah, you don't even get to go. You don't go to war. You're always playing for the president. Like, we show up on the Navy ships, and women are just throwing their numbers on tennis balls at us, and it's like, I bought into it. And I'm 17 years old. I'm thinking with a head, but it's not the right one.
Sure, sure.
And so I was like, I'll tell you what. Now, see, this is where the intelligent part of Chris said, hold on before you sign any papers. Said, I'll tell you what. I want to wait until the first Tuesday in November 2000 to sign this paper. And and the outcome of that election will determine whether I sign this paper or we rip it up and I leave. Because I had a gut feeling watching the election process, Al Gore might get screwed out of becoming president. Something in my head was telling me, I'm like, let's just wait. And the recruiter was like, oh, okay, but we're in a time of peace. And I'm like, you know what? Let me just stop you there. And so I went home, and I talked to my dad. And my dad pulled me aside, and he was like, I'll tell you what. He's like, I'm going to tell you now, you're not going to go, no matter what. He's like, I don't want you to go. He's like, you have too much going on that would be wasted if you went.
That's really cool that he said that, even though he
Yeah,
came from a
and I
military
didn't,
family.
but I didn't know. Well, see, my dad wasn't it. Like, my dad served in Vietnam, and that was it. Like, my dad wasn't a military family. He had to go.
Gotcha.
You know,
Okay.
my brother went in because my brother screwed up his life and needed direction. I didn't. It's like, I'm the baby of the family. I didn't need direction. I didn't mess up my life. And it was weird that my dad said that, because I didn't know whether to believe him or not. So Wednesday comes around, the first Wednesday in November, and I walk into the recruiter's office. I'm like, hey, you know what? It's been real cool. Thanks for helping me out, but I'm going to decline. And I remember the recruiter's voice going, but we're in a time of peace right now. Nothing to worry about. And I turned to him and I said, I guarantee you that motherfucker's going to put us in war in 6 months. And I walked out of the office. I was off by a few months.
September 11th, man. Shit went crazy. Can you imagine if you would have signed up before all of that shenanigans? Oh my goodness. Wow. You dodged that
Yeah.
bullet, literally.
Yeah, I did. And part of me goes, wow. And part of me was like, oh, like, am I psychic? Like, should I sell this? Like, at that point, I'm like, I need a 1-900 number right now. I need,
Totally.
I need a name.
You need a turban
Like,
and a crystal ball. You'll be good to go.
yeah, Zoltan.
Totally.
Yeah. But so yeah, that was like. But so I was doing. I avoided the military, and it wasn't until 2004 I decided to go to college. But in that whole time, I was doing music. I was playing drums for a punk rock band called Almost Heroes. Um, and then I was playing saxophone for a ska band called Long Overdue. And then those bands broke up, and I was just like, you know what? I'm tired of being in the background. I want to start my own band. And my best friend at the time, I was like, dude, we're gonna start our own band. Like, we went to a music festival, and we're like, we need to be doing that. Best friends, get on stage, just let's just do it. Let's do our own thing. And so I bought a really shitty guitar and equally a shitty amp, and learned how to play. I taught myself how to play guitar because I was like, I don't want to play drums anymore because I'm tired of being in the back. I had too much energy. It was just like, again, here's a character. So it's like there was a show we were playing. I was drumming for this band, and in the middle of the song, I just stopped playing and I jumped into the mosh pit.
Really?
I just let the band play.
That's
I was
awesome.
like, nope, I'm going into the mosh pit. And it was really funny watching the guitarist go, what? Just watch me run right by him, like, and he's down there. No one's back there. It was really odd, and but I was like, I need to front my own band, and that goes to, I was doing musical theater where I kept getting cast in shows as the comic relief and always the co-star. Like, no matter what show it was because we need somebody that's wacky, zany, and can bounce off of walls. That kid right there. Me?
That's
It's
awesome.
like, okay. So
that's super fun that you actually got those roles because that's what you wanted to be doing. Sounds like at that time.
Yeah. So when throughout high school, I was doing theater in school, and then some community plays outside of school. And I remember it was like a day after the last day of school, I got a phone call from a friend who I had met years before in Flagstaff. We were there for we were there for band camp, but she went to a different school. It was actually drum major camp. I was drum major for marching band.
Oh, cool.
And so for 2 years, I went out to NAU. They had a summer camp for drum majors. It was a leadership thing, and it also taught you how to be a better drum major. And so I'm still friends with some of the people we met out at that. But she called me, and she's like, hey, I know you've been doing theater. We're short men for a show. Would you be interested? Hell yeah, I would. No, we didn't. No one sticks flutes anywhere anymore.
Not anymore.
Actually, I do have. Hold on, I do have to. I'm gonna go back. I do have a band camp story. It's not like that. It's nothing like that. And things like that. Seriously, if they happen, you went to a very raunchy school, and I went to a ghetto high school. So, but no, I got stuck in an elevator. In AU.
That is a fucking fear for me, man. That freaks me out so bad.
Everyone says that. I wasn't.
Really?
So they had and the reason why nothing like that would happen at where I was, there was no musical instruments because it's drum majors. Two is separate dorms, heavily security, because we were all high school kids. We weren't college kids. So they put extra security to make sure the women did not go in the men's dorms, vice versa. It was very hard to do anything. Not going to say that there wasn't making out happening between people and stuff like that. But anyways, so yeah, I'm coming down to go to breakfast, and my roommate at the time and my friends that I had met, they're like, hey, we'll meet you down there. We'll get a table. And I'm like, cool. So I going down, and lightning hit the building and shut the power down, and then it came back on, and then I was just standing there, and I'm like, we're not moving. So I'm like, okay. I can't open the door. I press the floor buttons. Nothing's happening. And I'm like, cool. So I hit the help button, the little firefighter helmet, right? You know, it's like they'll come save me. So it rings, and then a voice on the other end, uh, front desk. I'm like, hey, the elevator stopped moving. I'm in between floors. Like, can somebody help? And they're like, I can't believe this person. Um, where are you? I'm in an elevator, stuck between floors.
In your
Like,
establishment.
yeah, and I'm like in the men's dorm, and honest to God, the person on the other end went, "Can you hold on?" Nope. I got shit to do, honey.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, where am I
My time is
going?
limited.
I'm like, okay, so I just sat down. I started making up music. I'm just like, you know,
Elevator music.
and so after a good 3-4 minutes, I was just getting bored. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna try again, and I hit the floor button, and the elevator started up and went all the
Oh,
way down.
awesome.
And so the doors open, and the person's staring at me, and I'm like, I was like, if the person comes back on the phone here, tell them I'm dead, and I just walked out. Like that's a lot. So
Oh
yeah,
man, that
that's what happened at band camp.
sucks. You know what? It's funny you saying that was in Flagstaff in the dorms, and I used to live in Flagstaff, and I could see the dorm building from my backyard. I lived like right there. That's so funny.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Small
So,
world.
oh god, I can't remember. It was Seafoam or something like that was like the men's dorm, but yeah.
That's so funny.
Um,
That's a crazy story, though. I would have probably had a little bit of a hard time realizing that I was stuck.
but you know, I find I had this conversation with Roxy a couple months ago that I'm probably a very weird person to be around in situations where it's uncalled for to start laughing.
Yep.
And so, for
Gotcha.
example, if we're on a plane and a plane hits bad turbulence, I start giggling.
You and Dusty are so similar in so many ways. Dusty laughs in the most inappropriate moments too. It's so funny.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I will just start giggling like whatever. If this is it, this is it. Like and so like being trapped in an elevator, I'm just going, huh, all right, well,
It's so funny.
sucks
I
to be
feel like
me.
you and Dusty are on such a team, and then me and Roxy would be holding hands and like gripping each other white knuckled and fucking crying and shit like that, hitting plane turbulence or in a fucking elevator. It's so funny. It's so
Yeah,
funny.
I just I there was this flight once. It was pretty gnarly turbulence where it dropped like it was the woman like 3 rows away from me started crying. It was
Oh
like the
no.
plane just did one of those, and it's just
Oh.
like yeah, everyone's stomach, things are flying off your trays, and then the fastest seatbelt. So I came back on, and the pilot was like, "Holy crap, everyone!" Sorry, like, but I'm just sitting there going, I just look out the window and just say, "This sucks." like, like, what else am I gonna do?
Do you like roller coasters and what do you call it? Like adrenaline type of situations?
I I want to beat the plane. Yeah, I love roller coasters, but I have a stipulation, and it's one that I'm building myself to break. Is I have a fear of heights. I really do. But I'm okay as long as my feet are contained. So I don't know if I could ever do the roller coasters where your feet just dangle. Like I don't know if I can do that. I don't I don't like some of the newer roller coasters. It's like how far can you push it? And it's like give me a traditional roller coaster that does a couple of loops and a corkscrew and stuff like that. Oh, fine. Um, but yeah, I'm trying to break myself. Like we play out on Fremont Street, and I'm like trying to build up enough confidence to do the zip line. Like I really want to do it, but I'm like at the same time, I know what's gonna happen is I'm gonna do the zip line and just the whole way.
Just pass out.
Yeah, just that's it. You're as soon as the little platform goes down and I start launching, all you're gonna hear is the window shut down saying doo 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 and just
You know what?
all
But
the way down.
what if you use your character thing and you utilize that where you like, I don't know, go in a
No,
fucking like gold speedo or something and make a whole
no,
like production? It wouldn't help.
no, no, no. Chris Reject is also afraid of heights.
Okay, okay, that's fair. That's totally fair. You know, because it seems like you could overcome certain obstacles by using your like acting ability, but that's there's no way around that. That's just the way it is. Got it.
Yeah,
That's
Steve
fair.
Scott, look out the window, say there's a gremlin on the way. Yeah, I've done that before.
Yeah. Okay. So no no skydiving, none of that fucking crazy shit
No,
at all.
no, no, no,
Me neither.
no,
Me neither. I think that sounds like
no.
hell. Like you'd have to pay me an exceptional amount of money to go
Like there
skydiving.
are okay, so I want to. I do have a dream of like zip lining in the rainforest. Like I see those ones, and not like the rainforest in Brazil, but like in uh, you know
Costa Rica,
in
there's a lot of them
Asia.
too.
Yeah, and like Asia and stuff like that. Just like I would love to do that because I just think it's so beautiful. And if something happens, all right, I'll die by a tree, whatever. But like the zip line on Fremont Street is like if something happens and I disconnect, I'm going straight into dirty pavement that's been peed on numerous times that afternoon. Like,
Actually, just recently, I can't remember who it was. One of my friends was telling me that they did the zip line on Fremont Street and they didn't get properly harnessed in and they almost flew out. And
whew,
they were holding on like for dear life. I don't remember who it was telling me that, but it was a
uh,
recent thing and I was like, "Fuck that shit. Hell no."
yeah, no, Steve Scott. If you do hit a couple of drunks, you actually win the lottery.
That's your catapult dream right there, you know?
Yeah, it's my catapult. There we go. That's it. Hurl me down and just cut the rope. Well,
And you're just hitting a bunch of drunk fucking assholes, tourists.
have you seen the video? I may have to send it to you. But the Michael Jackson impersonator on Fremont Street, some dude tried to pick a fight with him recently, and was like throwing punches and throwing kicks. And this Michael Jackson impersonator on Fremont Street actually like grappled him and put him in a chokehold. And
Sweet.
like, yeah, I mean, the dude had to be maybe 50 pounds more than the Michael Jackson impersonator, and that dude just like threw him down on the ground. It was like, holy crap, go MJ.
That's awesome. Did he go "Ee," once he had him? Because that would have been perfect.
Yeah, I didn't. He should have been.
Should have.
Come on.
Oh, that's awesome. So okay, so you as a kid. So let's see. Is there any other interesting factoids about you and the way that you grew up, and what you're
Oh, I
like as a
mean,
little kid?
you want to know? Okay, okay. Let me. I will tell you. You can meet 1,000 people that were born and raised in Las Vegas. 10 of them will be normal.
Normal.
There is no, and I mean not somebody that's lived here for a long time. I mean born, raised, and hasn't left, which in itself is very rare. I mean, me personally, I know 10 people that have lived here their whole life
Wow.
that have never moved. Um, but I mean, my whole family is weird, and um, I guess it comes from they're from Southern Georgia and there's nothing else to do except be weird. You know?
That's true. I can attest. Georgia's pretty
Yeah,
fucking weird, especially southern Georgia. It's very,
yeah. Southern
very
Georgia is
country.
like we're not quite Georgia. We're not quite Florida. We're not quite Alabama. What are we? Weird.
Country
Um,
folks, for sure.
yeah. I mean, my earliest childhood memory, and this may be where my psychos comes from, is because it was one of those things that was like locked away for so long, and then one day the door just like cracked open, and it was like, hey, this is going to shape the rest of your life, and it's weird the things you remember when you get older, and it's all figments. It's like, oh yeah, I remember when I was my third birthday party. I uh I got a tricycle, and I in my head I can tell you the kitchen, what it looked
From your
like.
third birthday. Wow.
Yeah, I can remember the people there. I remember what my dad was wearing. I remember his afro that he had. It was the '80s, everyone.
My dad had one too when he had hair.
It was a red and white metal tricycle. Like I remember that, but that's not my earliest childhood memory. My earliest childhood memory goes a little bit before that, and I had to be close to being 3. Um, but I have this memory of and I'm going to clarify this. My mom was a bartender. Um, I'm not gonna say what she did before, but the place she was bartending at will kind of give you an idea of what my mom did years before I was born. But my mom was a bartender at a strip club here in Las Vegas. And my earliest childhood memory that I can vividly, like right now, I can tell you the smell. I can tell you what the lighting scheme was. I can tell you what the woman that was dancing on stage wasn't wearing. Because my earliest childhood memory is my mom going in to pick up her paycheck at said
Wow.
strip
At
club.
2. At 2 years
I was
old, you remember this shit.
Yeah, and my mom putting me on the bar, putting money in the video poker machine, and me just hitting buttons because they were lighting up. I didn't know what I was doing,
Did you win?
and leaving me. She sat me down and then walked around to go get her paycheck and get a drink and all that and talk. Now, mind you, the bartender that was working at the time, she's sitting there joking around with me and all that. So somebody was watching me. I wasn't unsupervised in a strip club. Again, let me clarify. It's the '80s in Las Vegas. Okay,
Times
it
were
was kind
different.
of still the wild. It's the Wild West. I remember learning how to shoot pool because another time my mom had to go pick up her paycheck. Some of the regulars there were like, "Hey, you got your kids? Bring them over. Hey, little bud. Hey, champ, and all that. You want to learn how to?" So sat me on the pool table, and they were shooting me how to like showing me how to line up the cue at the cue, and
That's
while
awesome.
there's a while there's a naked woman on stage.
Oh my
I'm
god.
sitting there going, "This is interesting," but lunch is right there. Like
Totally. Oh, that's so funny. As a little kid, you're like, those look delicious.
I was like, not my flavor, but
Interesting. That's very interesting that you were doing that as a young kid. Her probably thinking, "Oh, he's so young. He's not even going to remember. It's not
But
going
I
to
mean,
sink in." And
like,
here you are.
but again, it's the '80s. I mean, think about and talk to anybody that was anyone that was raised before, let's say, 1985. People that were alive there. There are stories of people going to a convenience store at 7 years old to buy their parents cigarettes and booze. There was no, oh, you can't do that. So even in Las Vegas, and in the '80s was still run by the mob. This strip club was run by the mob.
Wow.
There wasn't a care. It was
Sure.
just like whatever. The kid's here. Once you get your stuff, you can go. Blah blah blah. It's like there was no like, oh, how dare you? Like
Times have
the only
changed for sure.
yeah
Wow.
yeah you do that now, and you're winding up on Dateline. Like
Totally, dude. CPS is coming real quick at you. That's very
yeah.
interesting that you
So,
remember that far back. That's very unique to remember
but
that far
but
back.
it's also like I said, it's like those memories that are there, and that door just cracks open every once in a while. And anybody that's ever studied psychology knows that the leading cause of memories is smell. That you smell something that can trigger a memory more than reading something. Access denies coming in with the raid.
Oh, what's up, Axis? Hey, buddy. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for bringing everybody with you on this awesome raid. How was your stream? I
Yeah.
hope your stream was so fun. What'd you guys do? Did you do something fun? Well, for all of you guys that are coming in on this raid, if I do not know any of you guys, if you have not been in here before, this is Inspired by Mystery Podcast, hosted by
That's
me.
Sammy and Tavia.
I am Sammy Soros over here, and I have Chris Reject of the Roxy Gun Project and Crimson Riot
It
tonight.
still says it still says Sammy and
I
Tavia.
know. I was wondering if I could change that while we're streaming. It's bugging me, but no, it's so cool to have you guys. Thank you guys for coming in and bringing all your friends. I really appreciate you guys being here. So any of you guys that are fellow streamers and hop in on the Roxy Gun Project's Twitch stream, you guys have seen Chris rocking out, and this is pretty cool because it's just me and Chris. We're just kind of getting to know like the man behind the legend, who is the real Chris Reject. So that's what we're
Yeah,
doing
I
here today.
mean, there are people that still don't know the real Chris Reject that are very close to me, but yeah. So the
Mysterious.
number one trigger is smell. More than reading something, seeing a picture, smell will always trigger. And so there are times I grew up in Las Vegas. So we can be someplace and a smell will hit me and it's like a ton of bricks. Like, oh, dude, I remember my dad for every Halloween um, at my elementary school that I went to, up till well, actually all through fifth grade because my dad came back one more year. But starting the day before Halloween, 2 days before Halloween, and through Halloween, he would change my elementary school, the library, and the courtyard and all that into this whole big Halloween spectacle.
Sounds
And
awesome.
yeah, and so if you're from Las Vegas, I don't know if you guys know this, but Nevada Day, the day our state became part of the union, it was Halloween. So we actually, back when I was going to school, you got Halloween off. It didn't matter what day of the week it was. You got Halloween
That's
off
so
because it's Nevada.
cool.
So yeah, we got to just go. Like I didn't know it wasn't like a national holiday. So like meeting people from other places, they're like, "You guys get Halloween off?" And it's like you don't. And so,
That's
but
so
yeah, so
cool.
there, my dad would he built everything by hand. So there was a in the library was a haunted maze, and so they would move the everything around, and they would hang black tarp around and then put black lights and strobe lights and stuff like that. The smell of those tarps, if I
Mm,
smell that instantly, I'm back to being in costume and sitting on this guillotine that my dad
that's
built.
so cool. I
Yeah,
love it.
and so it's things like that. And so like I said, I can remember the kitchen for when that type of kitchen. And so yeah, my childhood was. I have little glimpses there, but later on, I have an older brother. He left home in '94 and joined the military. So when people are like, "Oh, he's a baby," yeah, I was the baby, but I didn't know my brother, so I don't really. I have the baby, like the youngest child thing, but I also have the like I'm an only child thing sometimes, but
Sure.
not to the extreme as like some people with only child syndrome.
Yeah, but you
I
didn't
just
have
have
to share your shit because there was such a big age gap.
Yeah,
It
there was a
sounds like.
huge age gap. Yeah, my brother's 7 years older than me, and also I had to live in my brother's shadow, so it's like I couldn't be uh, the only child syndrome. Like I had to deal with, well, he fucked up his life. Why do you think I'm fucking mine up? Like
Right.
I'm a band geek. How am I gonna fuck up my life? Like,
So you
oh
weren't really
wait,
getting into much trouble when you were a kid. You were pretty good. You were just doing band stuff. You weren't making terrible choices.
I
That's
mean,
good.
I'll tell you the one thing that prevented me from being worse was my dad was a very strong figure. Like I had never seen my dad break. You know, my dad was funny, my dad was caring, he was kind, but he was very strict, very stern. Like my dad grew up my dad was born in 47. So, he grew up in the 50s and the 60s where it was men are men kind of thing. And I saw my brother break my dad's heart. I had never seen up to that point in 11 years. I had never once seen my dad cry.
Wow.
Not
Wow.
not from, I've seen my dad cry because of laughter. I've seen my dad cry because of an emotional movie, song, but I never saw my dad cry real tears until my brother broke my dad's heart.
Dang.
And when that happened, I made a vow to myself, like, I can't do that to my dad. I can't do that. That broke me. It's like,
Wow.
and so I did live my life. I pushed the edge a little bit, like, eh, how far can I get? But I also knew that it's like, as long as I was able to respect their boundaries, they will let me do stuff. It's like, I'm 15 years old. They're letting me go to a house party with a 17-year-old chick. Like, they're like, all right, just make sure you come home.
It's like
Like,
you wanted to
I was
keep
like,
that
okay,
trust. You didn't want to break the trust so
right,
that they would take that freedom away. You were aware that if you were able to be trustworthy, they would just kind of let you do your thing.
yeah,
That's fair.
yeah. And so, yeah, I try to be like, you know, I was edgy, but I was also one of those people that was going to be rebellious with words because, again, I was studying politics, and it's like you look at someone like Jello Biafra. It's like you inspire people to act up more with words than actual actions. You know, I mean, how many people know of Bad Religion and the Dead Kennedys than Gigi Allen? It's like more people are going to know the first two than before they'll know Gigi
Sure.
Allen. And it's like, which one was more, rambunctious about screw the system and everyone?
For sure. Hmm. Okay.
So, yeah.
So you kind of had
I
that
mean,
little edge, but you kept it under control. What
yeah.
about
I
high
just,
school?
I,
What about when you got to high school and you started to like really like, when we kind of come into ourselves, like eighth grade, ninth grade, when we kind of start figuring out who that we really are and what we really want to be.
well, I'm not going to say that I was ever bullied. I was never, I'm slightly bullied here and there. I was very short. Like, I didn't have my spurt until I was like 15.
Oh, really?
And yeah. Um, and I gotta clarify this. Like, um, I didn't live in a very, very good area. Um, it was it's very multicultural growing up, and um, in my neighborhood itself, out of like the kids, from young kids to the high school kids, there was maybe four white kids and 50 of everything else. So
Wow. Okay.
my fifth grade, my middle school, it was very, I was raised to go. White people suck. um, and so I wasn't bullied too much. I was bullied a little bit, but I was also feisty. Like, I was not afraid to back down from a fight. So if somebody was gonna pick on me or something like that, or test my, it's like you're gonna test these fists.
Good.
But
That's cool. You stood up for
I
yourself. I like that.
yeah, my parents were always, if you get in a fight, swing last. That's it. You be the last one to swing. It's like, let them take the first swing and then you be the last. And growing up with an older brother, it was kind of, I lived about 4 or 5 minutes away from Donna Street, actually. I actually live. Wow, somebody actually knows Donna Street. I more off of Craig and Walnut is where I lived. So Cheyenne, Las Vegas Boulevard, Sandy Lane, up in that area. If you're from Vegas, then I mean, a lot of my friends were actually part of the SLGs, which was a gang in that area. Um, but that was the thing. It's like I grew up with a bunch of G's. I grew up with a bunch of gangbangers, and I never wanted to do that. It's like I had no interest, but it's like we're all going to fight each other. We're all going to sit there and play fight. And sometimes the play fighting is a little, and so it's like, I learned how to fight early on. And I was one of those people. It's like, don't try to bully me. But by the time I got into high school, I was just like, I don't want to get in a fight. Like, I really don't want to. I'm a musician. Like, I bust my lip, I can't play saxophone. I bust my hands, I can't play drums. Like, it was all
Totally.
kinds of
But you being the white kid, do you feel like, I mean, even though you said you weren't necessarily bullied, do you feel like you got picked on to a point where you felt like you constantly had to be like looking over your shoulder and in defense?
no,
Okay, that's good.
no, because I mean, the people that would push it to that level learned quickly not to.
Uh,
Because it's like, I've only been in a handful of fist fights. I've only lost one of those. Two of those. One of them was I'll explain. One of them was actually at school. Another one, you know, dude got the best of me, and it was one of those. It was a very civilized fight. It wasn't like, I'm going to beat you until you die. It was like, all right, we're going to throw down. And dude got the best of me, and I'm not going to be like, oh well, let's get a rematch. I was like, all right, you win. And actually, him and I became really good friends afterwards.
okay, that's
Um,
good.
yeah, and it was just a miscommunication. It was a misunderstanding. It was hearsay. It was the game of telephone. That's what it was. So somebody said something, that heard something, that said something, that I did something, and I'm like, I don't know you. I don't know her. I don't know him. Like, you got the wrong person. But all right. Um, and then another time in high school, I got sucker punched by somebody I never even met, never even saw this kid at school. And by the time and the reason I say I lost this fight is because he came up behind me and swung around and hit me in my jaw. And when I came down, I was coming back up with a left hook, and the teacher grabbed my hand. So I wasn't able to get the
Dang.
shot in that I needed. But so I lost that fight. But by the time I hit high school, I just said, you know what? I don't care anymore. I don't care. People can make fun of me. And it was just like almost like that. And I remember the first time somebody tried to like pick on me. It was like in class. Somebody tried to insult me, and I just turned it around and started insulting myself. And the look on that person's face was, uh, uh, like they didn't know what to do. I just started agreeing with everything they were saying, and they just dropped. And I'm like, it made me realize at that time, it's like, oh, I know what to do now.
You took the
Just be
power
funny.
from them. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was a total power just revert. I pulled out that Uno card and it was just like whap, and they were like, I don't know what to do. And then from that day on, it was just like that's the moment the character was born. It was just like, you know what? Say what you want. I don't care. Because the only
Good.
person that can insult me more than me is me. Like, there is nothing you can say. I know. Oh, you got a big nose. Duh. Don't. I know. I can smell
Yeah, I
everything.
bet I
Like,
can smell better than you. You know,
yeah,
and
yeah.
they're like,
It was something like
okay.
that. And then that started going into like, oh well, let's go do theater and see if I can act my way, and that was the birth of really like getting into theater too. Was that moment of, I just don't care anymore.
Good for you. That's a really good way to handle that rather than
Yeah,
internalizing it and feeling really sad and feeling really shitty about yourself. Like you're like, whatever, man,
yeah.
it's fucking doesn't even
I mean,
matter.
I get people all the time like, oh, you're I'm a better bass player than you, and it's like, you probably are. Like, we actually had, you were there for it. You and Justin, that guy that was insulting the band, and it was just like, he's like, I'm better than you. Cool.
Yeah, you're
What do
like,
you want us to do with this
that's cool.
information?
Yeah, like why does that even matter? Like everybody has different levels, and you know what? Les Claypool's a better bass player than you, fucktard. You know, so like,
Oh no, that
whatever.
guy, that guy's. Remember, that guy was dead set. He was the greatest.
That guy
He
sucked so
he,
bad. It was
he
funny.
actually he had that song playing. He's the best around.
Totally.
Like,
That was that
like
was that was a rough one. We let that guy
Yeah.
have it though. That was kind of fun,
Oh,
actually.
dude, Justin
That was the funniest
is my
shit
new
ever.
best friend.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
just like went from normally being very eloquent and everything, and he's like, "Nah,
he
dude,
went
people
for the
like that."
jugular.
Yeah, he's just like whatever. The bet, honestly, it's similar to what you just said about how you deal with that kind of conflict. Is I talked to Justin actually recently about that exact interaction, and I'm like, "What the fuck? Why did you just turn into like a big baby, like calling names?" And he's like, "Because people like that aren't going to listen. It doesn't matter what you say. So you just got
Yeah,
to make them feel like the biggest douchebag and know that they can't get to you. Like nothing that they say is actually like hurting you. You just expose how big of a douchebag that they are. And you make fun of them
yeah.
and embarrass them." I was like, okay, that's a fair way to go about it. We were all trying to reason though. Like I was trying to reason with this person and it didn't work at all. So,
Yeah, there are ways that we've discussed um, for years. How do we handle criticism as a band? Because we all know Roxy is very passive. I, on the other hand, am very headstrong, and it's like I like to either solve the problem or tell the person to get bent. And in that situation, I was just like, you know what? How do we handle this properly? And there are times where it's just like, all right, you keep poking and prodding, and then it's just gonna go. You know what, dude? I banged your mom. Like I will go to that level.
awesome. I love it. That's good.
And if you and if he keeps going, I will go find his mom and make it a realization.
Oh,
Like,
it sucks that we have to deal with this kind of shit, like being public people just in general, like that sometimes that we do have to deal with snotty people or people that want to think that they're cool by making fun of other people. And there's a lot of different ways to go about it for sure. But,
yeah,
I think kind of turning it around and making it funny and making fun of that person in return, you have that power at that point. You're not like
yeah.
butthurt and you're like sad that somebody's saying shitty things, even though inside it might like sting a little bit, but you can't let them see
You
that
know what?
moment.
I look. You can call me the worst musician ever. Go ahead, do it. I encourage you because I was. I guess we'll skip back to when I was in Grocery Store Rejects after the two bands broke up, and I said I'm going to start my own band. The words I said to my best friend is, "We're going to be shitty and we're going to have fun," and we held on to that. We were shitty, and I was proud to be shitty. And we would go on stage, and our whole thing was, I this is the birth of Chris Reject. So, um, I would go on stage and I would just go, fuck you, I'm cooler than all of you, and just start playing. That would be the first thing I would say to the crowd.
That's funny.
Because what happens? People stop, they turn around. They're no longer paying attention to the bar. They want, what did he just say? And I'm not the greatest guitarist in the world. I didn't want to be. But I wanted you to pay attention and know who we were. And we created this persona of we are proud to be loud, fast, annoying, obnoxious. Like, we want you to hate us because you're going to remember us. And it worked for a very long time. People would come to see how far we would push it. And
That's awesome. And you know
yeah,
what? Like, even if you
it
know you're
almost got
not
us.
that
We're
great,
almost
if you're kind of shitty, owning it before other
we
people have a chance to be like, you guys suck. You're like, did you not
yeah,
hear? I already said we sucked 5 minutes ago. Like, what?
yeah. I
What's
know.
the point?
Didn't you hear the song called "We Suck, We Know"?
You should just have that on a t-shirt with your fucking band logo on the back, dude. Like, we know we suck.
I Dusty, can you make that? We need that for
That's awesome.
RGP.
Yes. That's hilarious.
RGP. We know we
We
suck.
know we suck. That's fucking funny, dude. I bet a lot of like band people would want to wear that, like just to be fucking funny.
Well, I mean, look at Primus. Primus sucks. One of the biggest marketing things they could have ever done, and people get offensive. You know, Somebody in our chat once was Primus sucks, and everyone's like, "How dare you?" And it's like, no, 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 no. That's their
You're
thing.
like, you're obviously
Like,
not a
go to
fan. Why are you defending them if you're not even a fan enough to know that Primus sucks means I love Primus? Guys, come
yeah,
on.
but yeah. So
That's so funny.
that's a yeah. That was the grocery store rejects was a wild, wild time. It was crazy,
It sounds
and
kind of germs esque, like the germs where they're like, well, we don't know how to play instruments, but we're going to have a band. And then they
yeah. I
did.
mean, well, and then you look, and two of the members of the Germs are now in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Like,
Fucking A.
they knew what they were doing.
But at the time, they were just young and they're like, I don't know, let's just like play some stuff and have fun. And I like that
Yeah,
because it doesn't always have to be so fucking serious. So many people, everything's like a fucking business. How could we push it to the limit and, get on MTV back when MTV was a thing and like, we want to sell 1 million records and fill stadiums. It's like, it doesn't necessarily have to be like that. You can play
no,
little clubs and bars and rock out and turn people on and have a great fucking time and enjoy what you're doing. And you don't have to deal with all the bullshit that comes with being a big uber super famous like Tool. Maynard is like, I fucking hate my fans. Fuck off, like because he
yeah,
gets hounded everywhere. Like that's the price that you pay for that kind of fame. So it's almost better in
yeah.
a way to not have to deal with that shit.
We've answered that question a million and one times with not just Roxy Gun Project, but Crimson Riot, and if you ask me, would I rather play for 60,000 screaming fans or for 60,000 fans that are just sitting there, or 60 screaming fans? I'm gonna choose the 60 over the 60,000. Like, I'm gonna pose a question to you, and I'll pose it to anyone in chat right now. If you can name one band right now that came out uh, since 2000, the
Nope.
year
I'm
2000.
already out.
One band. I want a rock band. I don't want pop. I don't want rap. I don't want country. I want rock and roll band. Name one band that can sell out an arena by themselves.
Possibly Gojira.
When did Gojira come out?
Hmm. Not. Let me see. It's a good question. They came out in 2000 oh, well, okay, hold on. They were under a different name previously, but 2001 they've been Gojira since. But I
So
guess they still,
Gojira.
yeah, possibly. I think they might possibly, but there's not very many. Let's just put it that way. It's very hard to imagine a rock band filling a fucking arena. There's not
Right.
very many options. Like I totally see where you're going with
So
that.
that's why we always said, if you're gonna start a band, don't aim for that, because you're not gonna get it. You're not. Aim for being at the biggest club in your town. That should be your goal. And so for us, the darkness can barely sell out the House of Blues in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I don't.
Sorry, Chid. Chid just said the darkness.
Yeah, I don't. I feel like they had one hit song and then nobody cared anymore. Is what I kind of feel like about those
Yeah,
guys.
so we always say just aim for that, because that is more realistic, and you're gonna have a better time. Roxy and myself and Ryan, we've played in front of 8,000 people before. The best show we ever had was for 20 people at a small little club.
That's awesome. You know
You
what?
know,
Everyone's intentions are different with what they want out of the music industry or just like any potentially fame worthy position. Like not everybody wants to be Johnny Depp or Leonardo DiCaprio or whatever. Like that's a whole fucking thing that comes from that. Sure, you can make more money and you get more fame and your name will go down in history or whatever, but is that what it's really all about? Like for some people, sure, that's like where their goal is. They're driven in that direction to be the biggest and the best, and that makes them feel successful. But I don't fucking need that. Like, I just want to know I'm doing what I love and I'm inspiring other people and giving people something awesome to rock out to. And then I feel successful enough with that.
I had opportunities, so we're gonna time travel with my life here quite a bit because it's kind of like my life is in segments of I did this thing at this time and blah blah blah. So I had an opportunity uh, around high school to I had some offers to do acting in movies, and auditions were being brought my way and stuff like that. I didn't have an agent, but we would receive these things, and I turned them all down. TV shows, movies, and stuff like that. And my dad always asked, he's like, "Why don't you want to be an actor?" And he knew I was still doing music. He's like, "But you want to be an actor? Why don't you want to do movies? Why don't you want to do TV?" And my reason is, I don't want that kind of fame. Two, I am one of those people that I need to know people's reaction like that.
Mm.
And so I'm like, I like theater because the moment you say a line, there's a reaction. In movies, the moment you say a line, you wait 3 years before somebody hears
You're
it.
totally right. That's so true.
And so, and there's also chances of you do a movie and it gets shelved, like Road to Hell. Like everyone's all excited about it, and it's like the movie gets shelved. Now you can see it online. You can't buy a DVD of it or anything like that, but it's like no, there's no gratification to me
Sure.
for doing that movie.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons why there's no gratification. Um, I mean, the best part of that movie was the friendships we made out of it. You know, uh, Deborah Valkenberg, she came and saw us play at the Viper Room. It's like here's this big actress that's a fan of ours.
Oh,
Like,
that's
hey,
awesome.
um, but yeah. So I'm one of those people. It's like for Crimson Riot, if we it, the farthest I want to take Crimson Riot is to be on a major indie. And for people that don't know, there are so many tiers of the record industry. And so, you have your major labels, your Universals, your Warner Brothers, Sony, and then from there it breaks down into Reprise, Interscope, Vagrant, da 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 da. Then you go down from there, and it's whatever label Toby Keith started, and then it goes, and then you have your major indies, which are your Fat Rex, your uh, Kung Fu Records, which is now Cleopatra, Roadrunner, Hopeless Records. Like those are the big labels that you've never heard of, and then but the bands that are on those
Sure.
Epitaph, and so it's like for us, it's like that's the ultimate goal is to be on Fat Wreck or Epitaph. But even if we can't be on those labels, I would love to be on one of their sub labels. Heart and Skull, which is Alkaline Trio's label, or Hellcat, which is Rancid's label. I would love to be that. That's our goal. We don't want to be on Warner Brothers because look at the crap Warner Brothers is putting out. Doesn't sound like us. We don't sound like anything they're putting out,
Yeah.
and we don't sound like anything that's coming out on their labels. And we don't want to sound like that.
Totally.
It's like, would I love to have John Feldman from Goldfinger or Tim from Sugarcult produce us? Sure, those guys have released hit song after hit song, but look at who they're producing. That uh, Walk Off the Moon or Walk to the Moon or whatever, that Shut Up and Dance song. That's Tim from Sugarcult wrote that song.
I don't even know what
You
that is.
know, yeah, that Shut Up and Dance with Me. Volbeat's still not selling out arenas. um, Volbeat just played Ghost. Ghost is playing House of Blues. Or no, they're playing Virgin, right? I think that's where they're playing. Ghost? I think that's where they're playing. Yeah, it depends. I mean, but full national arenas, yeah.
Yeah, no,
Um,
you're totally right. The whole music industry has changed a lot.
I
so
mean,
much.
I can name 1,000 bands before, especially like in the '90s. Pearl Jam is selling out arenas. Green Day. Green Day didn't have to take Fall Out Boy and uh, Weezer on tour. They just chose to do it because it's like, how can we make the most money on this tour? Like,
Sure.
there we go. I mean, I watching Green Day, and they came out in '88. I mean, Green Day sold out Milton Keynes 4 nights in a row, and each night was something like 20,000 people. So it's like,
Wow.
or no, it's that was Leeds. So Milton Keynes, I think, was somewhere like 35,000 people because it's a festival ground.
Holy
But anyways,
shit.
um, what were we just talking about? Oh, um, but yeah, it's like we don't sound like anything like Tim and John can produce. So our goal is to be where we want to be. It's like we don't want to change our sound so much that people that have fallen in love with us hate us later on.
That's one of the things that bothers me about when you get produced by other people. It's like we have this music that we wrote that's from our fucking soul, and we just want you to pimp this music out. We don't want you coming and changing it and telling us we need to move shit around or whatever. Like, especially if something's already established. Like, I think
Yeah.
that that sucks is that just because somebody has the label of being a producer and they're in charge of your shit, that they get to pick your stuff apart and make it a way that they would like it. Like, I think that it should be more labels pick bands that they actually like the music the way that it is. And as far as maybe like, a better quality recordings and stuff like that, sure, I understand. Maybe let's re-record it and make sure it's at a better quality and maybe a couple things. Why don't you try this here and there? But like the balls of people to just change people's fucking
Well,
music. I hate it.
it's but here's the thing. Okay, if you go right now and listen to Avril Lavigne on the Complicated album, and listen to her now, the newest stuff she just released, you can hear a girl who wrote the majority of the stuff by herself, maybe had a little bit of help, to a woman who is not writing anything. Her new album is 100% written by Travis Barker and John Feldman.
That
She was
sucks.
there. She was there, but they told her what to play.
What's the point?
But
Like,
look,
I don't
but look at what.
understand.
But here's the thing: she's getting radio play. She's getting attention from all kinds of different companies now. It's because they brought Avril back and she's edgy again, and it's like it's edgy for the 13-year-olds of today, while the people that grew up listening to her that are in their late 20s are going, well, this bitch sold out. Like,
I mean, at that point, they're a glorified karaoke star. If she's not writing anything, then you're pretty much a fucking karaoke star. And where's the honor in that? I don't want to necessarily support that. I'm not like Avril Lavigne's so
well,
awesome. It's like so she sang songs that were written for her. Big fucking deal.
well, here's the thing. Avril, after her, well, I'll even say her third album, that album with the girlfriend song. She had 3 more albums after that. No one knows about because she disappeared. She went off the radar. Anything that all they talked about was her marriage to Derek from Sum 41. That fell apart. And then she married Chad Kroeger from Nickelback. That fell apart. She wrote before this newest album 2 years ago. Look it up, everyone. It is horrible. I'm not an Avril fan either, but it's like I see these music things coming towards me. She wrote a Christian rock album. She turned into this whole thing. She had a music video where she was like on the cliffs and all that, and the waves and all that, and she's wearing this white dress and talking about how God saved her.
Okay.
That failed. So then what does she do? She hires the best producer in punk to write her next album. Now everyone's talking about her. Everyone's seeing the music videos. Everyone's like, she's working with Travis Barker. It's gonna be lit. And that's like, great. Here we go again.
Dude, I don't think I've ever heard an Avril Lavigne song in my life. Like, I could not name one for $1,000 fucking dollars. So, I guess it's certain types of certain age groups and certain demographics, I guess, that are uh, paying attention to this kind of stuff and maybe want new styles and stuff. I don't know. I don't
Well,
understand it.
I talk about this all the time. Is people ask me about Green Day? They're like, "What do you think about Green Day's new album?" And I am the Green Day authority. Like I've been listening to Green Day when Dookie came out. I was like, "This band rocks. I want to hear everything they've done up to this point."
Totally.
And I still stand by that. The heaviest sounding album by a trio in the '90s was that album, that Dookie album. There's no album that sounds bigger. And people are like, "What about Nirvana?" I'm like, Green Day sounded like there was 5 musicians playing, and it was only the 3 of them. It's just that big. And no, I mean no discredit to Nirvana, but also after Nevermind, everything they released afterwards had Pat Smear playing guitar. So it wasn't just the 3. People always say that Nirvana's a trio, and it's like you forget there was a 4th member there, and he was also playing on the album. And
Really? On
you know,
on In Utero? He played on In Utero?
yeah,
Huh.
if you look at the credits, he played on 4 of the tracks. He was playing different guitars, so there'd be different guitar parts, and he was the one playing guitar.
Interesting. Okay,
Yeah,
speaking of guitars, Walt asked a question a while back, and I do
yeah.
want to address his question. He was wondering what was your first guitar and what was your first bass? Because earlier you said you got like a real shitty guitar. So he was wondering what were your first guitar and bass?
Okay, so the first guitar I ever bought was a Fender Squire. It was green and white. Um, and for those that ever play guitar, Squires are literally the worst guitars ever.
Oh no.
They're just cheaply made. There's a reason why those guitars cost $100. They're good starting instruments. I didn't think I was gonna, I was like, I'm gonna play guitar and start a band, and I was anticipating breaking it. That guitar, uh, I named it Penis. I was I'm in a punk band. What else am I gonna name my guitar? It was
Penis.
Penis. Yeah.
I love it.
Um. And it was a fine guitar. I only played that guitar for maybe about 3 months, and then I went out and I bought a Les Paul. Because I just didn't like the way that guitar felt. I love the way Les Pauls felt. And so then I bought a Les Paul, and then uh, the Squire got. I had a storage unit that I missed a couple payments, and so it got auctioned off, and so I lost that storage unit, and the guitar was in there.
Oh,
But my
bummer.
very first guitar was in there, and then my very first bass was actually a Squire bass that my ex girlfriend from high school sold me years down the line. She was getting ready to move, and her and her husband just had their first kid, and she's like, "I don't need this bass anymore." I'm like, I'll take it from you. And so she sold it to me for like $30 and a high five.
Oh, that's awesome. Do you see what Shin said? You didn't like the way
Yeah,
your penis felt? Jesus.
I didn't like the way that penis.
The stroking of the neck, it just wasn't very comfortable, right?
Yeah, yeah, Roxy, shout out for Marie for my first bass. I still have that bass. That bass it's in storage now, which I'm making sure I pay my bill on time.
Good.
But yeah, that bass is, and it's. Well, I played that bass for maybe 2 shows, and then Ryan had bought me my second bass, and that was the one I used for many years before I got the basses I have now.
That's really nice. That's cool. He's like, let me get
Yeah,
you a decent thing to play with.
we
That's cool.
because we were starting to play more, and we just needed something that fit me. Like that bass just didn't. it was, I mean, the neck was like, it was like a tree trunk. It was huge. It just hurt. It just didn't sound right because it was a Squire. The action on it, I could drive a Mack truck through.
Aw.
It needed a lot of love. In fact, actually, I want to take it to Pat and just say, hey, can you fix this up? Because it would be a good backup bass for Crimson Riot. It just needs some love. It needs some Pat Woodward TLC.
Yeah, it sounds like he could work magic, so he would be the guy to do it, if anything. That'd be cool.
No, Ryan didn't buy me a Tobias. He bought me an Epi, no, it was Ibanez. It was an Ibanez bass, and then the Tobiases came. My first Tobias came from when we got endorsed by Gibson. That's how that bass came along, and then I bought two other ones. There are so many guitars in this house. There are way too many guitars between Roxy and I. Um, oh, geez, I own personally four basses, not including the Squire. I'm not counting that. Four basses, two Les Pauls. I think that's it. I think that's all I own.
That's a grip for sure.
And then she owns too many damn guitars. I five Les Pauls.
Wow.
I think she has five Les Pauls, two acoustics that she can play, and then she has a bunch of like guitars that she got when she was younger that are put away. And no, Roxy does not play bass. nah, nah, brah, nah.
So when you started with guitar. That was what you got first. You were like, "Hey, I'll play this guitar," and then you transitioned to bass after
Oh
that.
well, no, 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 no. So, all right, my musical journey, if we will, is so at 7, 8 years old, I was doing choir in school. By the time I was 7.5, my parents realized I really liked music, and so at first I really wanted to play violin. There was like this little
Interesting.
music shop near my house, and it was violins, and I'm like, ooh, I would love to play that. And so my parents were like, we heard you're doing choir and you're getting into music, so we signed you up for music lessons. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna play violin, and it was piano.
Aw, they didn't even let
And
you pick. They picked for
no,
you. That
they picked for
sucks.
me,
They shouldn't have picked for you.
and I did that for about 6 months, and then I quit. I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. And they're like, you don't want to do music? I was like, I don't want to play piano. And it was because, again, welcome to the 80s and 90s where you can't get away with that shit today. I had one of those old piano teachers that if your fingers weren't right, it was,
That
and
sucks.
it just really discouraged me because it's like I'm learning. You're teaching me hot cross buns. Like, yeah, my hands are not going to be perfect, but help me get there,
Yeah.
you know?
Rather than with
And
fear and like threatening
right.
violence, like that sucks. That's ridiculous.
I mean, and it worked for friends of mine. I mean, a girl that I went through elementary school, that I still talk to, is a wonderful pianist. She is amazing. I'm glad she was able to make it work. I was not. I was like, you know what? This bitch about to get that. Like,
Totally. You don't know who you're fucking with. That
yeah,
sucks.
and um, so then when middle school, I did choir. So in fifth grade, there comes a day when they're like, all right, you're going to junior high. This is all the things, blah blah, blah. And you're what are you interested in? What are you're gonna have an elective, and it's like, what does that mean? And they're like, you're gonna take a class in, it could be art, it could be photography, it could be theater, it could be this, it could be that. And it was just like mind blowing. And I saw on their band, and I'm like, band sounds cool. Like, I'm a fan of John Fogerty and Creedence. I want to be in a band.
Totally.
Like, I didn't know what kind of band it was.
That's so funny.
So my best friend that lived in the same neighborhood as me, he's sitting next to me. I'm like, what are you thinking? He's like, I'm thinking about band. I'm like, yeah, me too. And I'm looking at all these instruments, and I'm like, I have no idea what these are.
You go, what
Like
the
I
fuck's
see,
a bassoon? I still don't know what a
I
bassoon is.
I do because I played it.
Oh,
I
shit.
will tell that story.
That's awesome.
Um, so I'm sitting there and I'm like, percussion, um, flute. No, I knew what a flute was. I was like, nope. And I didn't see violin. I didn't see any stringed
Hmm.
instruments. And there was something about an instrument that had an X in it. And I'm like, saxophone. Yes. Like, of course, 1993, 1994, I'm going saxophone. Hell yeah.
That sounds sexy.
Yeah, I
Saxophone.
was like, dude, that is going to get me all the girls.
Especially back in the 80s and stuff where like all the like sexy
By,
music,
by,
Kenny G was hot shit and all that. You're like, I'm going to
by,
be the next Kenny G.
by this time, it was the 90s, and yes,
Okay.
definitely. Elevator music is the sexiest ever. So I,
I don't know
I
why,
just,
but it's true. It was.
I check marked it. That's percussion. I did play xylophone. I've played a lot of instruments in my time. Um, so I check saxophone. I hand in the paper and all that, and I go home and I'm like, hey, I tell my parents, and they're all like, oh, what did you choose? And I said, band. They're like, really? I'm like, yeah. And I checked off that I want to play saxophone, and my parents just looked at me like, you're not ever gonna get laid with that instrument, right?
Oh, okay.
I'll show you. And they were right.
Aw.
Um,
Fuck.
yeah, you, you do realize that the triangle player and the roadies will get laid before bass players and
Oh
saxophone
my God,
players.
that's
Like,
so funny.
if it's
Well,
um,
at my school, band, like if anybody was in band or orchestra, like they were the band dorks. Like none of them
oh
got
yeah,
laid, like no matter what the fuck instrument in the band or the orchestra that you played. But Dusty, where Dusty grew up, it was like very coveted. If you were in the band or the orchestra, they were like, oh, you're in the band. But at my school, total opposite. It was like, you're such a dork if you did that, which sucks because it's
yeah.
so
No,
musical.
I
Like,
mean, small towns bands are, you have to be good to get into like small town bands, like high school bands and stuff like that. I mean, there's competitions all the time where I remember a competition in high school marching band, and this band from BFE Utah comes in, and my band size was about 65, minus color guard. Theirs was 32, and they annihilated us. It was just like this band was so good that we were like, can we check their IDs? Like those are full on musicians from like Juilliard. All right, there is no way.
crazy.
Um, Walt, I played saxophone on the latest Crimson Riot album on "If the Shoe Fits." That is me playing saxophone.
I love that you did that on there. That's so cool. See?
Yeah, that. We'll talk about that in a second. So, um, yeah, middle school. My parents are like saxophone, all right, and so they actually went and bought me a saxophone. I could have done the whole, you know, school loaner saxophone, but they bought me one,
Good.
and
I'm glad that they did.
um, so my dad was a diesel mechanic, um, and he got to meet so many cool people. And one day he comes home and says, "Hey, we're gonna go meet somebody tomorrow, but you got to bring your saxophone." And I was like, "Okay." And so we drive all the way out to Primm, Nevada, which is the border of California and Nevada. There's a couple casinos out there. At the time, there was only two casinos. And my dad's like, "Hey, I had to fix this bus yesterday, but the person that was on this bus wanted to meet you because they were playing the showroom that night at it's now called Terribles. It used to be called the Prima Donna." And so we go up to the room and knock on the door, and this old gentleman opens up and he's like, "Hey, Bob, nice to see you. Is this Chris?" It was Bill Haley his saxophone player from Bill Haley's Comets.
Wow.
And this
Awesome.
guy said, "I heard that you're learning to play saxophone. So I want to give you some pointers, some things that I wish my teachers would have told me." This man had at this point now been playing saxophone for 50 plus years.
Holy shit.
And
Wow.
he taught me things that just it stuck with me forever. Like to this day, if I pull out my saxophone and I'm getting my mouth, I sit there and think about this trick he taught me about my lips. And I'm like, man, and it still lives with me to this day about. And so I remember being so excited. I get back to school and all that. I'm talking to my band teacher and I'm like, yeah, so I learned this new trick. And my band teacher dead stared at me and he was like, "That's wrong, don't do that." And I was like, well, I was just taught by somebody that has been playing for 50 plus years, has a Grammy award for playing saxophone.
Yeah.
He said, "Doesn't matter, he's wrong." Then proceeded to, in front of the class, call me out, pull out a saxophone, and start playing it, as if I was telling him that he didn't know what he was talking about.
Jeez.
So I'm, this is sixth grade, you know, 1995. I'm bawling. I'm crying in class. I
Oh.
go home. Go home. Throw my neck strap. I'm like, I'm done playing music. Fuck it.
Oh, that
My,
sucks, dude.
so my dad's like, "What's wrong?" and all that. I'm like, I tell my dad. He's like, "Oh, really?" He's like, "You're not taking the bus tomorrow." I'm like, "I'm not." He's like, "No, I'm gonna take you to school."
Oh shit.
Let's just say that band teacher didn't say shit to me for the rest of the year.
Fucking awesome. That's awesome.
Because all my dad did was walked into the band room, and if you've ever been into a band room, there's always an office. And we walk in the band room. Dad walked straight into the office, didn't even knock. He opened the door, walked in, shut the door, and I just look over and I just see my teacher going like this, like, "Oh, this dude is gonna beat the crap out of him." My dad was not a typical Canadian, where, "Oh, hey bud, we're gonna talk this over, some brewskis and stuff." Like, no, my dad was like, "All right, bud, we're gonna go out in the parking lot and I'm gonna show you exactly how Gordie Howe used to handle
Holy
situations."
shit. I'm glad that your
Yeah.
dad stood up, but he was like, don't fucking do that. Like, there's
Dude,
different ways to do a thing. And just because you're the teacher, that doesn't mean that you can say the
yeah.
ultimate way. And if it's like, hey, if it works for you, if you feel like that works for you better, fucking fantastic. Great.
Yeah, and I mean, my dad, my dad had one thing. It's like, if you're wrong, I will stand, or if you're right, I will stand by your side. If you're wrong, I'm going to be your worst enemy. And there were only a few times where I had to use my dad. Like, so I told you the story of when I got sucker punched, and I didn't get that left hook in. I was coming up with that uppercut. The teacher grabbed me. Right, I got suspended. My dad picks me up from school. My dad is pissed at me. My dad's like, "What the fuck happened? Why are you suspended? What are we gonna do?" And I was like, "Dad, hold on. I didn't do anything." And he's like, "What do you mean you didn't do anything?" I'm like, "I don't know who this dude was. Never seen him before. Don't know his name. He came up from behind me and punched me in the face." He's like, "Did you hit him back?" "No. I was grabbed before I could." He's like, "Did you say anything?" I'm like, "How could I? The teachers were throwing me into the wall." He's like, "Really?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I
Damn.
gotta go back. I gotta go back." Like, see, that's the thing is, like, my life has so many levels to it. Um, my cousin came and lived with us for years, and I'm sorry, everyone, if my stories jump
No,
around,
I
but
love
there's
it. I feel like we're
reasons.
time traveling with Chris Ridgway right
Yeah.
now. It's great. I love it.
Um, my cousin had to live with us, and my cousin was only a couple years older than I was. So when I was in middle school, she was in high school, and the high school and the middle school were literally catty corner. Like, here's the high school, here's the middle school. Like, they're right next to each other. Like, you can walk. And actually we had to do a field trip once where we walked up and then over and there we were. So she was in choir, and the choir teacher, oh God, I was just thinking of his name the other day and I can't think of it right now. But anyways, he was a piece of shit. Like straight up, like you ever had a piece of shit teacher? This guy was worse. And he had the smug, like he was orchestra choir. So he had the nice hair, the very trim goatee. It was all silver, right? This man could play violin. Mmm, woman gems. And I told you guys earlier that I grew up in very rough areas. Like, a person earlier was like, oh, I live off of Donna Street. Donna Street's certain parts is very rough, but a cakewalk compared to where I grew up, you know. And Roxy has seen the area I grew up, and nothing has changed. Like, it is still, it looks like a third world nation in a city. It's like, it's weird.
Damn, that's rough.
And so my cousin is from Minnesota. She's very, she's very quiet and doesn't like, people. And some girl was making fun of her accent, and she told her to fuck off. And this girl beat the crap out of my cousin, while the choir teacher did nothing to stop it.
Jeez, really?
And so my dad went and same thing. Walked into the choir room, walked into the office, shut the door. Came out, said my cousin's been has been taken out of choir, and they're going to handle that situation. So my cousin didn't have to worry about retaliation or anything like that.
That's good.
That same choir teacher became the dean of my high school. So that's
Oh,
why these stories are coming
no.
together. So my dad's like, you didn't do anything. Why are you suspended? And I basically did that emote.
Yeah, I don't fucking know.
Like,
Good question.
I don't know. I'm like, he's like, you'll be back in school tomorrow. I'm like, no, I'm suspended for 4 days. You'll be back tomorrow. So we go. They, we walk up to the dean's office. And anybody that's ever been into administrative offices in schools know there's always a receptionist. And it was like the movies. My dad walked into the office, right past this little woman who was trying to stop him, into his office, shut the door. 2 minutes later, opened the door and said, my dad was like, all right, you can go to class.
Wow, rock on. Your dad's a
Yeah.
gangster.
Dude, my dad was thug, yeah. And that dean never messed with me. Like, he would say hi to me, like, hey, Chris, how you doing? Like, hey, you. Like,
I
there
feel
was,
like that's
there
how
was
I would be if I
fun.
was a parent. I feel like that's me too. I would just bust in and like handle shit and then walk out and be like, okay, get
But,
out.
like my dad said, it's like, he would go to bat 100% for me. Now, that dean, I think, had a lot of respect for my dad. And there was a situation that happened, and I'm not going to get into details about it. It was a very dumb situation that, honestly, looking back at it, I should have gone to jail. And I'm going to leave the mystery there.
Okay.
But that dean did come to bat for me and say, wait, this isn't him. This isn't a situation. Let's get all the facts. And when they got the facts, they realized, yeah, I wasn't responsible for this. So something happened at my school around when Columbine happened, and I got mixed up in it trying to protect somebody.
Shit.
Um, and and it got to the point where I was sitting in the because at our schools we actually have real cops. We didn't have hall monitors. We actually had
Really?
police. Oh yeah.
Oh damn.
Um, I was sitting in basically the prison, like in the jail. Like yeah, I was 5 minutes away from ending up in jail. So
Shit.
but but he came to bat and was like, "Hold on, before we take him away, can we get all the information?" And when all the information came out, everyone was cleared in it, and so I thank that dean for that. But I thank
Sure.
my dad more because he was scared my dad was going to come in and punch a cop. Like, so
Probably a fair assessment there.
yeah,
That's crazy. Oh my goodness. That sucks that he
yeah.
ended up becoming the dean, but I'm glad that you worked your shit out because otherwise that would have, been way
No,
worse.
Walt, my dad wasn't like a big man. Well, I mean, he was tall. My dad was 6'3". But he wasn't muscular or anything like that. He was a mechanic. But my dad, uh, I don't know. I think my dad may have played hockey. I don't know. Like, I don't
But he
know.
wasn't
Like,
like a big buff kind of. He
no,
wasn't Vin
no, my
Diesel
dad,
walking in there or something.
no. I mean, if I were to show you guys a picture, oh my God, I wonder if I have that on this phone. I'll keep talking, and I wonder if I can find it. But I mean, my dad was, yeah, he's not a big dude, and he was lanky, but it was just my dad was, from a time where I mean, he was in Vietnam. Like, dude had a fight, I can't really explain it. My dad was just that was a cool dude. Um, I mean, we did have plenty of disagreements and plenty of times where we would shout and yell at each other. But yeah,
Well, I'm glad that
I don't have it on this phone.
that shit
I
worked
don't.
out. That's cool.
I do have a picture of my mom. If you want to see the woman that took me to a strip club when I was 2.
Yes. Yes, I do. Dang it.
Well, what's funny is like my mom and I have we've never had that conversation, but she knows I know what she did before I was born. Like we have that mutual understanding, and it's like we don't talk about it. But
She's like, you weren't supposed to
yeah,
remember that stuff. And you're like, I fucking do.
yeah. Well, don't leave out photo albums.
Oh. Oh, man.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
don't have any pictures of my dad on this phone, and because Facebook deleted my original um, profile, I don't.
Yeah.
Those pictures are on there, and
Oh, that's too
but
bad. That sucks.
yeah, there's a really cool photo of my dad and I together. There's actually a really funny photo of my dad in drag, which my dad had a full beard and he was in drag. It was a Halloween thing, but yeah.
Oh, that's
And
so fun.
we did it side by side of me in drag and my dad, and everyone's like, "Oh, we get it now."
So, what kind of music were you into in high school? Like, what was your favorite bands and like your shit?
Bare Naked Ladies.
God damn it. They're coming in concert soon with Gin Blossoms and Toad the Wet
Yeah,
Sprocket, and I want to go see Gin Blossoms and Toad the Wet Sprocket. I was like, I should have Chris come up and come with me to the show, and I'll fucking
I'll
watch
go. I'll
Bare
go
Naked.
see Jim Blossoms
It'd be fun, and
with
I
Bare Naked
love
Ladies.
Toad the Wet Sprocket. Are you a Toad fan? You listen to
No,
really?
I've only heard one of their songs, and I
Really?
always forget that I always forget that I know one of their songs.
Dude, I love their Dulciana album. That's like me and Justin's like album. Like that and the Counting Crows. Those are our two favorites. Like that's a great fucking album. I saw these guys
Yeah.
in concert in I don't know, 94 or something like that. And it was fantastic. So I would love to get to see them again. But Bare Naked Ladies,
Um,
that was your shit, huh?
no, no, and I love Uncle Scar, Backstreet Boys, and I have a reason for that. I actually have a musical logistical reason why Backstreet Boys. They were close to what I grew up listening to, which was Roxy's favorite band, New Kids on the Block,
Yeah.
because NSYNC was built solely based on the sell Justin Timberlake. They were selling him from the get go. While Backstreet Boys, if you listen to every Backstreet Boys song, all five of them take some kind of line, some kind of verse. Same with Spice Girls. All five of them sang a line or a verse or something like that. Where NSYNC was all Justin Timberlake. Maybe occasionally you get what was his name? JT? No. Yeah, was it JT?
Wait, Justin Timberlake was in Sync. He
No.
wasn't a Backstreet Boy. I thought he was in the Backstreet
Yeah,
Boys.
Justin Timberlake was in Sync. Who was the other big name that? Yeah, JC Chazez. Chazez.
Never heard of any of
Um,
these people.
no, okay. So in high school, um, that's when I had a musical shift because it's like I had already been listening to Green Day, but I was like I grew up in an area that was heavily gangster rap, and I had an older brother that listened to like the pop radio station. So it's like growing up, it was like I had a very very weird musical like these are the bands that you listen to. So the bands grew up listening to CCR, Blondie, some old country stuff like Hank Williams, and my mom was into like the 80s 90s country, so Reba McEntire, Alan Jackson, Brooks and Dunn, stuff like that. But then then there was the rock and roll stuff of Creedence and a little bit of Bob Seger mixed in there. But it's like I gravitated more towards like Creedence and Blondie. And so then in '94, I hear Green Day, Dookie. My friend at the time made me a copy of his CD, so he gave me the tape and all that. So I had Dookie on cassette. I'm like, this band is awesome. I
Hell
want to
yeah.
hear all their music. And then in high school, that's when it really got like to the shift of what else is out there. And I remember hearing in a movie, I think, or something like that, just this song would just like the drum. I'm like, hell yeah, just like, and then hey ho, let's go, and I'm like, where are we going? I want to punch something right now, like,
I love it. Where the
and
fuck are we
it was
going?
it was at that moment I heard the Ramones for the first time, and I was like, I need to hear this entire band's catalog. I need to meet this band. Where are they? Who are they? Why are they? And it's just like I had so many questions. Like I didn't know. Like, my only idea of punk was Green Day. Didn't know Blondie was a punk band, but then like all the things you see in the media of what punk rockers are, and it's like I knew I've heard of the Dead Kennedys, but that band is they're too hard. Now I listen to the Dead Kennedys like, I thought that was hard. Like really?
Did you ever get the
What's wrong with me?
Punkorama albums that came out around that
Oh
time?
yeah. Oh,
Punkorama
I
1, I
never got
got
that.
given it for free from a record store. It was just like a giveaway promo. And that's when I was like, oh, what the fuck? This is badass shit, man.
Yeah.
So good.
So there was in high school, we'd have on Tuesday nights was marching band practice because we were able to get the football field, and so at 5 o'clock we'd have practice until about 8 o'clock, and then you're waiting for your parents or you're waiting for your ride home and stuff like that, and some fellow musicians, bandmates, we were hanging out at my friend Yvonne's car while we're all waiting and all that, and she puts on this CD, and my eyes open wide. And all I heard was da 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 da. I'm like, okay, some horns. I'm like, cool. And then this guitar rips in, and I'm like, whoa, hold on, punk with horns? And ska becomes my life. Like that moment on, I'm like, who's this band? They're like, oh, it's Real Big Fish. I need this album. They're like, oh, here's Save Ferris. Here's the Mighty Mighty Boss. And so it was literally overnight.
Wow.
Punk and ska became my life.
That's so
Like I'm
cool.
like, so I get into Real Big Fish, and I'm like, cool. I wanna I wanna go to concerts. Like I wanna be a part of this like lifestyle. And sure as shit, I see in uh, this local kind of zine um, magazine and all that some punk friends handed me that Real Big Fish is coming to Las Vegas, and I'm like, I need to go to this, but how do I convince my parents to let me go to a concert? So The week before the Real Big Fish concert is Bare Naked Ladies. So I asked my dad, I'm like, do you want to go to a concert? My dad's like, yeah, let's go. And my dad had heard some of their songs and all that. So we went, and my dad and I went and saw Bare Naked Ladies at Mandalay Bay Event Center here in
So that
Vegas.
was your first
and
concert.
That was, well, it was my first rock concert. My very first concert, New Kids on the Block,
Oh,
baby.
hell yeah.
Oh wait,
yeah.
no. Oh my God, no. Roxy and I actually proved that wrong.
What?
My very first concert goes back to actually when I was 6 years old at Disneyland, and there was like this. I can't remember what part of Disneyland. It's no longer there. But anyways, my parents, we would go every year to like Disneyland, or we would go to Knott's Berry Farm or something like that. This one time, we're walking up to the gate right when it opened, and performing that night at Disneyland, and I was wrong. It's actually, get this, ready? Sheena Easton.
Really? That's
I
so
always
80s.
I thought it was Gloria Estefan. It was Sheena Easton, and my mom flipped. She's like, oh, "We have to go," and it's like the show started at 8:00. So we went, and my dad, my brother, and I sat in the back, and my mom and her best friend were up front watching Sheena Easton.
What a fun
So my first
surprise.
concert-
That's awesome. For your mom to be like
So,
so pumped on that. It's cool.
so and then after that, New Kids on the Block, and then Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles live in concert.
Oh, I bet that was so fun.
Oh, no, it was cool.
Oh,
But I'm like 7, 8 years old. It's like, yeah. So my first rock concert was Bare Naked Ladies. I mean, besides all the cool high school and middle school band concerts we used to
totally
have.
so hip.
So yeah, I want Uncle Scar. I want to say it was somewhere. Like I remember it was like an amphitheater kind of seating, so that might be right. I'm not sure. So so Ticketmaster used to be inside grocery stores here in Vegas, and oh my God, I just remembered. Sorry. I remember going to the store with my dad, and I said, "Hey, Dad, there's a concert next week, but it's on Wednesday, and I really want to go. The concert doesn't start until 8:00, but I really want to go. It's this band," and I'm like explaining it, and he's like, "It's a school night," and I'm like, "I know, I promise. I have a ride there. I have a ride home. Blah blah blah." He's like, "All right, go." So I buy this ticket,
Awesome.
$5. It's a $5
Come
ticket.
on,
I'm like,
that's awesome.
yeah, so $7 after taxes. So my band, Almost Heroes, we all go, and I didn't drive at the time. I didn't have a car, so the lead singer Robbie had a car. Nick had a car, so we take Nick's car, and he had a hoopty. This thing had no right being street legal at all. And so we go, and my mind is just destroyed at this point because it smells horrible in there. Everyone is packed in real tight. There's mosh pits. There's people crowd surfing. I'm going like this.
So awesome.
All of it. I want all of this. And I'm like, guys, I got to go to the bathroom. So I go to the bathroom, and I'm standing at the urinal, doing my thing, and I look over, and there's this little tiny guy standing next to me. And every time I tell his story, he gets smaller and smaller. And I said, "Hey, you were the singer of the first band, or second band." He's like, "Yeah, man." I'm like, "Dude, your band was cool." He's like, "Thank you so much." We do our business, wash our hands, you know. That guy was a guy named Derek Wembley from a band called Sum 41. They were the opening band to Real Big Fish.
Okay.
And so I'm talking to this little midget guy because he says the words, "Man, we love shows like this. We're never gonna be on MTV, like Carson Daly. This is what it's all about." 6 months later, Sum 41 is on MTV, and all the girls love him, and I'm like, that little
Oh,
prick.
that's so funny. That's funny.
I'll tell you the story about how I confronted him years later about that.
Oh,
So
really?
anyway, go watch Real Big Fish. I'm just I'm in heaven. Like it this light is on just boop and I'm like I want to be a rock star. Like I love doing theater. I love doing music. I want to do all the entertainment I can do. And so concert ends. I buy my Real Big Fish shirt that I still have to this day. It's packed away tightly because it started getting holes in it, and I'm like, I got to preserve this. This is my first concert shirt, you know. Um, we get to Nick's car, and it doesn't start. And I'm looking at the time, and
Oh, no.
I'm like, it's 1 a.m. Can we get this car started? I don't have a cell phone. No one has a cell phone that's working.
Dang it. Dang it. Oh, you're in so much trouble.
So so we get the car started. I get home at 2:45, and I know I'm in trouble because my parents went to bed usually around 10, 11 o'clock. It's 2:45, and the kitchen light is still on. That's telling me two things. My dad's awake, and I'm dead.
Fuck.
And
That
I
sucks
walk
because you didn't
over,
even do anything on purpose. It just happens.
I,
Circumstances.
I walk in, and all I hear is, well, I'm like, Nick's car, the battery died. We had to get a jump start. He's like, you know, you have school in 3 hours. I'm like, I know. He's like, you're going. I'm like, I know. And I did. I got up the next morning. I put on my Real Big Fish shirt, and I went to school.
Okay. So you did it. You pulled it together.
And when I got home that night or that afternoon, well, when my dad got home from work that day, he was like, "All right." He's like, "I'm proud of you. You went to school." He's like, "I know you're tired." I'm like, nope. But it was worth it. It was worth it. So that was my yeah, Real Big Fish was my punk rock uh, cherry pop, I guess. It was that, and then as soon as I graduated high school, I was going to concerts every single. If there was a concert that night in Vegas, I was going to it. Didn't matter where it was. It was like the Huntridge, Sanctuary, Tremors, the Castle, wherever there was concerts, I was going because it's like I wanted to meet people. I wanted to start bands. I wanted people to come and watch my band because here I am drumming for a punk rock band. It's like I need you people to come watch my band,
For
and
sure.
and it was a lot of fun.
What was your favorite live shows that you've seen in concert? Like out of all the shows, give me like a I don't know a top three or at least notable mentions.
I mean, I have, and this is no joke, and I probably maybe somewhere in storage have the box still, but uh, I had a box of ticket stubs of every concert because it's like there was no you didn't have a phone to scan your ticket. You had a ticket stub,
Yeah.
and I can't. That first Bare Naked Ladies concert was amazing because those guys were just so freaking talented. But if you to this day, I will say the best concert I've ever been to, and the best band I've ever seen live, and it will be extremely hard for anyone to even beat that show. In fact, that band I've seen multiple times has not been able to top that one show. Would be in 2000, Green Day on the Warning tour,
Really?
and the opening band was the Living End, and uh, they came out swinging. I actually found the set list and I read it to Roxy, and she was like, "That's a damn good set list." Like there was just no lulls in that show.
That's
Um,
awesome that that was just like high energy the whole time and you're just digging it.
Oh,
That's
it's
cool.
and I mean this is Billy Joe Armstrong is still on drugs. He is chubby and just doesn't care. Like that it was prime Billy Joe Armstrong. And it just left me with this whole like, oh my god. And so I went with my brother. My brother came back to Vegas after the military, and so it was him, myself, and we ran into my high school friend Utopia, and Utopia is 100% the flower child of all flower childs. Like she every week had different color hair. Was just we called her Utopia for a reason. So she's there, and so we all watch The Living End together, and we're amazed by them. And then the lights go down, and if you've ever been to a Green Day show, they've done this same thing every single time, and they will continue doing it. Is they have a drunk bunny go out on stage, and they play Blitzkrieg Bop,
Oh, that's
and
fun.
he gets the crowd going and all that. As soon as the lights go down, and then they come back up with Green Day starting, and they started with Nice Guys Finish Last. And as soon as the first note hit, the pit starts. My brother gets sucked into the mosh pit. It was like the it was like the Tasmanian devil. Just like anything in its path, it got sucked in, and my brother was gone. All I saw was my brother's hand, and that was the last I saw of him. Utopia grabbed my hands and put it around her waist, and she pushed forward, and we made our way all the way to front row.
Oh, fun.
And so we're standing in front of Mike Dirnt the whole show. At one point, she handed me her bra, and I thought she said throw it, but she told me to hold it, but I threw it, and
Oh
it hit Mike.
no. Really? That's so
Yeah.
funny.
And so Green Day, they still kind of do it. It's a little bit different now, but they always ask for three musicians to get on stage to play Operation Ivy's Knowledge, but their version of it. And so I'm standing in front of Mike Dirnt, and they ask for a drummer, and so Utopia's like throwing my hands in the air. She's like, he's a drummer. So Mike's like pointing at me, and he's walking over to Billy Joe Armstrong, and Billy Joe picks somebody else. So Mike was like, oh, I'm sorry. And I'm like, eh. He threw a pick. So I have a Mike Dirnt pick.
That's awesome. Oh,
So
that's
that was
so
from that show.
fun.
So, I mean, there was just, and then, so the show gets done. Everyone's leaving and stuff like that. And I find my brother, who his shirt is ripped. And his hair is all messed up. He couldn't get out. Every time he tried to get out of the mosh pit, he just got sucked right back in.
Oh
So he spent
man.
an entire hour and 40 minutes in a mosh pit. So I
Fuck.
felt really bad, but I'm like, I got to pick.
Dude,
So
that's
that
so fun.
that that is probably, and I mean, to see Green Day, a band that I had been listening to for so long, it was like to finally see them live was just like, oh my god, this is everything I thought it would be. Um, Close to second, and it's only a nostalgia reason. I mean, show was great, but John Fogerty. So seeing him live, that's more of a I'm finally seeing the person. The reason I play music is that man.
So that was more like
And
dear to your heart than it was like stage show, but that
oh,
was like so
oh
dear.
man, I'm bawling my eyes out. Like I'm like, this is John Fogerty's right there. Like, yeah.
You didn't get to meet him though, no?
No, I still haven't. If I ever got to meet John Fogerty, I'm pretty sure that may be a situation. I just start giggling because I think I'm dead.
Well, you've interviewed so many musicians. Is there a way to revive it and be like, hey, I'd like to interview you for this
Yeah, I
thing?
mean, well, it would be very weird with um doing because I did punk rock and to get somebody like John Fogerty, I mean it would be nearly impossible probably. You know, I'm not CNN or Rolling Stone. Most
Dang.
violent mosh pit was wow, really? SNFU? SNFU? The most violent mosh pit I've ever been in was Tiger Army. And I we actually have a friend that worked security at the House of Blues in Vegas. And this dude is We call him Viking, and he is built like a Viking. Long beard, long hair, dude's just he's a tree. And it's not like a tiny like fern or anything. Like no, this man is like he's like an oak tree. Dude's huge. Even he goes, yeah, those are pretty bad. Like those scare me.
My most violent pit was Pantera, and I was tiny. I mean, I'm still tiny, but I was a lot
Yeah,
skinnier.
let's
I
say.
was a lot smaller then, and it was White Zombie and Pantera, and White Zombie played first, and the crowd was like rocking out, but it was like manageable. And then Pantera comes on, and the shit got like bananas super fast. And I was just smooshed around. I ended up getting hit in the eye on accident from this like skinhead guy, and my contact got all fucked up in my eye, and it was like, it was pretty intense. And I was like, okay, maybe I don't need to be in Pantera Pit at 15 years old right now with scary skinhead men in Miami. Maybe not,
Yeah,
you know. So that, yeah, that was probably the most intense pit situation. It's hard being so short because
yeah.
everyone's backs are just smushed in your face. Like you can't see, and it's rough. It's like uncomfortable.
The most polite mosh pit I've ever been in was in Salt Lake City at Warp Tour for Real Big Fish, and my shoe became untied, and so like in between songs, I like reached down and tied my shoe, and most mosh pits are like, yeah, get out of the way and stuff like that. They built a circle around me, like they're like,
Really?
go ahead, brother. Like they're like holding me and like pushing people back, and it's like no one's moshing because there's no music. But I'm like, what is going on? Like here in Vegas, somebody would like pee on me or something. Like,
Yeah,
oh, get out of the
that's
pit.
nice. I'm glad they were looking out for you. People
Yeah.
just get crazy sometimes, man. Like I remember hearing like a Bad Religion show. Within the first like
Yeah.
2 minutes, you split your elbow. RJ got elbowed in the fucking ribs. Like shit got crazy like immediately, like right off the fucking bat.
Yeah,
That sucks.
but I mean, also a testament of I'm way too punk for this is I stayed the whole show just going, okay, whatever. I'm bleeding a little bit. I'm like, it doesn't hurt. I mean, it was a little sore and all that. Still sang every song, and I'm like, oh, this sucks. And afterwards, like, hey, does anybody have a Band-Aid? And then that I split my arm at like 10:15. We got home at 3 a.m. and that's when I looked and I'm like, I need to go to the hospital. Like
That
I was just,
sucks.
I'm so punk rock. I'm like, whatever.
It's soaking into my hoodie. It's fine. It's a black hoodie. It's no big
Yeah, I'm like,
deal.
whatever. Chrissy Lou, I crowd surfed at well, not my first time, but I remember crowd surfing at a Warp Tour during Less Than Jake, and I'm into it. I'm up in the air. It's in San Diego, and I'm like, yeah. And they stop the song, and they're like, that was our last song. Good night. And then so there's two stages at Warped Tour. So Less Than Jake's on this one, and as soon as they end, this band starts. Well, this band was the Used, and so it's like Johnny Quest, these were sellouts. Done. Good night. Can you hear me? Is it? And the whole crowd did this movement, like they all just shifted to the other stage while I'm still in midair. I didn't go with the people. I went.
Ah,
I cartooned this. Like I'm like this ain't good, and I just went straight down on
dude, that
pavement.
sucks. They just fucking dropped you, man. That's
Yeah.
bullshit. Come
Yeah.
on. Yeah, I actually
Uh,
at that Pantera White Zombie show, that was I think the first time that I crowd surfed, and it sucked because uh, being a woman, I was like, oh, this is gonna be so fun. You would not even believe how many people were just grabbing my fucking boobs.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it's I. So we had an etiquette. Well, there was a group of us. Because I like I said, I was going to concerts all the time, and we formed like a little group of the same people. Like we would see we didn't know each other, we didn't have each other's phone numbers. We know we got each other's names and stuff like that, but we were like the concert group. Like we knew the mosh pit was going to consist of these people, and we protected everyone that came because we wanted to have fun, and we wanted others to have fun. And so there was, there's a guy named Cody. Actually, the person that booked the show that Crimson Riot's playing tomorrow, Pulsar. he was we called, he was the chubby little kid with an afro. Like he was at every show. So it's like I'm still friends with him. And there was Punk Rock Michelle, there was Tyler, there was all these people. And if we saw that shit, if we saw some a girl crowd surfing and somebody copying a feel, that person got punched
Awesome.
and they
Thank you.
got thrown. And it's like you don't fucking do that. It's like what if that's your little sister? It's like, trust me, I will be, Roxy will tell you 100%. I used to be, I'm not going to say I'm changed or anything. I used to be a really bad horn dog. Like, I, I thought I was, I'm the lead singer of a punk rock band. Everybody wants me. I'm the drummer of a punk rock band. Everybody wants me. I'm the saxophonist in a ska band. Everybody wants to borrow my car. Like it was like that. And so even I knew at concerts you don't do that. You don't grab girls' butts. You don't grab girls' boobs if they're crowd surfing. You don't do it if they're standing in
No.
front of you. You don't do that. And so we protected each other. And there was this one time, excuse me, I got something in my throat. Can you get me water? Water. Um, there was one time our friend Punk Rock Michelle, and this girl was a firecracker. Like I'm not afraid of a lot of people. She scared the shit out of me
Really?
because I saw her punch a dude in the throat because he grabbed her ass. And she was tiny.
Awesome.
She's like 5 foot, maybe 5'1". She was tiny. And this dude had to be 6 foot. He was a little bit taller than me. And we all saw it from across the pit. This dude, like, just full on just grab her ass. Because she was wearing, the cheetah skirt and stuff like that. And she just turned around and just straight knuckled into the throat. And we
Badass.
all just sat there going, I ain't gonna fuck with her. Like,
That's awesome.
are you guys gonna go protect her? She got it.
Yeah, Walt said something similar that he knew a woman who got her butt pinched at a concert and she kicked the guy in the nuts. That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, there was that group of people. We went to so many concerts together that we just looked out for each other, and not just at one venue. It was like multiple venues. And the last time we saw her, uh, she, myself, my best friend Bob, and our friend Cody all got injured in the pit because a bunch of jocks showed up to a punk rock show because the band that was opening up for Goldfinger was a band called Mest, which like they for some reason they infiltrated the cheerleader jock market, and so it was like all these jocks and cheerleaders all into them and all that, and so obviously the jocks don't know punk mosh pit etiquette. And so they're in there just throwing elbows, throwing fists and stuff like that. So Bob got hit in the gut. I got hit in the jaw. Cody got hit. I think he got hit in the face, and Michelle got just like this dude like just swung straight at her tits. And so all of us are out of the pit like all injured, and we're like, all right, we got to stop this. And we all just like all like linked arms and just went in and just just did a full sweep of the mosh pit. And we're like, this is ours. And it was like, this is
Good.
our house, bitch.
That's awesome. I'm glad you guys like stood up for what was right and tried to take these douchebags out. Like I swear, like the
Yeah,
jocks and all those kind of like douchey people, they just think that they can go wherever and just do whatever and get away with shit. They're the most
yeah.
disrespectful demographic, I feel like. It shows especially.
It was the first wall of death at a punk show. Yeah, it was for meth too. If you ever, Sammy, I have to take 2 seconds real quick.
Of course. Take 2 seconds. Grab it in. Whiz break. Okay, so let's ask the chat. What was your guys' favorite concerts that you have been to? What are some of your favorite shows that you have seen live? I would say my favorites is Roger Waters, and I'm so glad that Roger Waters is going to be playing again in September. I've been waiting 2 years for this show. Rush always. Oh, good night, Walt. Sweet dreams, my darling. Thank you for being here. Iron Maiden. Fuck yeah, Chid. We got to see Iron Maiden. It was maybe 2019. Yeah, I think it was 2019. And that was so awesome. I'm not like super familiar with their whole catalog. I'm not like the hugest Iron Maiden fan, but I like everything that I've heard. I like it enough. And they are just such like the quintessential rock and roll band that we're like, man, this is going to be such a good show. Like, we got to go. And it was such a fun show. The pyrotechnics were like off the charts for that show. It was so fun. So, so, so good. Yay. Oh, Steve, you're going to be there.
Oh,
Oh, awesome. Steve is going to be at the Roger Waters show that I will be at. That's awesome. I'm sure we will meet before then, especially when these guys come out, when Crimson does their tour. I know, Steve, you said you're going to come out, but we'll have to link up at the Roger Waters show for sure. Ooh, Chrissy
yeah,
saw
we
B
gotta.
52s. Ooh.
Oh, nice. I mean, I have seen so many bands, and um, I mean, I've seen so many bands that I've forgotten that I've seen bands.
Yeah, there's no way I could make a list of every band that I've seen live. There's no fucking
Yeah.
possible way. Like, there's certain notable ones that really stand out, but there are just so many
I
that
mean,
I couldn't even do it.
I think I'm at the point in my life where I haven't seen a band that I wanted to see, minus bands that are either no longer around or passed away or stuff like that. Like, I never thought I would ever see John Fogerty. I thought it would never happen because he wasn't really. By the time I was going to concerts, he wasn't touring very much. He was doing shows here and there, but wasn't coming to Vegas. There was no place for him to play in Vegas. But I did get to see Creedence Clearwater Revisited, which is the surviving members of Creedence. They went on with a new singer, and it just wasn't the same. It's like I got to see that, and I'm like, this is horrible, whatever. And then I got to see John Fogerty. I never got to see the Ramones because Joey Ramone passed away. And I mean, they broke up in '96 anyways, but Joey Ramone passed away in 2000, 2001? Yeah, 2001. So it was like, I never got to see them, but I have seen Marky Ramone. I have seen CJ Ramone. So it's like, got to see
Sure.
at least two of the Ramones. Um, I, I've seen Blondie. I've gotten to see X. Um,
Oh, that's awesome. They were just here recently. X was here, and I didn't know until later that night when people posted on Facebook that they went to the X show, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what the
yeah.
fuck? I didn't even know. It was Art Walk night. So I would have really
Oh,
struggled because I mean I gotta go do art walk, like I'm in charge of the gallery,
right.
but I might have finagled something. But my
Yeah.
friend did say, I'm sorry you missed this one, but they come every fall here. And
Yeah.
I was like,
No, I mean,
okay,
X,
okay.
yeah, they still want to tour. I mean, the first time we got to see X, it was John Doe and Exene opening for Blondie and Garbage. And then
Cool.
the year later, X played Punk Rock Bowling. So it's like we got to see.
Cool.
And actually, this past Punk Rock Bowling got to see Devo, and Devo has said this is it. Like, we may do one-off shows, but we're not touring anymore. We're not
Wow.
going to do big festival. Like, it maybe once in a while they'll do something, but they don't see a reason to do it anymore. They're like, all right,
Sure.
we're done. We're actually done. So it's like, cool, got to see Devo. So it's like, I never got to see Rush. I will never get to see Rush now. So it's like, but every band I've ever wanted to see, I've seen up to this point,
That's
and
awesome. There's
I'm
quite a
I'm
few that
glad
I
that I
missed because I love grunge and I love a lot of these bands that no longer exist. And it sucks that I was not able to see Nirvana or Soundgarden or Alice in Chains.
I take it back. There is one band I would love to see, but two bands actually. And the reason that if I don't see them, I'm not going to be heartbroken, um, is Fleetwood Mac and Smashing Pumpkins.
Okay.
And for me, for Smashing Pumpkins, it's like Billy William Corgan just get over whatever it is. You keep claiming that there's no animosity, but get Darcy back in the band.
Yeah,
Like, stop
for
this.
sure.
Stop. You're not Smashing Pumpkins without Darcy.
Thanks for the bits,
And
Chid. Good night. I love you. Thank you.
oh, night, Chid.
I actually got to see Smashing Pumpkins on the Melancholy tour with
Oh,
Garbage. It was with
nice.
Garbage. Garbage was opening
Yeah.
for Smashing Pumpkins, and it was an awesome show. It was really really good. I'm sorry
Yeah,
that you didn't
and
get to see that tour because it was very
no, I
good.
mean, eventually I may just get over it and go see. And then the other thing is Fleetwood Mac is they need to stop this shit with Lindsey Buckingham. It's like, look, just you need Lindsey Buckingham. You need him.
Lindsey Buckingham actually came into the pizza shop that I used to manage, and I was fucking off that day. And I was so bummed out because my employees were messaging me and they're like, dude, fucking Lindsey Buckingham is in here. And I was like, God damn it. The one day that I'm off, I'm there like every other day of the week. And I missed Lindsey fucking Buckingham coming in to get pizza. Damn, that's okay. But yeah, he's
Yeah,
awesome. He's awesome.
yeah. Maybe I hope to see. I know Roxy really wants to see Stevie Nicks, and it's like if
I'd
Stevie
love
goes
to.
on tour, it's like I'll go see that.
I would love to see Stevie. I've never seen her, and I think that would be so much fun. I would be totally down to go. If that does happen, you can count me in. I'll go rock
Yeah.
out, you know? And Fleetwood Mac and Stevie's not necessarily my favorite. They're definitely not in my top 10 or anything like that, but I absolutely appreciate and love their music. So I think it would be a really cool uh, band to see live, especially a lot of these people are getting old. Like, they're getting old.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. Most of the music that I listen to, everybody's old as fuck at this point, or at least getting old, you know? Like, I don't listen to really anything past, the late 90s. So, like, everyone's fucking
Actually,
old.
it's really funny you mentioned that because last night Roxy and I were sitting on the couch and I'm just browsing Twitter and I see a post that somebody shared. Oh, it was Chris Stein from Blondie shared out, and it was the conversations happening in the band text right now because Debbie Harry's trending. And for some reason, the last couple of days, Debbie Harry has been trending on Twitter. So the text message was Debbie texting the group, Chris, why am I trending? Am I dead? And I just thought that was so adorable because, here's Debbie Harry who's like 74 years old and she's texting, knows what trending is, and she's like, why? Am I dead?
That's so
And so,
fucking funny.
yeah, and so all these people are trying to keep Debbie Harry, the hashtag Debbie Harry trending on Twitter right now, just because it's like, well, we lost Betty White, so who else do we have? Debbie Harry is now taking over that
Oh, that's
spot.
awesome. That's super cute. Someone's got to fill that spot. But yeah, everybody's getting fucking old. And it's kind of bumming me out because so many of the greats, we've already lost people from their bands. The bands no longer exist or they've replaced their
Yeah,
singers, which is not the fucking same. So as far as like a lot of the music that's very very dear to me, like it's over as far as seeing these bands live. But at least like with Roger Waters, at least he is doing his own thing, and then you've got David Gilmour doing his own thing, and then Nick Mason is doing his own thing, and they're all doing Pink Floyd music. They're just not doing it
right.
together. So it's the closest thing you can get. And I'm so bummed
Yeah,
Nick Mason got fucking postponed. I got Tavia tickets for Nick Mason and it got fucking postponed. And 2 years ago, I got her tickets for Bikini Kill and that show got canceled.
oh,
So I keep buying her tickets to go to shows and they keep fucking canceling. I'm like, God damn it. But yeah, it's really weird thinking how old everybody's getting at this point and they're just going to
I
start
mean, oh,
dropping.
well, we're sitting here talking about my musical history, and I mean we didn't even really touch the surface of that, but it's like we have um, Waybug. Waybug comes into our streams from Australia, no spaces, um, and requests grocery store reject songs all the time, and it's
Awesome.
like, uh, no,
No?
That some of those songs are now 20 years old. I don't remember them. I haven't
Oh.
played them in 13 years. And it's like going back like, wait a minute. Those songs are 20 years old now. And then I go back and the bass player for my punk band in high school, Almost Heroes, went on to have a very successful music career. Is still very successful. He was the bassist and founding member of Escape the Fate and his new band Violent New Breed. So this guy is
Awesome.
great. And we were talking recently, just joking around about doing an Almost Heroes reunion. Like, let's just do it. I get back on the drums, you get back on the bass, we get Robbie on board, and he's 100% down. I know Robbie, our lead singer, is 100% down to do it. Our lead guitarist just has no interest,
Oh,
and
that
we're like,
sucks.
I mean, we're gonna ask him, but it's like we keep joking around. It's like, how many people are going to want to come see this? And it's like, if we posted on Facebook, each one of us posted, all of our high school friends would come back to Vegas to see one show. They would do it. Like, it's just because there was we used to throw backyard shows. Because our lead singer Robbie lived in literally in the middle of nowhere in North Las Vegas. Actually, where he lives now is a Mormon church, or I mean, where he lived, his house when they sold the land, a Mormon church was built on that plot of land, and it's
Wow.
like, if you knew the shit that happened on this land where this church is,
It's cursed land, punk.
oh,
Cursed.
dude, it was well. So this is in the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s, and it was a dirt road to his house, and so the area was still building up. Bless you. Was still building up, but it was still far enough away. Like his nearest neighbor was a mile away. And so we would throw these crazy backyard concerts. It was Almost Heroes and then whoever else. And so we had one time we had this one ska band playing, we had a metal band. The first show we ever played, we played on top of his shed, and it was just way too high. Everyone was just standing there like this watching the band. So then we built a stage. Such a rickety stage. It was not even a stage. It was just there was holes in it. Like my cymbal stand was in the hole. Like it was just like, oh, I guess this is where it lives now. Lighting rig and all that. I mean, it was the place, and it was just wild. Like you're to put it in perspective, it was 5 acres of land that he lived on, and there were goats and cats and dogs and everything. And I can't explain, like, the greatest feeling in the world is while you're playing this punk rock show, there's a mosh pit, and you look over, and a goat is just sauntering towards the mosh pit. And you're just like,
That's
oh, what
awesome.
do we do? And then the goat just stops and watches the mosh pit. It's like, we threw a concert with goats.
That's
Like, come on. Like,
awesome.
oh, yeah, these backyard shows were just wild and just so much fun. And, I mean, the daylight breaks and there's just passed out punks all around.
That sounds
There's
so fun. I think it would be
it
great
will,
if you revive it for a one-time show. That'd be fun.
I mean, well, yeah, we would have to do another desert show. And what's funny is I have to find it. I actually have, uh, God bless my ex girlfriend's heart on this, but I have footage of one of the backyard shows. I think that one there was we used to name them the El Burro Loco show. Oh, that was the other thing. There was burros that would just like wander around the property. But when the music started, they would just like,
A burro.
we're
What's a
gonna.
burro?
Burros are basically donkeys, but a little bit smaller. So they're
Oh,
part of the donkey family.
cute. So they're like
They're
mini
they're
donkeys.
they're not many. They're still big,
Okay.
but they're a little bit smaller. They're mostly desert donkeys, I guess is the way you can put it. Like, um, if you, I'll show you a picture later. Adorable donkey. Yeah, they are a little bit adorable, but they would just like stay away. They're like, yeah, we ain't going near that. So we call them the El Burro Loco shows, and
That's
so
cute.
um, we filmed. There was 4 bands playing, and after each band, I would turn off the video recorder, save tape because it's VHS. It's- late '90s, everyone.
Back in my day, we had the
We're
VHS.
the we're the second to last band, and uh, she forgot to hit record. So I got all the bands
Oh.
except Almost Heroes, and I don't know if Nick or Robbie have any video because I would love for people to see
Damn.
that band. That band was fun. It was like it was. They wanted to be like MXPX, Newfound Glory, like really pop punky, and I was just putting like no effects drum beats over it. I was like fast, just double time
Fucking
punk beats.
awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, it was a
Oh,
lot
I
of
bet it
fun.
was good.
So we keep joking that that we're gonna bring back that band for one show and that's it. And yeah,
What years
that
was
band was,
that? Like, what years was
that was
it active?
yeah 90. Yeah, I want to say like 99 to 2001.
Okay. That would be
Like
sick.
we all met in high school and we all kind of jammed along. And then the way the band formed was I was playing drums, um, and and so then they were like they wanted to do the talent show. And so they're like, "Hey man, do you think you can play drums?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" I'm like, "What song?" And so they're like, "Well, we're gonna have two bands, two different names. The only difference between the bands is one band's gonna have two extra members." And I'm like, "Okay." And he's like, "That band there, we're gonna do Slipknot, Wait and Bleed." I'm like, "Okay, you know, sure, I can do that. I'm Joey Jordison."
Did you pull it off?
And so, uh, yes and no. Um, I was all ready, and as soon as the curtain opened, and I started hitting the cymbal and all that, and as soon as the first like kicks in, it's double bass. Uh, my left pedal on my double kick went straight to the ground, and the spring broke.
On the
And
first
so I
kick?
on the first kick,
Ah!
so I had to play the whole song with just one foot. So my right foot was just doing this the whole time. It's just doubles all night. I mean,
Ah!
my calf was swollen
I
afterwards.
bet. Oh God, I
And
don't think I could have done it. I would have been like, my foot can't physically handle this right now. I'm so sorry.
so then they're like, okay, that band's done, and I'm like, cool. When's the next one going on? And they're like, there's four acts, and then we go back on with the other band. And I'm like, cool. Like,
God damn it.
but luckily, the second song was All the Small Things. So
Okay.
by Blink 182. So it was just
Easier, yeah.
I'm like, okay, I can relax, I can lay back, and so after that, they're like, oh, that was a lot of fun. Like we should like I don't know jam again. I'm like, yeah, dude. So we start jamming, and the bass player for that band actually went to a different high school, and he's like, "Hey, I got my friend that wants to, maybe like join a band and all that. He plays drums." They're like, "Well, we have Chris." And they're like, "Yeah, but this guy's actually going to school because they went to the art school." So he's like, "Yeah, but he's actually going to school for percussion." And it's like, "Okay, well, why don't we have an audition?" And so show up, and they're like, "We're gonna play this song." And I'm like, I've never heard that song, but whatever. So this guy gets up there and he's like, all right, here we go. And he counts them in and he's playing the song perfectly. And it's just like, he looks bored. He doesn't look like he cares and all that. But he's going and he gets done. He's like, yeah, right. And everyone's like, okay, that was good. And they're like, all right, Chris, we're going to do the same song. I'm like, cool. And I count in and I don't know the song. So I just double time. And the song was Hit or Miss by Newfound Glory, which we play on stream, but it's like very like that. It's just like that's how it's supposed to be, and I'm double timing this, and they're just like playing as fast as they can. They're just like, yeah, like we made our own version of it, and they just look. They're like, yeah, we're gonna keep Chris,
That's
like,
awesome. I love that.
because it's like I made it my own. I was like, I don't know this song. I'm just gonna double time punk this, and they're like, that was cool. So
That's
that's
fucking great. I love it. I
yeah.
love punking out things that are not punk at all. I love it.
Do
It's
you,
so fun.
do you see where our redemption comes from?
Yes. And
I am a
actually,
huge fan.
one of my last bands, I've had a few, but one of them, it was just like all punk versions. It was like Me First and the Gimme Gimmes, chick fronted vocal style, and it was the funnest fucking band. Like, we've done original stuff, which I loved, and doing like the grunge covers and everything, I also love. But honestly, doing like punk covers of House of the Rising Sun and Build Me Up Buttercup and shit. It's awesome. It's so
Yeah.
fucking fun, dude. I loved it so much. I
Well,
was
and
feeling it so hard.
that's why we have that redemption is I 100% believe there is not a song out there that you can't punk. And if there is, I haven't met it yet. And I mean, with Grocery Store Rejects, okay, we'll actually go further back. So in Almost Heroes, we did a punk rock version of SpongeBob SquarePants, and we did a punk rock version. It was similar but different from Me First and the Gimme Gimmes, but a few of my favorite things.
Oh,
Um,
cool.
which they were very similar, but at the time, none of us knew Me First and the Gimme Gimmes, so it was like, oh, now that I'm older, I'm like, ooh, it was very close. Like, we had similar style. I'm like, good job, Me First, for ripping us off. Um,
Totally.
and then in Long Overdue was a ska band I played saxophone for. We did a cover version of When I Come Around, but it was a ska version of
Ooh.
When I Come Around. So there was horns and it was all upstroke. Then I played drums. While I was doing Grocery Store Rejects, I went back to drums for this other ska band, and they had a ska punk version of Stuck in the Middle by Steelers Wheel, which
Nice.
was really that one there was fun to play, and it was really fun. So every band I've ever been in, we've had punk ska covers of something. So
That's
uh,
cool.
Grocery Store Rejects, we had a punk ska version of Basket Case when we first started, and then we did Hotel California.
Ooh, fun. That's
Uh,
awesome.
yeah, because I mean we had a saxophone player, so it was the guitar solo at the end was all saxophone, and it's like it was cool. It was a lot of fun. Um, with Crimson Riot though, we've never really punked a song to play live. Like, well, we made the decision, like, why don't we just play a punk rock song that people may have heard before but don't realize it's considered punk. So we'll play Rancid a lot of times. But recently we've been talking about doing some Ramones or doing something else. But we haven't picked a song that we're like, we need to make a punk version of that until recently when we started playing Comfortably Numb, and
Oh,
we're all sitting there going like, we should just go ahead and do this version and release it and just see what happens. Like,
fucking
I want
yes.
I want the cease and desist order from Pink Floyd. I want them to sue us, like, because I want to show. Because what better publicity to put on Instagram? We got sued by Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like
I
top
love
that.
it. I think that's great because it's a song everybody knows. Everybody's going to be pumped because nobody's heard it like that before, ever. It's
Yeah.
badass. It's not
I
like
mean,
it's some one off song that, like, yeah, 80% of people might know, but like, every single person knows that fucking song
well,
or has heard it at
you
least.
know, so RJ, with Dirt Halo, they've been talking about, like, they want to cover a song that has it doesn't have a metal version of it, and they're like, we want to do this, and we're looking to do this, and it's like some of the songs they were naming, it's like no one's heard. You have to think you're making a cover version. Why did Orgy pick Blue Monday? How does it feel? If you grew up in the '80s, you know that
For
song.
sure.
Why did Marilyn Manson pick
Sweet
uh,
Dreams.
Sweet Dreams, Personal Jesus? It's like,
Mm-hmm.
these are songs people know. It's like, you're not going to just get people to go find a song that you're covering. So it's like, metal song. Okay, I want to hear a 80s synth pop metal song. That's what I want to hear. And I mean, they found their thing, and I'm like, how cool would it be? And I'm throwing it out there for anyone that's listening, anyone in a metal band. I want to hear a heavy hard rock version of Pet Shop Boys,
Okay.
West End Girls. I
Yeah.
want to hear. I want to hear the hardcore version of that one there, because that bass line just grooves, but slow it down just a little heavy on that. I think it would be,
It
my
would be
opinion,
awesome.
that would be a number one hit.
Yeah, and most people have heard that song, so that's definitely like relevant. You want something
So
that people know for sure.
yeah, yeah, Dusty. That's the other thing too. Is that's another reason why we were like, we don't want to release a cover song to the public, because we don't want to be the one hit wonder. You got famous off of a cover.
And that
That's
sucks, but it
there's
also drives people to like, who the fuck is this band doing Pink Floyd punk? This is awesome. And then they're like, holy shit, this band is awesome. So it could work in the way where it drives more people to you and gets you more, known because of
yeah.
that.
It just we live in the era of TikTok, Vine, of the attention span is 1 minute. And how do you keep people past 1 minute mark? And this actually goes into my video editing. Is a lot of now I have to look at marketing of attention spans.
Very true.
So we understand that music is, we know the formula for music. I'm not going to say we're geniuses, we're brilliant at it, but we do know what the formula is. And
Totally.
this is coming from years of doing this, with everyone playing in different bands or being in this business for as long as we've been in it. And also knowing people that work at record labels and saying, this is what we look for, this is what you need to do. Back in the 80s, the attention span of a person was 4 minutes. That's how long you can write a song and you would keep their attention. That's why you look at Rush can write a 5 minute song and people are going to be paying attention to. That's why Cyndi Lauper Madonna could release a 3.5 minute song and get played on the radio. People were still paying attention. It's moved so much down now that the attention span of people in music is 220. You need to write a song that's 2 minutes and 20 seconds. If you want it on the radio, and you want to keep people interested in your song, it's 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Really?
Which doesn't sound, oh, it's a minute, but really think about that. That is a lot of time. I mean, starting right now. So us talking, and we're going to have a full conversation about the music industry, and what was told to us is, on our first album we had 3 songs that were over 3 minutes, and we were told those songs are too long. Your point is too long, and they were right, because now I listen back to one of those songs and I'm over it at the 2 minute and 10 second mark.
Really?
I'm like, this song, we could have cut this, we could have cut that, we could have cut all this stuff. Now, in this time that we just talked, that I just mentioned all that, 32 seconds passed.
Wow.
See how long? So when we say that a minute and a half, 2 minutes has been cut since the 80s, see how much attention spans have gone down. That's why TikTok is so popular. It's a minute. And so we have to figure out that formula. So even in videos, I have to market at how long are people paying attention, and we're looking at analytics to the people I video edit for. I'm constantly talking analytics, like how do we make people watch the full time. And so it's the whole thing with being a one hit wonder. It's I release a cover song, they're going to listen to that song. I need to get 60% of the people to listen to the rest of my catalog. And we look at stuff like Spotify, and we don't actually see it. We look at Spotify, and it's Hurt, Shatter are in the thousands. St. James Gate just barely hitting 1,000, and then the rest of our songs are in the hundreds. 2 minutes have now passed since we started this conversation.
Feels forever.
Right. So we're looking at how do I get you, Sammy, you hear our version of Comfortably Numb, and you go, that was badass. How do I get you to click next song? That's the issue. Is people aren't doing that. We have to have something there, and that's the process of doing music these days. Is why is it single heavy markets? Like why is Taylor Swift is releasing a single every year? I don't want to do that. That burns people out.
Yeah.
It's like you're going to get sick. I'm not going to be Taylor Swift because she built that. You bought my albums, now you'll buy my singles. For us, we have to convince somebody to buy our album to get all of it before we can do singles. If that makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, it's a
There
tough
is a
biz.
version. I'm gonna listen to this in a minute. Hold on, I gotta save this link. Thank you, Dusty.
Guar did that? Oh my goodness. I love that you
In 20,
found that, Dusty. Holy shit.
you know what? I've seen a clip of "It's a Sin" by the Pet Shop Boys, by the Ghost version of it, and I'm like, okay, that's pretty good. But I didn't know that Guar did West End Girls.
Oh, I bet
Like
that's
I'm
so
in.
fun.
See, dang, everything's been done. I bet if you look, there's probably a punk rock version of "Comfortably Numb" done out there.
So I saw Christy said Punk Floyd. I wonder if there is in fact a band called Punk Floyd. I want to look
I
it up because that
I
looks
think there
badass.
was.
That's like the best idea I've ever heard in my life. Punk Floyd band. Let's see.
I mean, there are so many good punk tribute bands. Oh, yep, they're on Spotify.
Seriously, there is? Okay, because just Pink Floyd is coming up for me and it keeps trying to change it. I'm like, no. Oh, there we go. Facebook
Yeah.
page. Okay. We're the unholy spawn of the Roodles and Sex Pistols. Okay. I'm going to check that out, actually, because that
Um,
sounds fucking
huh,
cool.
except the Sex Pistols part.
Why do you hate the
Uh,
Sex Pistols? I've always wanted to know.
oh,
I've heard you make comments and I'm so curious. I like the Sex Pistols, so I'm
because
going to.
the Sex Pistols are a manufactured boy band. They are not edgy at all. They don't believe in what they wrote. They were manufactured to scare people.
Who
That's all they.
manufactured them? What do you mean?
The guy named Malcolm, not Malcolm McDowell.
Yeah, not my way down.
Um, Sex Pistols, Malcolm McLaren. That's the guy. He was a very prominent uh, um, producer, manager. He originally did like sideshow kind of stuff, burlesque. He was a boutique shop owner. This guy was into marketing, and he looked and saw what was happening in the U.S. with bands like Velvet Underground, the New York Dolls, um, and the Ramones were coming up, and he wanted in. And so there was this whole thing about youth rebellion in the UK because of the anti-war sentiments and stuff like that, and the they weren't hippies in the UK as much as they were here. So Malcolm's looking at bands like the New York Dolls. It's a bunch of guys dressed like women playing rock and roll, and it was the anti-norm. And he was like, how can I do this to sell fear? And so he created the Sex Pistols. I want to get a bunch of youth who are rebelling against the system because it's anti-war and they're against the government. We're going to put them in tattered clothes. We're going to spike their hair up, like all the imagery of youth rebellion, and created the Sex Pistols. My reasons for hating the Sex Pistols is they were a boy band. They were manufactured. None of them knew how to play. The only real musician in that band was the guitar player. They didn't believe in what they sang, and they had one album. So we hold them to this prestigious level of they invented punk rock, and it's like Velvet Underground had 4 albums. Iggy Pop with the Stooges catalog before they even came out, before Sex Pistols came out, has 3 albums. The New York Dolls was releasing their 3rd album. The Ramones had already released 2 albums before the Sex Pistols even got started. So no, they didn't start punk. They weren't revolution. Like all the bands that came out of the UK were not influenced by the Sex Pistols. They were influenced by the Damned. They were influenced by the Clash. They were influenced by the New York Dolls. They were influenced by the Ramones. So it was a bunch of BS.
So they weren't punk beforehand? You're saying they weren't? That wasn't their
Oh
normal style?
No, they were all no. They were handed the clothes and going, "This is what you're gonna wear now.
What?
This is what you're gonna say." Oh yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
You can read the. It was oh God, who was it? It was There's a documentary about that.
I totally want to watch it. I'm so intrigued by this right now.
What's sad is, and there's testimony from bands like the Clash and the Damned going, yeah, these guys were. They became punk rockers, but at first they were just posers. And then you have someone like good old Johnny Rotten, who, had I been in Marky Ramone's chair at the punk premiere, when they had the round table, and they had, I don't know if you've ever saw the clip, but on stage, there's a documentary that came out 4 years ago called Punk. It was on Flix or something like that. It's online. But everyone was there. Jack Grisham from TSOL was on this stage. Henry Rollins, Marky Ramone, Johnny Rotten, Jello Biafra. Like, if you were a punk rocker, you were on this stage. Because it's about the beginning of punk and the history of punk. It was... So, anyways, Johnny Rotten starts going... Marky Ramone's talking, and Johnny Rotten starts running his mouth towards Marky Ramone. And in between between the two is the master of ceremonies, Henry Rollins, and he is like, are these two going to start fighting? And Marky Ramone's just like, I will whoop your ass, sit down. And Johnny Rotten's all basically calling Marky Ramone a poser. And I'm like, okay. Had I been in Marky Ramone's seat, I would have jumped up and I would have ended Johnny Rotten's life. Because this man who says, anarchy in the UK, God save the Queen, she ain't no human being, blah, 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 goes on to say that you can't criticize Donald Trump. You have no right to criticize Donald Trump. That you need to show respect to Donald Trump.
He said that?
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah, there's pictures of him wearing the Make America Great shirt again. And then, like Christy just said, he was on Masked Singer. And it's like, you, sir, are the epitome of scum.
No,
and it's like, how dare you?
I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah.
What
so
the fuck?
There's a whole reason why I despise the Sex Pistols. The only good thing that ever come out of the Sex Pistols is Sid and Nancy the movie.
Which is good. It's a good movie.
I think it's one of Gary Oldman's best films.
But, fuck. So do you think that, like, if they weren't punk before they got made punk, did they turn punk? Because it seems like they, like Sid and Nancy, they were pretty fucking punk.
But here's the thing. When you're being fed, you're going to live this lifestyle. You're going to turn into that lifestyle. You're being fed drugs, and you're seeing this lifestyle's making me money. I mean, you can afford to stay at the Waldorf. as a punk rocker. You're not. You're of course you're going to live that lifestyle. You're going to be, oh yeah, I'm punk now. I can't speak for Sid because his growing up was very rough and stuff like that. But there are people saying that Johnny Rotten lived a pretty nice, cushy life in middle America, middle class England. Like he wasn't poor, he wasn't growing up on the streets, he wasn't fighting for survival. Like you look at Joey Ramone, who grew up in Queens in a basically rundown shack. It's like he's dressing with holes in his jeans because he can't afford new jeans. It's like the Ramones, it
Yeah,
wasn't an image. It's like literally, this is what we can afford. The Ramones didn't
totally.
make any money until they ended. That's when they actually made money.
Really?
Joey Ramone died broke. And it's because there was no money in punk. But it was afterwards when movies started licensing their songs. That's why the Ramones are so big now. Like it's a household name. It's because people have heard it in movies, but they weren't a big band in the 70s and 80s, not by any stretch of the imagination.
No
Not
shit.
anything like Blondie, you know.
But they
I
were all
mean,
playing
that's
at
why.
the same place at CBGB's,
Oh yeah,
small
I
little
mean,
spot.
I posted on Twitter our favorite picture of Debbie Harry. It's her and Joey Ramone in bed together. And it's such a
Awesome.
cute picture.
That's super cute.
Yeah, and so I mean, yeah, the Ramones. The reason the Ramones toured so much and released so many albums is because they weren't making enough money to be comfortable on. I mean, Joey passed away broke, but well, and Dee Dee did too. But Dee Dee blew his money on heroin and his horrific rap album. And if you've never heard Dee Dee Ramone's rap album,
No.
don't save
A
yourself.
rap album.
Oh yeah, what was it? Dee Dee King? I think that's what it was. Yeah, Dee Dee King. Uh, and then he actually died when he was a male gigolo. He was prostituting himself
No
when Dee Dee
shit.
died. The only one that the only members that actually were able to survive and actually be able to get the residuals from all of that was Marky, Tommy, and CJ and Richard. But Richie Ramone got cut out of a lot of the future Ramones residuals. So,
Oh, what'd he do? Piss people off?
well, no, he was a prick. In fact, in Joey or in Marky Ramone's book, they refer to him as Richard. They don't even call him Richie Ramone. They say that he no longer bears the right to own the Ramone name. Like that's pretty bad. Like
Wow.
Dee Dee and Joey Ramone literally got into a physical altercation, and they still called him Dee Dee Ramone all the way to his death. I mean, Dee Dee's grave in Hollywood says Dee Dee Ramone.
Wow. That's very interesting shit. I guess I don't really know like the inner workings of a lot of these bands, and I can't believe that I
I
didn't
mean,
realize that the Sex Pistols was fucking product. I had no idea.
but I'm so going back to I study those things. I mean, I was going to concerts all the time. I was learning about new bands. I was listening to old bands. I'm still discovering bands that came out in the 80s that I've never heard of, and I'm hearing them for the first time, and I'm like, wow, that band was really good. Like, why didn't I never heard of them? But going into doing my radio show, I had the idea for years. And Roxy even said, she's like, you know a lot about punk. You like playing punk music, but there's no punk music stations. Why don't we, get you on the radio? And so a friend of mine, he owned a radio studio, a radio station, and he was like, "Do you want to have a show?" And I'm like, "I have the perfect show." And I told him, and in doing so, it's like I became what the patron saint of punk. Like
That's a
I
great
am the
title. I
pope.
love it.
I am the pope of punk. So it's like if it comes down to punk rock and like the history of bands or how punk has transitioned over the years and why people say this isn't punk while this is punk, I could tell you. We actually almost got into that conversation earlier about like Green Day. It's like people are like Green Day's not a punk rock band. I'm like, yeah, they are. They will always be a punk rock band, and not just because I say so, and not because that's what we list it as, but the reason why Green Day's new album is going to be called a punk rock album, and why Avril Lavigne's new song is a punk rock song. It's because punk has always been push the norms. What is edgy for today? Punk rock started because it was the anti-disco. It was anti-folk music. It was anti-disco. It was anti-country. It was anti. It wasn't the norm. It was how do we push the edginess? So if you look at the Ramones, Roxy likes to call them hardcore doo-wop. But in 1977, that was edgy because it wasn't disco, it wasn't hippie folk music, it wasn't country, it was edgy. You look at the 80s and you have the Dead Kennedys, who literally, their police truck is a surf rock song. It's just surf. But that was edgy. 1994, Green Day releases Dookie with a song about masturbation that gets on TV because it's edgy. So every generation's kids have the edgy punk rock band. Do I think that Charlotte's a punk rock band? No. But they were edgy at the time. Look at these guys with their eyes, and they're doing this, and they're doing that. I don't think it's punk rock, but I can see why people thought it was. I don't think Avril Lavigne's punk rock, but I see why people does, because it was edgy for that time and that generation. So Green Day figured that out early on. And if you listen to every Green Day album, yeah, they get softer, but they also push the envelope to that generation's kids. Who's turning 12 and 11 at 1994? Who's turning 12 and 11 in 1997? Who's turning 12 and 11 in 2001 when American Idiot hits the air, or 2004 when American Idiot hits the airwaves? Who's turning 10, 11, 12 now? The songs that are out on the radio aren't edgy at all. But Green Day is. Green Day has that sound that's making it edgy. Avril Lavigne, she is edgy because she's walking around with a sledgehammer and a guitar.
But you know what? If
And she's
she
got
didn't
Travis
write
Barker.
her own shit, then I think you just lost your punk card. If you're singing about shit that
Eh,
you didn't write it, like, I don't think that counts. I think
well,
that's the most unpunk thing, is to have somebody manufacture and write your shit and then do it. Example, Sex Pistols. Why you hate the Sex Pistols, you know? Like, it's because it's
right.
fake.
I mean, yeah. It's okay to have someone co-write with you. It is completely, especially if you work for a label that's looking for something specific. Back Cop is probably, in my opinion, one of the best punk rock bands coming out today. They and it's and it's because they have great songwriting, they have great songs, they have a great message. They're all super talented girls. But their latest album was heavily produced, like not like sound wise, but I had Jenny, who's one of the singers, on my radio show, and she said, "Yeah, we wrote 30 songs, and they took 12 of those 30, and then out of those 12, told us to rewrite and rewrite, trim the fat, cut the fat, take this out, put this in." And that's the record label going, we know it's going to make this album amazing. And they had to take, and which is really good. I mean, they had a very good crew with them on this. And a lot of times they said, she said that there were two songs that they wanted, that the producers were like, we don't like how this is forming. What do you think? And they said, no, we like it the way it is. And one of those songs actually became a single that's played on the radio. So it's like, there are times when you can fight back, and if you have a really good production crew and a good label, they'll allow you to push back. But when your producer is Fat Mike, I'm going to listen to what you have to say. Like, you obviously know what's going to sell the records for your label? Am
True.
I going to listen to a guy that just opened up a studio that has no proof? No. It's like I'm gonna write, and so when we write is when we get to the studio, we have our songs done, but we're willing to listen to Steve, who's our audio engineer, and we give him producing credits, where because he's hearing these songs for the first time, and he's gonna tell us whether or not we should cut something or not. Luckily, when we're at that point, he doesn't have too many opinions, but he also says we should add things. So if you listen to Poison Mind, there's tambourine in the pre-chorus.
Hmm.
That was Steve. He was like, we should add tambourine right there. I think that would sound really cool. Have this tambourine going right there. I mean, works out. There was a guitar part in I don't remember what song it was. There's a guitar part. Oh, in Shatter. If you listen, there's actually an extra guitar part happening, and it's real subtle. It's like single picking, and that it was Steve was like, why don't you do this? Why don't you add that? So we're lucky in that because I listen to Crimson Riot when we're writing as I'm listening as a producer because I'm the patron saint of punk.
Totally.
I know what this punk. I know what it's going to sell. Did I know that Time, Maybe It's You, and Shatter would be the most popular songs? No idea.
You didn't think so, huh?
We honestly thought Maybe It's You was going to be the weakest song on the album. We're like, people will listen to it, but they'll skip this song more than any other song.
No way. It's a great song. It turned out great.
But to us, we think everything else is better. Like, our local rock radio station has been playing us the last 2 weeks, and they keep playing Maybe It's You. And it's like, you are literally the hard rock station. Why aren't you playing Girl Fight? Like,
Yeah.
that song was written for your station.
Yeah. Or
And
Gatekeeper. That's fucking heavy shit,
they
man.
can't they can't play Gatekeeper because there's the F bomb.
Is there? Ah.
Yeah, the Matthew Lillard part.
Oh, true. True. Ah, dang it. It's such a good
Yeah.
fucking song, man. That's so good. But yeah, interesting that they chose that. And why are they playing the same song? Why aren't they rotating and doing different songs all the time?
It's the local, the local showcase. It's once a week. We think maybe they're playing that song just because it changes. It's like different from everything else they're playing. That it's like it gives a little bit of variety.
Okay.
We don't know. I mean, we sent on our first album, we sent Ronnie Bingenheimer 5 songs, and he latched on to 2 of them. One of them more than all the other ones. And this new album, we've only been played a few times, and it's like, but at the same time, they were having some issues, so they don't actually have our full album yet, which I'm working on getting them the full album. So it's like, play us, please. I mean, we got a new music video for crying out loud.
Yeah. No, that's really cool. At least they're playing something on the radio. Like, have you noticed any kind of traffic increase or anything like that from it at all?
um, Not really. Our traffic is mostly coming from Twitch. Is where we're seeing. So, uh, almost after we're done with every stream, there is uh, 3 2 new follows on Instagram on Crimson Riot.
Cool.
Um, so we do see a little bit of traffic there. Um, but not as much as like we would want. But then we look at it like on our last stream, the last full stream, not any of the live shows, we had I think an average of like 80 people watching, and it's like of that 80 people, 70 of those people already like Crimson Riot. So it's like,
Right.
oh, okay, I'm not gonna see 80 people liking our Instagram. Tomorrow, on the other hand, might be a little weird. We'll see how many people we get to watch Crimson Riot, because I haven't told Roxy this, so this is going to be news to her. But there's a chance we might be on the front page again tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah, we so remember when we were going to Seattle, when we got to Seattle, we're like, hey, we got that weird email.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got another one
Okay, so
from a
what you're
different person.
saying is I should make sure to be ready in mod mode tomorrow. I
Yeah,
got you.
maybe,
I got
maybe.
you.
Yeah, I kind of wish I would have told Chid while he was here.
Oh shit.
Joe Cunningham, are you still here?
Anybody? Is anybody here? I bet we can get Dusty on deck at
Yeah,
least for a bit too, well, in between work.
yeah. I mean, Roxy and I, we canceled our stream on Tuesday, and um, because we've both been like, the weather change has been funky to us, and so we're both like our voices are a little scratchy because we just played out in the cold. So we both been dealing with like some scratchiness. So we're like, okay, let's take Tuesday off and just relax our voices. And then I get this email like, hey, we're doing the front page carousel. We want to put you guys back on. And it's like, okay, like I know, we were on there for a couple of times, and the first time was when you and Dusty became mods, and then the following times after that, we weren't seeing a significant bump. I know when Risky was on the carousel, what was it last week? We were looking, and it's like, yeah, they were 5 deep in the carousel, and they got at one point, I think they got up to like 400 people.
It went up to a
So I'm like,
thousand. It went up to just over 1,000 right when they were about to end the stream. And I'm like, you
oh,
got like
see,
I was watching the numbers and it went from about 400, and I'm like, you guys, you're at 1,000. It's like we're gonna go, and I'm like, play a couple more fucking tunes, man. And they're like,
yeah.
nah, we don't, we're good. And I'm like,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, the way it worked last time was like literally right out the gate. We got on the front page and it was just like, oh man, like okay. And then it was like kind of steady, and then the jump. It was right after the NBA game ended, and then that's when it was like 10,000 people. And we're like, well, I gotta pee myself. But with Roxy and I, we had to make a decision with doing the streams. It's like we love streaming, we love playing, we love hanging out with people, but it's like we had to set a time limit to ourselves because it's like now we do have some IRL gigs doing. We're playing Crimson Riot tomorrow. We're doing Saturday and Sunday at the House of Blues. We're going to stream tomorrow. I can't do 8 hours tomorrow and then do a Crimson Riot show and then two
For
cover
sure.
gigs
Yeah.
and then have the day off and do Tuesday. And so we were just like, look, we're hurting ourselves. So that's why we're like, let's take Tuesday off. Let's rest our voices. And tomorrow it's like we have to set a structure. Now we are willing to bend a little bit, but it's like if we get to the point where it's like we're 6 hours in and I'm feeling it in my voice, I have to make that decision to say we have to stop because it's like I can't go and do Crimson Riot if I don't have a voice.
Yeah.
I can't do the gigs that are paying us on Saturday and Sunday if I don't have a voice.
No,
And
you're
same with
you're
rock.
totally right. Maybe you could play your music videos too, and just give yourself like a break for a minute, get a cup of tea.
Yeah, no. Luckily, we can actually do that, and that is an option. So it's like we can figure something else out, but it's like we know that, again, that attention span of people. What feels like an hour of us talking has only been 20 minutes since I told you that time about the
Oh
attention
shit.
span of people. It's
Uh
only
huh.
been 20 minutes. It feels like an hour
No,
now.
for sure. So I love Uncle Scar and Lady were saying that on Sunday that Risky got up to 5K. So there's
Yeah, I did.
potential for
I
success there.
Yeah, I mean, so our first time, we had 10,000, and then the two times after that, we were so far back in the carousel. I think the carousel is 6 on the front page of Twitch. The carousel is 6, I think. I may be wrong. But when you're at the back of that, you will get a bump, but it's not like the front page.
When Tony
I,
Smiley was on the front, he was at 20,000 people
yeah,
sustained for a while. It was crazy.
there was who was it? Oh, Hazy. Um, when she first got on the front page, and she's in Australia, I saw that at one point she was at almost 40K, and but it didn't sustain, and that's the thing. It's like it was that, and then it just dropped. And so she was holding, I think it was 15K. A couple weeks ago, Captain Jenny, uh, she used to be Captain Books. She was sitting at what? It was I think at one point she had like 7K on hers, and she held that for a long time. And I was kind
Awesome.
of I'm looking right now. Glowstick Willie is at 1.7 right now. I wonder if they're on the front page.
Ooh. I
But
feel like honestly, like just from my perspective as being a, observer, like if it's high energy shit, if I come on and like it's fun and there's something like high energy that's going, fucking awesome, it would keep my attention. But if something gets too slow or too like for example with Risky, as much as I fucking love Logan and I know he loves his country music, sometimes Justin goes and has a break and he busts into some slow, sappy country music, and I'm losing interest very quickly, Like it's about
oh,
keeping that
that's what
energy up.
Sandy always leaves when we play Bare Naked Ladies.
I
So there is a
still listen because it's you guys, but at least you don't do the fucking Chinese chicken song. I fucking hate that song.
we do have somebody requested. So the person that is on the front page right now only has 1.2.
Oh.
Yeah, she's at 1.2. In second spot is Music is Code. We follow him at 1.4. And then somebody playing a game. This person here only has 951. So wow, was it five deep in? And this girl has 1.2, but she looks like an anime character.
Huh.
Glowstick Willie is on the front page. They're in the carousel. They're at
Oh,
1.6
good
right
for
now.
those
So
guys.
yeah,
Lady
I
was
mean,
saying 10 and 11 and midnight were big surges of people almost on the hour for Risky.
well, yeah, I think that's when it happened to us too, and that makes me kind of go like, do we play later tomorrow or do we start at 6 o'clock? Because it's like, because we saw our bump probably around 10 o'clock, I think it was when we hit um, the front page, and but ours was it was there was a sponsored event going on the front page, and it was the NBA. And so once the NBA game ended, we moved to the front spot, and
Mm,
that's what caused everyone. And it was just like, hello. It's like, show
gotcha.
us Bob's.
I don't know. I would say it might not be a bad idea to start at 8 or something like that and then just try to roll with it because you don't want to have to end. Like seriously, it was such a bummer the other night. It was the first night that they were back on for Risky, and seriously, it went from 400 to 1,000, and they're like, "We're done. We've been doing it for 5 hours already." And I'm like, "Man, that sucks
Yeah,
because
I
you got
mean,
all these people that could follow and could love your shit. Dang."
yeah. Sorry, everyone. I coughed in the microphone. I was trying to move the microphone away. No, here's the thing. It's like I love them biscuit boys. Um, but I get it, and uh, if we had the full band here, there's no way with a full band we could do 8 hours. Just no way. Because physically standing that long,
Yeah,
I mean, Biscuit Boys get to sit down. We stand
agreed.
for full band.
Agreed.
But RJ, I mean, I'm a former drummer. I know how long I can play
Yeah,
bass for or play drums
can't do
for.
that shit.
It ain't 8 hours. And you know, Randy, I know would be in pain. So I get it. Roxy and I are also on the mindset of we're Ryan and Roxy are marketing geniuses. I mean, look at what Ryan does for a living. He's literally in marketing. And we know when we see an opportunity to market ourselves. So, yes, we played for way too long when we got on the front page, but I got 500 new follows that night.
Hell yeah.
That's outweighing. But again, we have more IRL gigs than Risky Biscuit does right now. So that's why I'm saying maybe we can do 6 hours. I don't know because we have IRL gigs. Now, if this were happening in February, we have less IRL gigs. So it's going to be all right, maybe we can do a little bit longer
No,
streams.
that makes
I
sense. You
mean,
don't want to blow yourself out and hurt yourself.
yeah,
It's not
and
worth it.
I mean, luckily, like, on Sunday, it's Roxy and I doing a duo at the House of Blues. We don't have to be loud. We don't have to, we can be chill and sing the songs that, whatever people request because that's all we do. But it's still, I got to be able to sing. If somebody comes up and says, here's $50, can you sing this song? I sure can. I hope. like,
Yeah. Yeah,
it's
it's
like, please,
true.
please don't ask me to sing Creep.
Fuck. Yeah, I would say just start later then. If you think tomorrow is the night, I think it's fine. And it's an off
Well,
day than usual. So it's like there is no norm on Thursdays for you guys. So you can kind of make it whatever you feel like doing, you know?
yeah, it's just, it comes down to starting at 6 o'clock. Changing from 5 to 6 has been so beneficial to us. Um, a lot of things have actually helped our stream that are kind of surprising right now, and so we're kind of happy about how the stream is working out. Um, but moving to 8 o'clock, it's very risky to us because we want to be on and people see that people are there. And starting at 6 o'clock, we know we're gonna get our East Coast people to watch maybe an hour, maybe two.
That's
We're
true.
relying at 6 o'clock that mostly the Midwest to West Coast are going to watch us, and then our friends in Australia and stuff like
That's
that.
a good point.
Starting at 8 o'clock, I'm losing the entire East Coast. I'm losing maybe parts of the Midwest. And so that's why we're like, what is the perfect time for us to start? And that's it. So.
That's a fair point for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is all. I posted this a long time ago, and anybody that wants to start streaming, they always ask me. We've become within our circle the people to go to about streaming. They're like, "How do you do it?" And it's like, prepare to spend a lot of time researching yourself because you need to know what your fan base is going to want and how they're going to want it, and it's a lot of analytics. I spent the last year and a half. I'm not doing it this year, um, but I spent the last year and a half collecting data every stream. How many people were watching, or how many people were following? How many people were subscribing? How many people were cheering? How much were people donating? What peak times? I Chid. I wish he was still here because Chid, bless his heart, worked harder than we did. He had spreadsheets. He would give me, this is how many people were watching before a raid, this is how many people were watching after a raid, this is how many people stuck around, this is how many viewers you had every half hour.
That's so
It's like
awesome that
we
he was doing that.
we see, that's how we were able to build what we think, and I may be wrong, I may be, spitting in the wind here, but we've built a successful stream, we've built a successful channel, and it can only get better. I mean, look at behind me. You see these trees are Christmas trees, but they're still up. Christmas is over. You saw all the decorations are gone, but we looked at it like, oh, did you see the lighting? The decorations are there. It's helping the aesthetic because there's nothing on the walls anymore. Christmas threw up in here, and then Christmas disappeared. And now you look at our streams, it's like, oh, but the trees are still here.
That's cool.
Look right here above
Oh
my
yeah, your
head.
colorful
There's
lights. Yeah.
Yeah, these lights here I got at the same time because you and I were talking about the black light. So I bought
Oh
these
yeah.
color changing ones here that sit under the mantle. That no one's pointed out. No one knows that my ceiling fan has four lights in it that are colorful that are pointing down on us. People don't know this, but they come in. Wow, your stream looks really good. Like we like the color scheme.
Yeah.
And so we're
Totally. It's
always
subtle, but
constantly
it works.
building on how do we make the channel better? How do we get people to come back more often? And you can't be stagnant. You have to constantly be changing with this platform. And so we don't have to worry about our sound because that's the one thing everyone always says is you guys sound amazing. So it's like, great. I don't need to touch that. Now I can focus on everything else.
Totally.
And so we have ideas. You were our first guest star, and we had so much fun that we started talking about who do we bring on that people would be interested. And we were going to have Rockstar Angel, Joyce Lee. She changed her name. It's no longer Rockstar Angel.
Okay.
It's Joyce Lee Music. But then she got COVID, and she
Ah,
couldn't.
shit.
so,
God, that
so
sucks. I like the idea
yeah,
of
but
guests. I think it's fun. And then plus you're like merging fan bases too, you know? Hey,
right.
come
I
see
mean, I
whatever.
love seeing Risky Biscuit do it. I love when they have. I mean, I thought it was funny when they had Amanda on there, just molding stuff on clay while they played music around her. I thought that
Did
was
they? I
really
missed
fun.
that. That's really cute.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
I
But
like
yeah,
that.
and
That's
I
nice.
love when Priska's there. I love when Himajuk is there. It's like it it works, and it's like we got to keep. You know what? I just realized who we need to have on our show. Goat versus fish.
Oh my god. That
We
would be
need goat
so
versus fish.
interesting.
Just while we're playing, just to be standing there.
That'd be so fun. No, I
Yeah.
think it's great. It's a really great community and getting everybody together to support each other is like it's the fucking best. I mean, here we are right now, you know? Like here
Yeah.
we are, two
I mean,
worlds
I'm
colliding.
having. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun, and we didn't even scratch the surface of my entire life. I mean, I've lived a very. It's like when I look back at my life, I'm like, okay, it's whatever, it's blah blah blah, and then I start talking about different things, and it's like I'm kind of like Tavia, where it's like, oh, I've done a lot in my life, and I don't realize how much I've actually done. Like I I am, and I'm a successful musician. I can actually say that I make money playing music. I'm a successful musician. I was a successful actor. I have an associate's degree in political science with education. I actually was a substitute teacher for a
Really?
time.
Oh my god.
Like yeah, I was a manager of a Burger King. I was a manager of a Pizza Hut. I've worked in warehouses. Uh, I play so many different instruments. I didn't even tell you about the story. You know what? Before the end of the night, I played bassoon, and I told you there was an interesting story because I was playing saxophone, and I remember the band teacher doing. It was so funny because it was my eighth grade year, and Mr. Holmes was his name, big black man, and he talked like Chef almost. It was almost like Chef. It was, children, hello children. All right, and a one, and a two, and a one, two, three, like that. It was like, all right, chef. South Park wasn't around at that time, but he was like, is there any saxophone children that want to play the bassoon? And it was literally like all the saxophonists. There was five of us, two tenor saxes, three altos, four altos, two tenor sax players. Everyone stood back except me, and I was like, damn, like, what is the bassoon? And he's like, all right. He's like, here, you can borrow this one and take it home, and I got you reeds. And for those of you that don't know what a bassoon is, it is a woodwind instrument, and it is very big and it's very heavy. And I told you I didn't hit my growth spurt until I was 15. So this is eighth grade me. I'm 14 at the time. Like, hooray! This thing's bigger than I am.
You
It
just
is a
stand on a
very
stool or something.
well, you sit playing it, but it's like the neck strap alone, and it's a very long wooden instrument, um, and it has a very thin mouthpiece reed that's double sided. So you have to prick your lips like this. You roll your lips to play this, and it's very tight. Like to get a note out, it's very like you're using a lot of air because it's a small reed. And the best way to describe it, it looks like a giant bong, like my friends in my neighborhood saw this thing and they're like, "Can we use that?" And I'm like, "You are not smoking out of this. This is a school instrument, sir." And so when he tells me, I'm like, "Great." So I'm meeting him at the school to grab this instrument, and it's heavy. And he's like, "Because you're playing this, you don't have to do the fundraiser." And what he meant by that was in middle school varsity band, you had to do fundraisers um, twice a year, and one of them was to raise enough money to purchase your ticket to go to Springfest, which was it was middle schools from California, Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, I believe Washington and Idaho. So basically the western states there, and it was in L.A. Well, it was in Anaheim, and it was a music competition. And so he said I wouldn't have to do fundraiser for my ticket; that my ticket would be paid for. And so your ticket actually got you there. It helped pay the cost to get the band there. But the cool thing about Springfest was that after the concert, after you got done playing, you went and you put your instruments, you went and changed, and then you spent the entire afternoon and after hours at Knott's Berry Farm.
Ooh,
So,
fun.
because the festival actually happened at Knott's Berry Farm at the event center that's like right next door. So you would play, do your competition, and blah blah blah, and then go and spend the afternoon. And then when the park closed, it stayed open for all the schools. So there's 1,000 middle school kids just running around Knott's Berry Farm. Like it was
Oh, that
insane.
sounds
Like
awesome.
yeah, and so I got the bassoon, and this thing is the ugliest instrument ever. It
Really?
sounds horrible, and I barely learned how to play it. I just faked it well enough to get a free trip to California.
Damn, that worked though. That's good.
And that's actually what's funny is that trip there was when the trip that actually got me closer to the girl that Roxy Marie, my ex girlfriend, that sold me my very first bass. That's actually the school trip that we became close friends on,
Oh, that's
because
awesome.
her group of friends and my group of friends kind of all collided together because she played trombone. And so it's like brass instruments, woodwind instruments. We do not get along. We're mortal enemies. But somehow we all like ended up like getting in lines together, and so we all just like kind of merged, and like her and I became really good friends. Because she saved me because a friend of mine he was being very gropey to me, and I'm like, I don't like this. I need an adult.
Yeah,
So
totally. Help.
she was my adult. Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, I learned to play the bassoon. I mean, literally, if I can't even list every instrument I play at this point because it's just so many.
Okay, well, which
And
instruments do you not play? Is that easier? Like, what do you just
yeah,
not fucking play at all?
I don't play the flute. I don't play trombone. I do not play the trombone.
No, have you
I don't
tried?
play. I
You
don't.
just don't like
I
it?
don't play any. I don't play any brass instruments. I actually owned a trumpet. I bought a trumpet. It was like a $99 trumpet, and then I lost that in the storage unit. But I was wanting to learn how to play trumpet.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
I was able to make two sounds, fart and a louder fart.
Oh
That was about it.
man, it looks really
Yeah,
hard. Like I don't get it.
yeah.
I've tried
My
and I'm
best
like,
friend
yeah, that's all I can do. Too.
my best friend was able to learn how to play brass instruments. He came from playing clarinet, and then he switched from clarinet to sousaphone tuba, and uh, and then after that he learned how to play saxophone. So yeah, but yeah, I mean all the saxophones I could play. Um, I still remember how to play piano. I just choose not to. Like I can't play it well, but it's like anytime I get both hands on the piano, I just like have like PTSD, and I'm like, all right, I'm taking one hand off, and I'm just gonna play one handed.
Oh,
Like
that
that's how I.
sucks. Yeah. Well, maybe
Yeah.
more keyboard. Like you could probably do keyboard synth type of stuff rather than like fucking Mozart or whatever. Like, would you enjoy fucking around with that a little bit more?
I mean, well, okay. So recently, um, I can compose on a keyboard if need be. So there is a track that we wrote for Roxy Gun Project when we were an original band, and it's a circus type theme, um, and it's very like Danny Elfman circus, kind
Ooh,
of
that
like it's
sounds
dark. It's
awesome.
all minor. It's all minor chords and like that. It's very. I wrote that in 15 minutes because we needed an intro song, and then so I wrote that in 15 minutes, and that was easy. And then recently, I wrote a piece for Bella Fox, who I do video editing
Oh,
for.
cool.
She was looking for music for her new intro, and I wrote this really cool, like it was like all campy, like kind of, it was fun and bouncy, and then it turns into this rock and roll thing. We ended up scrapping the first part of it, the bouncy part, for something else, but we kept the rock and roll part in. So I can write on piano. It's like I always wanted to, and I will never find the time. Oh, good night, Uncle Scar.
Good night, sweetheart. Thanks for coming in. Sweet dreams.
Um, I will never have the time to do it, and I always want to challenge myself that I feel that I can write a orchestra piece. Like I can write a concerto if I wanted to.
Hmm.
I know I can because I have the musical knowledge. I have music theory. I know I can do it. It's just can I find the time and why? That's the other question. Why would I do this?
Doesn't sound like
Like
you're very driven to have to do that.
yeah, I mean, you look at Anthony Hopkins um, wrote a piece, an orchestral, I can't even talk. This beautiful piece when he was, I think, like 24, 25, and never performed it. He never got anybody to perform it. It wasn't until about like 10 years
I
ago
remember that.
that his wife gave it to the London Philharmonic and they played it. And it's like, think about that. For 60 years,
Wow.
50 years, 60 years, he never heard that music played. And then he's sitting there listening to his song. And it's like, I could do it, but then I'm like, I don't have time. I really
Yeah,
don't.
no,
It's
you
like,
got a lot going on. I mean, maybe
I,
at some point there'll be a you'll want to do like a little intro or something like that for an album, and you can do like a little part if it's something that you really cared to even
yeah,
do.
I mean, we, when, so when we did Roxy Gun Project, there's a song called Don't Forget Me. And it had was that the song? Don't Forget Me had cello, right? Was that the song that had Chelsea? So I helped write that part because we had my friend Chelsea play the cello for the intro and then throughout the whole song. So I helped kind of arrange that part. So
Cool.
if there was a point where it's like we need an arrangement done, I could do it. Um, but it's like I so yeah, I play keyboards and pianos, but one handed right now, and it's a lot of times it's play right and stuff like that. Um, I play all percussion, um, guitar, bass, sax. Oh yeah, I already said all the saxophones. Oh geez, I did know how to play harmonica. I haven't played harmonica in a very long time. Kazoo master, obviously we know that.
Hell yeah, I got that shit
And
locked down.
oh god, what other instruments can I play? Vocals.
Tambourine, you do
Oh, well,
tambourines.
that's percussion.
I guess you're
You know,
right. Yeah, that's true.
all percussion. I played xylophone. Like I said, I like instruments with X. I played xylophone in high school marching band, so it's like,
I always thought it would be so fucking fun to play the xylophone. That looks like something I would have the most fun doing. And then eventually, when I got older, I'd never even heard of a fucking glockenspiel until
mm,
my friend's band, they were playing out, and this one dude, Slota, he's like, glockenspiel, fucking master of the universe. And I was like, what is this? Like, I want to do
Yeah.
that. And of course, like, what am I going to go buy a fucking Glockenspiel? Like, probably not. So I've never went forward
I
with it.
don't.
But
Oh, okay, hold on. I've been to your house. I'm actually surprised I didn't find a Glockenspiel somewhere in that
yeah,
house.
okay. That's a fair point. Fair point. But yeah, it
But
would
I
be so
mean,
fun. I think that looks so fun. And like, just like,
we when we were on tour, and we went to Sweetwater, we actually went to the percussion, or we were in the band orchestra area of Sweetwater, and they had a marimba, and so Ryan was playing it a little bit, and then I started playing it, and I was like, oh, this brings me back to the memories, and Roxy's just like staring at me like. She's like, I've always heard you knew how to play that, but I didn't actually believe you knew how to play that. Like, there are things that Roxy is like, I will say something, and it's like, the look on her face is like, okay, and then I do it, and she's like, oh, you were actually serious. Like, you actually know how to play that thing, and I'm like, yeah,
that's so
yeah.
fun.
It's like Roxy's never before we did the movie. Roxy has never seen me act. Like she's never seen any musicals, any plays I've ever done, because I don't have footage of that stuff.
Yeah, huh?
And
She just has to
so,
take your
and
word for
then
it.
so then we do we're rehearsing for the movie, and then we do the movie, and it's just like the look on her face is like, oh, he actually does do these things. Like I didn't make it up. Like it's adorable because like I've done so much that so it's like, oh yeah, Roxy, I've done this, and she's like, okay, and then she actually sees it, she's like, what? Like,
Well, it's cool. It's probably a proud moment too, where it's like, wow, I've heard you say that you do these things, but to see it and like be present, it's like a whole
yeah,
different thing. It's nice. It's like a proud moment where you're like, wow, that's so
yeah.
awesome.
There was a time when we were together that I auditioned for Little Shop of Horrors, and I made it through first audition, made it to callback, and I got my ass handed to me in callback. Like I was not prepared, but I mean at that point I had been out of acting for 11 years. My dance moves were rusty. Like I was like, ooh, but the person I say kid, but they were probably like a couple years younger than me. But the kid that got the role, because we were going for Seymour. Everyone's going for
For
Seymour,
sure.
obviously. And the guy that got it, he was 100% like, nah, that dude deserved it. Like
That's cool.
even if he couldn't dance, like that dude was Seymour. It's like it was like Rick Moranis. Like I, if you got Rick Moranis off of Wish, it's still Rick Moranis.
For
Seymour.
sure.
It's like I was like the Chinese knockoff that you wouldn't even find on Wish. Like you would find me on some like scam
That's
website.
so
Like
funny. Well, look at
so,
Chrissy
but
said.
that's
Chrissy
the thing
said
is,
you as Eddie from Rocky Horror, dude. That'd be fucking badass, dude. I can see you
I
nailing the shit out of that.
but see, I've done Frankenfurter before.
Oh man.
But see now I feel like I'm fat because Eddie's fat. But
No,
I
just
do
I
have the
just think
saxophone.
like that like badass rock and roll fucking energy that you would do it. You're definitely not fat. You would just be
It's the
rock and
saxophone
roll.
playing.
Yeah. And yep.
See, Roxy, yeah, that is. Uh,
Yeah.
see, that's my dream role. And what's sad is, for the many years I did musical theater, and the next time you have me on as a guest, we'll really dive deep into like my musical theater, because I can take up an entire show on that.
Honestly, do you want
Um,
to? Are you free next week? Do you want to do part two next week, and we can just like
I can't. I
continue?
know the next time I'm available is the ninth.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Do you want to do the ninth, and we can do a part two and just kind of pick up where we left off if you're interested? We can
Sure,
do
we
it,
can do that.
and then we can talk
Why
about some
not?
astronomy shit too, because there's a lot of really
Yeah,
cool
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Especially there's some really cool things happening in the next couple of weeks with astronomy. But yeah, the one thing I've always wanted to do, and I could not convince any of the directors in Las Vegas, and maybe today would be different because the theater community has changed, but no theater company would touch Cabaret, the musical. And it's like, why not? You are in the perfect city
Sure.
to have a musical like that. But the problem is, and this is with a lot of community theaters around the country, they're primarily Mormon. I don't know if people know this, but the Mormon community is actually very into theater companies,
I did
and
not know that.
you know, all around. I mean, I'm not too familiar with the ones up in Washington, but I mean, obviously Utah, St. George, Salt Lake, Provo. Those are some of the biggest theater communities in the West Coast because Shakespearean theater is right there too. Vegas, Reno, it's all Mormons. San Diego, L.A., some of the smaller theater companies, it's all Mormon, and so
Interesting.
they're very like, oh, we can't do that show because it's too risque, and it's like, yeah, I know it's risque, but we're in Vegas and we can make this work. Like we go to places all the time, and I'm like, this would be the perfect venue for cabaret, and it breaks my heart because no one would ever touch it nowadays. Like there are some other theater companies that maybe might do it, but we were in Nashville and we went to this place in Printer's Alley called Bones. Was it Skulls? And it was like one of those like, what's the password kind of places. Like, I like this.
Cool.
We go in and there's this, yeah, Skulls. There's this young girl, beautiful girl, like nice, like she's got the curl like kind of thing. She's got this band behind her, drums and upright bass and lines. She's, you know, why don't you do it like other? It's like that kind of thing. Like, oh, we in that kind of show. All right. So she gets off, and they're like, so we're the people that took us. They're like, it's live band burlesque is coming up, and I'm like, you have my attention. So they start, the band starts up, and I just hear the snare roll in, and then I hear the piano doon 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 doon. I'm like, Roxy and I just turn, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
They're
And
doing
this
it.
dude comes out, Johnny G. I still remember this guy's name, and he's Welcome, bienvenue, welcome, and I'm like, they're doing cabaret and a cabaret. There's gonna be burlesque. I'm like, this is heaven to me, and I'm just losing. We're there with Top Golf. They're the ones that brought us, and they're just looking, and I'm like, you have no idea. This is my musical. Like, I am, and so
I
they
love
don't
it.
do the whole show, but it's just that's the intro. That's their intro pieces is Welcome from Cabaret, and then the live band burlesque. And I was just like, I'm like, I'm gonna go hump that man in a minute because he just did that song like and amazingly. Like I'm like, this man, I love this man. I'm like, so.
Okay, Roxy says Chris literally lost his whole mind.
Oh, I was just like, I was dumbfounded because I'm in a place that I'm like, wait, we're in Tennessee, the volunteer state. I'm like, this man is playing cabaret.
I had a
I
similar
can't even.
experience last week when I went to go see Tool and they played fucking Opiate. And I have wanted to hear them play Opiate forever. And Opiate was from their first album. They, like, every time I've seen them, like, they're like, we're not playing fucking Opiate. Like, get over it. And they played Opiate this fucking time. And it was like that same kind of thing. And Hooker with the Penis, they did Hooker with the Penis and The Grudge and like The Patient and all of these songs that I love. And I was just losing my fucking shit. I wanted to start like kicking shit when they started doing Hooker with the Penis. And I'm like, okay, you cannot kick people's chairs. Like I was just wanting to like wild out, but I'm like in a fucking like, an inappropriate venue. I wasn't like in a pit, I
Right.
was in a seat. And I was like, oh,
Yeah. So
contain.
it's like well, for me, it was just mind blowing that in Tennessee, these people are brave enough to kind of do cabaret, but not in Sin City, the entertainment capital of the world. You are too afraid because of what? Because of the risque factor? Because it's basically about a brothel, or are you too afraid of the whole thing takes place during Nazi Germany?
I
And
mean,
it's
are there
like
no companies that operate that are not religiously based? Like, is there nobody
there
that would
are
pick it up?
the companies that could do it don't have the budget. That's the problem. The smaller theater companies, I mean, a lot a lot of people don't realize that musicals aren't free for people to get. and ignore the cost of building sets and paying actors and stuff like that. To get the rights to even perform a show costs money. And so that's the problem is a lot of these smaller companies don't want to charge $20 for you to come see their show. They want to keep their ticket prices under $10. And in a place like I used to work for, it was the Las Vegas Little Theater, and we would do shows for $5, but our plays only cost the director $200,
Okay.
and that the little theater only held 40 people. So it's like you can make your money back. Are you selling out every night? No. You're going to make your money back. You may be able to pay your actors at the end of it, but you're still coming out at a loss. A musical like Cabaret, a musical like Little Shop, a musical like Camelot, which I've done, or Music Man, those cost anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000 just to get the rights to perform.
Wow. I did not
So
realize that. That's
yeah,
very interesting.
yeah, I mean, because you're paying the rights to use the music, to perform the music. You're paying the rights of the writers and stuff like that. So it's not free. You can't just grab a script. And so Cabaret, when I checked, because I thought about Roxy and I thought about it, we're like, let's just do it ourselves. We can go to the Roach Theater. And when I looked it up, it was somewhere. I think it was like $1,700 to get the rights to Cabaret. Okay, not a lot, but you have to then at that point you have your MC, you have Rosie Lulu, Frenchie Texas, Helga, uh, Sally Bowles, the innkeeper. You have that. You have a cast of 14 people. Those are main actors. Then you have to ask yourself, do you want canned music or do you want a live band? With a show like Cabaret, luckily the live band is better because it's only a few musicians. You don't need a full orchestra like some musicals I've done. So your 1,700 is now turning into almost 5 grand just to get your cast and crew. Now on top of that, you have to rent your theater, which is going to be how many nights are you doing it for how long times that. So it's like
And then
it
advertisements and all of that stuff, that all adds up a lot. It's true.
yeah, so a lot of these little theaters just can't afford to do it. And it's a shame. I know a company attempted. I don't think they ever had a release. I know they had auditions, but I don't think they ever had because I would have gone if they had a release. So hopefully, someday I have to lose a lot of weight to play that role. But I mean, some great actors have played the MC of Cabaret. I mean, the most famous one's Alan Cumming, who is the epitome of that role. Like, anytime I hear like, oh, they're reviving Cabaret and so's playing it, and I just look at them like, why? They're not Alan Cumming. It's like Alan Cumming. I don't care that he's almost 60 years old. Should be playing that role right
Yeah.
now.
Did you ever
I,
think
I
about doing a punk cabaret and like making it unique and making it different, but still using some of the same storylines and stuff? So you don't have to pay for the rights, but you make it your own. It could be kind of fun.
no, I've never thought about that. Maybe. I mean, it would be an interesting thing. I've never actually thought about that.
I don't know how that would work, but I think that would be badass, like a new take on it, and it's free.
It so takes place in 1980s New York CBGB's area.
Fucking A, dude. Why the fuck not? That'd be awesome. That'd be so awesome. I bet people would like that. I mean, the musical crowd is very unique, and people either like musicals or aren't very fond of them in general. But to be able to make like a cool, fun punk musical to like kind of mesh those worlds together, that would be amazing.
I'm I'm a very
They did
and
that already?
this is why I'm kind of glad I'm out of the musical theater realm, and I would love to act again and do a play or something like that if I had time, obviously. But um, I'm of the school of old, and I am very get off my lawn, you new musicals. And
I feel you.
and I hate that I'm that way because I like to be open minded. I mean, I'm open minded with music. I do stick to my guns of what I listen to, but I'm interested in hearing new things. Like, and I know it's not new. The song's been around for a couple years, but Roxy and I, we were walking through someplace recently, and we heard uh, "Blinding Lights" by The Weeknd, and I was just like, man, this is such a catchy song. Oh, we were heading to Hennessy's on Friday. Yeah, I think it was Friday or Saturday. But I was like, I don't hate this song. It's like it is a catchy song, has a really good vibe to it, and I'm like, this is a good song. I like Lady Gaga's. I like everything Lady Gaga puts out. It's like there's not a thing that she can put out that I will hate. So I'm open to music, but when it comes to theater, I'm willing to watch it. I do want to see Hamilton, but I'm of that old school mind of Lynn, why are you rapping? That does not belong in musical theater.
Fair enough.
Like I'm of that mindset, and it's like it kind of hard. It's heartbreaking because I hear it's a brilliant musical, but I'm like, I did, I was doing musicals like Seven Brides for Seven Brothers and Music Man and Annie. And it's like, the sun will come out tomorrow. It's like, big musical pieces. I wasn't going, the sun will come out tomorrow. Yeah, it's like, that
So
doesn't
funny.
compute to me, and so it's like, I'm trying to break myself because it's like, I know there are so many good musicals out there. I know, and even though I'm not in theater anymore, I still watch the Tonys. I still look at what is being pushed today. And there are still a lot of the classic musicals that are still doing very well. Roxy said Rent, you know. Yeah, that was the CBGBs. But yeah, Rent is still popular on Broadway. Um, uh, My Fair Lady just had a resurgence. So it's like, I'm glad to see those, but I want to see new musicals. And the other day, I was watching something, and it's Andrew Garfield and Vanessa Hudgenson, and it's a new musical by Manuel, um, and it's on Netflix called Tick Tick Boom. And uh, speaking of Rent, it's about the man that wrote Rent. Um, but I I'm watching it, and it's that classic musical like kind of feel to it, but it's modern day, and I'm like, I am in this. Like, I want to watch this now. Like, please put this on right now. I want to watch this.
That's
Like,
awesome.
you have my attention to
Yeah,
this.
you
Like,
actually gave
he's
it an
not
honest try
rapping.
and you liked it. That's good.
I haven't watched it yet. I've only seen a clip of it, and
Okay.
I'm like, I need to watch this now. Wait until you hear Lady Gaga's metal album. Yeah. Roxy and I have been saying this for years, and we're surprised it hasn't happened yet. But Lady Gaga is going to release a rock album, and it's probably going to be one of the biggest rock albums of all time. And it's just because you look at her influences, the music she listened to growing up, and the music that she listens to now. Did you know Lady Gaga is a huge Iron Maiden fan? Did
No.
you know that Lady Gaga was a Megadeth fan?
Really?
Yeah. Her performing with Metallica wasn't just the whole like, oh, we got to get. She wanted to perform with Metallica. Like, she is a rock and roll fan. She's just a
Cool.
businesswoman that knows where the money's going to be. It wasn't going to be writing ballads and stuff on piano. The money, or it wasn't going to be in rock. It was going to be in, I'm going to make this pop stuff, you know, and it works for her. But I mean,
I
she's
wonder if
done
she
some.
likes it. I wonder if she really is into it or if it was just like, this is the formula that's going to make me rich
Well,
and
she was
famous.
already working for Interscope. She was writing for Britney Spears. She was writing for Backstreet Boys. She was writing for Christina Aguilera. She was writing those songs already.
Huh.
And then they were like, why don't you release your own? Um, but on her art pop album, she had Brian May play guitar on one of the songs. And it was a rock and roll song. It was like really driving good guitar riffs. Uh, was it Venus? I think that was the song. It was called Venus. But yeah, it has Brian May playing guitar on it. And it's
Wait,
like
Brian May. Why do I know that name? Beach Boys?
Queen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the guitar player for Queen.
Gotcha. Wow,
Where she
no
got her
shit.
name, Lady Gaga, was because of the Queen song Radio Gaga.
Gotcha. Okay, that's
So
awesome that she got to do
so
collab with him.
I think her rock album is coming soon. Yeah, I want to see Hamilton. I mean, my my list of musicals I need to see at the very top of that list is the Book of Mormon
Oh my god,
because
I want to see it so fucking bad too. I'm not a
I hear
musical
that is
person, but
the
I've got to see it. I've
yeah.
got to.
See, yeah, and for me, I'm going okay. What is this? What is this musical that was written by South Park that is winning so many Tony Awards? Like, why? Like, I have to see this now.
Every time they've
And
come
I don't
around, I've
always
wanted to go, and I've somehow just missed the tickets and couldn't get them on time. I really want to go.
yeah, I don't always agree with the Tony Awards on some of the musicals, and I'm like, but you know,
That's the one though.
that's the
That's
one.
the
I'm like,
fucking
okay,
one.
let's see. Why is this? Why was this best musical? Like, what is it, and why is it one of those shows that is still extremely hard to get tickets for?
Yeah, it really is. I don't
I'll,
know, but I got to go. I love everything that Trey and Matt have done. I love everything that they've done. Every
yeah,
fucking thing.
I mean,
Orgasmo is one of my favorite fucking movies, dude. I love that fucking movie.
haven't seen that movie in so
Oh
long.
man, please do yourself a favor and revisit that shit, man. It's
I
great.
I think I have to because Roxy needs to see it, but that's going to be a movie where
Oh, she's never seen it?
no,
Dude,
I don't
during
even think she
Christmas
knew it was a
time,
movie until
oh my
recently.
god. Tavia's brothers were here visiting, and a couple of her brothers had not seen Orgasmo, and I was like, "Oh well, this shit's about to go down, dude." And they're from Utah. They were raised in Mormon, Utah, and they were just fucking dying. They thought it was awesome, dude. The main
Are they
song,
still there? Are
yeah,
they still from?
yeah.
Are they happy about Casa Bonita?
Oh wait, oh that's fucking Denver.
Oh, that's in.
Yeah,
Oh,
yep,
that's right.
yep,
That's in
yep, yep.
Denver. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and by the way, Casa Bonita is the fucking best, dude. It's so fun. I got to go there. It was like the funnest shit ever. But no, man, Orgasmo, it's fucking fantastic. And actually, the song, the theme song, and now you're a man. That's whenever Dusty calls me. That's the ringtone for when he calls me, and it's been that way for fucking years, dude. And I'll never get tired of it. You're just talking about the music they make. Like even though it's like Trey and Matt, like that song's a badass song. Like they come up with badass songs, dude.
I mean, I knew they were good at writing musical theater because of Team America. You know, and whether you like the movie or not, it's like that's a pretty solid
Oh,
musical.
yeah.
Like it was obviously an anti-musical musical, but it had every element of a musical.
Yes,
And I'm like,
it did.
I can I can get into that. And then,
What about
you
Cannibal
know,
the
that
Musical? Did you see their first film, Cannibal the Musical?
no.
Fuck off. Really? You're gonna
Okay,
love
bye.
it. You're gonna love, dude. So I believe that this one was their like a film school project, but it's like a full length thing, and it's Cannibal the Musical. Matt and Trey, their very first thing that they ever put together, and it's about like it's like an old western type of like cannibals wandering the land and everything, and it's super ridiculous and like campy and fucking fun, dude. All I have to say is
Interesting.
let's build a snowman. You gotta see the Let's Build a Snowman song that that they fucking sing. It is so funny. Oh, you're gonna
Huh.
love it. I mean, it's really like it's lower budget than a lot of the other stuff that they've done. Of course, it was the
I mean,
beginning, but they
I like low budget stuff
the
sometimes.
quality
So
though of subject matter, it's there. It's fully there.
see, I mean, I think we've had this conversation before because I'm into filmmaking and editing and filming stuff. Like I don't watch a movie just to watch a movie for the content. I want to see it. I want to see how it's made. Like why do I believe Quentin Tarantino is one of the greatest filmmakers of all time? It's because he has an eye for things that he's capturing what we would all be looking at. You know, most movies are making you focus on something.
Mm-hmm.
Quentin Tarantino is showing you what you would be focusing on if you're in there. Go to Reservoir Dogs. Mr. White's walking out of the after torturing the cop. He's walking out to go get the gasoline out of the trunk and all that. What's he? The music's playing. You're following his back all the way to the car. You follow him all the way back in. It wasn't a side shot of him walking to the car. It's you're
Yeah.
walking with him.
He really
You're
makes you feel
walking
like you're
back.
part of the experience. Like you are involved
Right.
in whatever is happening. And honestly, that's why I love his super dialogue driven shit too, is because, if I was sitting in a diner with a bunch of people, what are we talking about? It's an extremely long, drawn
Yeah.
out conversation, but I love it because I feel like I'm sitting at a diner debating whether we're supposed to tip servers or not. I love it. I
Yeah.
fucking love it. Yeah.
It's the world's smallest violin playing My Heart Will Go Out to All the Waitresses.
Yep, exactly.
Toby, Toby, Toby Wong,
Yeah.
Toby Wong,
Yeah.
Tommy Chong, fucking Charlie Chan.
Totally. God, I
I
love
mean,
that movie so fucking much.
well, and
It's brilliant.
and people hated Hateful Eight, and I respected it. I'm like, I, as an actor, as someone that does theater, you work with your environment. Quentin Tarantino was able to make a movie out of one scene, out of one set. This is it. This is what you have to work with.
Really?
I mean, think about it.
Okay.
I did a musical. My first musical I told you about, where I was the percussionist. I'm still on stage. I'm in costume. I'm wearing a toga because it's a funny thing happened on the way to the form. The entire show takes place in between three buildings. The set never changed at all. Your mind had to adjust. It's like, okay, now you're in the house of Lycus, where all the beautiful courtesans are. Okay, now you're in the rich person's house. But scene never changed. And so Quentin Tarantino's like, I'm going to write a movie where it's all going to take place in this one room. Yeah, I mean, the beginning of the movie, you're outside, and in the middle of the movie or at the end of the movie, it goes on. But the bulk of the movie is in this spot. How do you make a movie work? And he did. People hate it because all they did was talk. Yeah, because you're frozen in a snowstorm in Wyoming in a cabin. What did you want them to do?
Yeah.
Sit in silence? That's not what people do. It's like Stanley Kubrick was the master of I'm going to make your worst fears believable kind of thing. Like here's how your fears are actually true. Kind of like so those are the directors I love watching. I hate directors that are like spoon feeding you the movie and the plot and the story, and it's like, let me get some interpretation here. Let me, like, I'm not going to spoil it, but the end of Spider-Man, the conversations that we all had at the end of Spider-Man, it's like, what about this? Well, this can happen. I had a conversation with a friend in Baltimore because he was like dying to talk to somebody because none of his friends had seen it yet. And I'm like, I got you, bro. And we spent 3 hours just throwing out like what we believe is happening. And it's like, I love movies like that because if at the end of it I go,
Yep.
all right, it's like, you should always leave a movie wanting more. Like, even if the movie resolves itself, I want to see a sequel. I don't know how it will work, but I want to see a
Yeah.
sequel. I know it's never going to happen, but I leave it open like that.
I love that. I really love movies that make you think about things and you have to be really like I don't know, like take a moment to let it sink in and try to figure out some stuff. Like when things are too straightforward, I know some people they like that because they don't have to ask a million questions. Some people aren't as focused on movies. It's easy to understand. But I like really bizarre shit that jumps around a bunch and really makes you think about stuff and open to interpretation. I love that kind of stuff. I mean, epics are my favorite kind of movies because I like feeling like I'm a part of this whole universe, this whole world that's happening. I love long, drawn out period pieces and everything. Like, that's my
Right.
favorite shit, which is, I think, why I also love Quentin because it's like I want to feel like I'm there. I know these characters, I'm a part of this world. And if shit's jumping around too much, I don't know. Sometimes it throws me off a little bit, which is why honestly I'm not a big comedy fan. I like dark comedy And there's certain comedic stuff that I really do enjoy, but in general, like the newer format of comedies, I don't dig it. Like I'm constantly reminded how fake that this is, and you're acting, and
Yeah.
this is bullshit, and you lose my attention.
There are certain comedy movies nowadays that I can latch onto. I'm not into what I like to call, and I have to emphasize this, sophisticated comedy.
Okay.
And I will be a fan of dumb comedy. The difference: Beer Fest, Super Troopers. Those are dumb comedies. Those
I
are
like Super Troopers. We just watched it again a couple weeks ago for a
they're
second
great
time.
movies.
It's good. It's
The
good.
sophisticated ones are the ones that people keep trying to push, saying this movie's funny, i.e., anything Will Ferrell's in.
Anything,
They're
even like Anchorman.
everything. I'll tell you right now.
I like Anchorman.
If anybody out there can name one, just one Will Ferrell movie that is hilarious because of him and not anybody else co-starring in that movie, I'll give you $50.
I feel like he is the complete shining star of Anchorman. I feel like without him, it wouldn't have been as funny. He's the
It,
funniest guy.
that movie would not have worked without Christina Applegate. That movie would not have worked without who gets quoted the most in that movie? Brick, Steve Carell
Yeah.
gets quoted more than anybody. How many people quote? Oh God, what's his name there? But the sports guy, whammy.
Oh,
He
oh
gets
yeah.
quote. Paul Rudd with the whole Sex Panther thing. Take all of them out of that movie. Does it work? And I'll tell you why it doesn't
I
work.
think it might.
When they made a sequel of Ron Burgundy getting promoted to the big channel, who goes along with him?
I,
The rest of his crew.
I never even saw the second one.
See? It's like,
I was scared.
and I mean, you have Jack Black in there punting a dog over the
That's
bridge.
the goddamn funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. The first time I saw that, I was like crying, laughing. It got me.
But that was funny. And then afterwards, him in the telephone booth overacting
Oh yeah.
lost the comedic part of Jack Black for me. I was like, that's really funny, and now it's gone.
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Elf Elf still had an all-star cast.
But I don't think it would have at all been the same if it wasn't for Will Ferrell. I think he was what made that movie as funny as it is. Personally.
But you take away the people helping him be funny. Perfect example of a funny comedian that has funny movies that didn't need an all-star cast. Jim Carrey. So compare the two. Will Ferrell versus Jim Carrey. No one knew who God, I always forget her gosh darn name in The Mask. Uh, Cameron Diaz.
Mm,
Cameron Diaz was unknown. Jim Carrey made The Mask work.
it's true.
Ace Ventura. Courtney Cox was kind of known, but still, she wasn't Friends known. Jim Carrey made that movie work. It's like, that's the difference. Will Ferrell needs other people to be in the movie to help him be funny. Jim Carrey is funny on his own. You know,
I don't know.
uh,
I think
Adam
he's
Adam
pretty
Sandler.
legitimately funny though. And as Buddy, like Rox was saying, like I think as Buddy, like I can't imagine replacing him with someone else. That's the thing, is I try to think about it on the flip side. It's like, well, if it wasn't Will Ferrell and if it was somebody else in that place, would it have been as funny or the same? And I don't think so.
I don't know.
And he's not my all-time favorite by any means. And sometimes it's way too silly for me, but I do see the merit that he has. I think he's a pretty funny guy, and he has a very unique uh, style of comedy,
Yeah,
which I like.
the cable guy was good. I love the cable guy, but that movie wouldn't have worked and this is, I know, kind of contradicting myself on the Jim Carrey thing, but that movie worked because Matthew Broderick brought the uncomfortableness that made the Cable Guy work. That's what made. I actually call that more of a Matthew Broderick film than a Jim Carrey film. Even though he's like the star and he's on the cover, it's like Matthew Broderick brought the cringe factor of I don't want this guy around me, and it worked. So I think that's the only reason Cable Guy worked for me.
I like Matthew Broderick. He's fun. And Dusty had a
Yeah,
good point with Zoolander. Like the first time I saw Zoolander, I was like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. There was
yeah,
so funny parts, but I was like, this is so fucking stupid. Like I can't even get into it. But I watched it a second time, and I think the stupid factor was toned down because I already expected it, so I was able to see more merit in the movie. And it's definitely not my favorite, and I have to be in a certain kind of mood for that movie. But there's some funny shit
yeah,
in that movie, man. It's actually pretty funny.
yeah. I mean, so I don't know if Matthew Broderick could have been replaced in that. I don't know. I'm. Eh. So when it comes to comedies, like nowadays, it's like, yeah, I got to be very picky on like why is this making me laugh in the trailer and who's in this movie that I know is going to make me laugh. Like I we watched a movie recently that Roxy and I were both very skeptical. We were just like, this is going to be horrible. But Randall, was like, you guys got to see this movie. It's really funny. And we're like, oh, it was Seth Rogen, and we're like, oh, I don't know. And so one night she's like, Randy's coming by tomorrow. We got to watch this movie. He's going to want it back. And we're like, all right. We laughed so hard the entire movie.
Really
And
awesome.
uh, what Roxy could tell you what movie it was called. But Charlize Theron's in it. Seth Rogen, O'Shea Jackson is in it, and it was so funny. The whole movie, like, w- we ended up going, we need to buy this movie. Like, it was that good,
Really?
and it was shocking to me. Um, oh God, what is it called? Oh, it, that message has been blocked for me, Dusty.
What?
I can't even. It won't let me unblock it.
Weird. Dusty just said sausage party.
No, it wasn't Sausage Party.
Okay.
Oh, Roxy, Long Shot. Yeah, the Long Shot. So she's a politician. Um, she works for like the president and stuff like that, or she's like Secretary of State. That's what she is. Charlize Theron is Secretary of State, and Seth Rogen becomes um, her press writer. So he's like writing her speeches, and it's super funny. Like
Oh, I'll have to check it out. That
100
sounds fun.
100% recommend see it. It's
Okay, I
really
got another recommend. See it that kind of goes along with that. That sounds kind of similar. Have you seen Don't Look Up? Did you see Don't Look Up yet?
so we haven't watched it yet. Everyone has been saying we need to
You
see
do.
that
You
movie.
do. It's that good. I halfway through, I was like, I think this is one of my new favorite fucking movies because of the
Yeah,
sense of humor. Which honestly, I'm not really, like I said, a comedy person, but this was just so true to form. Like, if there was a fucking asteroid heading towards the planet, how would people fucking react? And here it is in this movie with Meryl Streep as a Trump style president. And then I forgot the other guy's fucking name. I don't even know, but he was like the.
well, Leo DiCaprio's in it.
Oh, he's fantastic. I think he needs an award.
J Law.
He
Yeah,
needs a
Jennifer
fucking.
Lawrence.
It was great.
Yeah,
It
I
was
mean
so
that's the other
fantastic.
thing. It's like I always look at who's going to be in a movie before I'll go see movies if it interests me, but it's a lot of time like who's in it, and if it's I'm not saying I don't watch new actors. I mean, I'll look at what has this person done, what are they have coming up. So you know, I'm willing to give movies a chance, but then I see something that has Meryl Streep and Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer Lawrence, and it's like you have three titans of their industry in one movie. Not saying that movies like that can't fail, because I mean there have been plenty of flops with all star casts, but you're kind of going with literally the titans of the industry. I don't see it being bad, but we've heard like four people maybe say, "Oh, it was boring. It was a waste of time." And it's like I look at those people and I'm like, "You are the reason this pandemic is still going on."
Yes. No, that I feel like this like legitimately like nailed so much of like if we turned it up to 11, like the shit that's actually happening and how stupid that people are being, if we just pop that up a couple notches, not even that far, not even an unreasonable amount. Um that's kind of what this movie really well illustrates. And I mean, it's obviously a dark subject matter. There's a fucking like asteroid heading towards the planet, but it's a very dark humor in it that's basically just poking fun at how fucking ridiculous that everybody is. And I thought it was absolutely brilliant. And honestly, with newer stuff, like I'm kind of skeptical too. A lot of times, I'm like, I don't know, man. Like I don't fucking know. Like I don't find the new humor that funny, generally speaking. So I'm always kind of on the fence. But with that one, I was like,
Yeah.
there it is. Like there it fucking is, man. It was great. I could not recommend that more highly. I think you guys would really dig it. I'm
Yeah,
honestly gonna watch it again. I only watched it once and I'm like, I need to go back and watch it again.
yeah. I mean, we're the same way. Like there are movies that um, we were like, okay, is this going to be good? And then we watch it and we're like, that was one of my favorite movies of all time. I mean, we both are in the camp of Frozen is not the best Disney movie ever made, and I don't even put Frozen in the top 10 of the best Disney movies ever
I
made.
never even saw it. Should I see it? Like, is it good
I
enough to
mean,
see? I just thought the
but
song was fucking annoying, so I just never watched it.
it just got bumped, by the way, because of the new was it L and Canto? Yeah, the Do Not Look at Bruce song or whatever. That song is actually just bumped Let It Go off of the top spot of best Disney songs of all time.
Whoa, that
So,
song really Let It Go was on it was the top.
oh yeah, well because they hit that market for
Oh,
little girls hard, and I mean,
what
ugh,
the fuck, man? Come on, part of your world like that. That's the song right there. That's the fucking
I
one,
mean,
dude. Come on. Or
yeah.
Aladdin, the fucking genie
Can
song.
you feel the
Yeah,
love tonight?
dude, totally.
It,
Or you ain't never
those
met a
two
friend like
tigers.
me. Like, come on, there's some good ones.
Shana na 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 na, don't be shy. You're gonna miss the girl. You better kiss the girl.
Wah,
Yeah.
wah. Yeah, totally. That shit's classic. I like the old classic Disney, and I'm always open to seeing some newer ones. But I don't know. I like the old style a lot.
Yeah. Have you seen Tangled?
I did. I saw that once. I wasn't like fully present during the whole thing because it was at a
Oh,
family thing.
you did.
But I did remember thinking it was really cute. Remember thinking it was cute.
No, Tangled. I mean, Roxy and I are in the camp that Tangled was 100% better than Frozen, and uh, just the story, the comedy, the music behind it. It was just like I think they were trying too hard with Frozen, but more people saw Frozen, and it's like, oh, it breaks my heart. I mean, I want to do see the new one here. Yes, it's we don't talk about Bruno. That's yeah.
I should
We
I
don't
should
talk
I
about
should
Bruno.
check out Tangled. Like I should actually watch it because I remember seeing parts of it while we were like hanging out. It was in Texas when we were visiting Dusty's family for Christmas, and it was on in the background at some point. So I was like, oh, this is cute, but I didn't actually zone in on it. But I'd give
Yeah,
it a go.
it's really good. It's super good.
Brave was cool
I
too.
mean,
I remember
well,
seeing that. I thought that was a cool like.
we haven't seen Brave yet. Um, the movie, I remember this too. My brother and I laughed hysterically at Emperor's New Groove. The first time we ever saw that movie, we were crying from laughter because that movie was just so
I didn't
funny.
see that one either.
Oh my god, you and Dusty would love that movie.
Really?
The Emperor's New Groove. 100%. You guys would love it because it is your guys' humor. It is
Okay.
right
I
up
will
there.
take
Oh,
that
it is.
that request then. I will totally put that on the list. I think you know what? I think Dusty might have seen it. He's seen a bunch of shit that I haven't seen. Funny things, you know. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yep,
Oh,
yep.
yeah.
Dusty does. I just
Yeah.
I have
It
never
is.
checked it out.
Yeah. It's right up your alley. It is so funny. It's in my opinion probably the funniest Disney movie that's ever been made because it's a lot of adult humors in it, but it's obviously like, oh, the kids are gonna laugh at this. The parents are really laughing at this.
Gotcha.
Like,
Okay. Yeah, actually one of my friends that I worked with at the Wizard Bar, he like worked at Disney and he's like a Disney fucking guy and he said that's his favorite of all of the Disney movies. And I was like, "Okay. All right. Like that's a tall order there. Is like, this is my number one favorite. So I'll give that
yeah,
a go then. I just
yeah. It
love the
was one of the.
classic
It was,
shit, so it's hard to like I don't know, it's just different. A lot of these new movies are different, but come on, that
yeah,
was like 35 years ago. I need to like
yeah.
move forward.
See, like that's what you just said. It doesn't seem like a Disney movie. It was a Disney movie, but it wasn't like it's not one of the big like classics. Like there's no princess in this movie. It's like the
Mm,
princess is David Spade as a llama. Like that is your princess.
okay. That was one of the things about Brave that made like a big, difference in the Disney community is because there was no prince. There was no love thing. It was just this like badass red haired like warrior chick just like holding it down. And I like that. I like that they're kind of changing it where it doesn't all have to be all lovey, which is it's still cute. I like the little like
Yeah,
love stories and everything. I have nothing against that, but it's nice just like having a different version where it's not the same shit every time. The chick loves the guy and the guy really loves the chick, but there's something is happening that is keeping them apart, and now they have to fight to get back together, and then happy ending, the end. That's like pretty
yeah,
basic.
yeah. I mean, credit to Disney for having a formula that worked for so long.
It did.
And I mean, also you you have to give it up to Disney for also taking certain stories and making their own. Like, sure, we all know the story of Cinderella and all that and how cute it is, and then you read the actual story and you're just like, oh, wow, yikes.
What, like the
Like,
actual Cinderella story
yeah,
was like
like
spooky
yeah.
or something?
Well, no, like so in the actual Cinderella story, like one of her sisters, like cuts her foot in half to fit in the glass slipper, and another one like kills person. It's like it's all kinds. It's like blood and gory and all that. And
Oh
here's the
man, I
cute
wish
little
Del
version with
Toro,
mice.
Guillermo del Toro should make like Cinderella the real way, like the dark Cinderella or something,
Yeah,
like that'd be pretty
was
cool.
Lion King is Hamlet, basically is Shakespeare's Hamlet, but with
Oh
lions. Like,
really?
get on. Oh yeah, if you there's a list. I think it's Lion King Hamlet, or I don't know if that website still exists. It was a long time ago, but it listed scene by scene all the similarities between Hamlet and Lion King.
Ah, I
Yeah,
don't
and
even know Hamlet. I don't even know what it's about. Um,
it's.
I know,
I'm ending this
I
call
know, I
now. Good
don't, I
night, my
don't.
friend.
But there's a new show. It's a limited thing.
I
It's
think.
called Station 11, and in it is like these people were performing Hamlet, and Hamlet comes up a lot in the show actually, and it's popped in my head where I'm like, I don't even know like the story of this show that you like this, that they're performing. Like I don't even know, and I've been thinking maybe I should check that out. Like I'm curious because I feel like I probably should be knowledgeable about that. So
Yeah.
maybe I'll have to
Well, I
jump on
mean,
that.
were you a person that really paid attention to Shakespearean plays? I mean,
No.
obviously, as a thespian like myself, it's Shakespeare is the goat. Like you're like, no one's ever going to top Shakespeare. No one can even try. No one's going to touch that and all that. So it's like, if you're a thespian, I mean, every Shakespearean play. Most of his sonas, and it's like, for me, it's like I like Hamlet, great music, or great play, not Shakespeare's best work, and I know by saying that somebody would be like, How dare you? How do you say? And I'm like, I don't know. I like Macbeth. I like Twelfth Night. Like so.
I don't know. I
So
never got into it. It just never really grabbed me. And when I was younger, I
yeah.
took acting classes for a short period of time. I thought I wanted to act for a minute, and there was one point where one of our tasks that we had to do was we had to do a Romeo and Juliet monologue. So they gave us a specific monologue. Everybody had to learn the monologue and do the fucking monologue. I don't remember whose part it was or whatever, but it was so like long and it was so hard that I was like, nah. Like I was like, I
I
can't do it, man. I can't do it. Not into it.
see. This is where I break away from the theater community on my opinion on this, and I will go to the grave defending the Romeo and Juliet movie with Leo DiCaprio and Claire Danes. I
Yeah, you like
will
it?
100. I love that movie. I thought it was such an original adaptation because I hate Romeo and Juliet. I hate that play. That is if you give me a top 10 list of Shakespearean plays, it doesn't make the top 10.
Okay.
In fact, I would put Hamlet above. I will put the rapping musical above Romeo and Juliet.
No shit.
Um, but and it's because I think the reason I don't like Romeo and Juliet is because it's force fed to children. It's it's force fed to people in school because they're like it's a good story about how you respect your mother and father, but also live your own life, the rebellion, and also the true love. And it's like, okay, so you don't want to have King Lear in schools because it's pretty brutal. You don't want to have uh, Oedipus Rex taught in school because, well, of certain reasons. You don't want Macbeth being taught in schools because of the sexuality. You don't want Hamlet because of murder and da 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 da. And it's like, so you're going to force feed kids that one when there's the Tempest, which is about a deserted island that these people crash upon, and there's mythical creatures there, and it's hilarious. There's a character. His whole time in this play is just getting drunk. That's
Really?
his whole role in this whole thing. There's Twelfth Night, which is hilarious, and it's also cute. But Romeo and Juliet is what people are force fed, and I'm like, why? Why Othello? Othello's a great play, but it's you know, oh, it's too difficult for the kids to read. Because if I have to hear what light through yonder window breaks one more time, I'm actually going to shoot myself.
Oh, I don't know. I just get lost with it. Like I feel like, especially because the language is so different, that it doesn't make me feel like I'm like in the story because I feel like I'm having to try too hard to understand. At least on the
I
Shakespeare things I've seen.
I do have to get going in a few, but I want to end our night with this since we're on Shakespeare.
Okay.
Did you know that William Shakespeare invented words that we use today? Words that actually didn't exist until William Shakespeare wrote them.
Really? What kind of words? This will be a fun lesson.
All right. So, Shakespeare invented the word lonely. That was never a word up till Shakespeare's time.
Was there a alternative word that had a similar meaning?
Alone. That was it.
Okay.
That person's alone. How are you feeling? Alone. He actually made it as lonely.
Oh. Oh, I like that. That's good.
Uh, Jaded.
That was a
There was
Shakespeare
no
word.
word. Shakespeare invented that.
Wow. It's a good word.
Mountaineer. That wasn't a word until Shakespeare. So yeah, he actually they contribute that in all of his plays, narrative poems, and sonnets, He uses 17,677 different words. Out of those, he invented somewhere between 1,700 and 2,000 words.
What? Up to
Yeah.
2,000 words.
Uh,
Wow.
okay. Bloody was never a word.
What?
Bloody.
No way.
Bloody was never a word until it was used in writing by Shakespeare.
It would just be like covered in blood or whatever. It would have been
Yeah,
said differently.
exactly.
Ah.
So a lot of the words are words that end in Y. It's like he made them those adjectives. Is that right?
Yeah. A description
Yeah.
word. Yes. Yes.
So there was some obscene, suspicious, um, and yeah, poious. So it's so interesting that we're taught about Romeo and Juliet, but not the fact that almost 2,000 words that we use in the English language were invented by one man who just covered in blood doesn't really rhyme with seedy. Bloody.
That's awesome to be able to do that and to get away with that and have it
Well, I
stick for
mean,
hundreds of years. It's awesome.
I mean, think about it. Shakespeare is the greatest rapper of all time.
Oh my
I
gosh.
know. I know some rappers have been really trying. I mean, for shizzle, but
Touche.
at least we got Shakespeare to go.
That's
Yeah, this is a
so
real word,
funny.
and then people hear it and go, "What's that word? I don't know. I've never heard it before." Well, Shakespeare wrote it, so it must be real. He must have got it from the Chinese.
Oh my god, that's awesome. I'm so glad you told me that. I did not even know that. That's some balls too, just making up words and being like, you guys will figure it out, you know?
Yeah, if you don't like it, whatever.
Yeah, just chuck it.
Shakespeare was also. It didn't happen often, but Shakespeare was the first theater owner and playwright to include women in his shows. Now, people do know that back in women weren't allowed on stage. That's the myth. Women were allowed, but they were not allowed starring roles. They weren't allowed speaking roles. So Romeo and Juliet, when it first performed, was a man playing Juliet. When
Interesting.
when Macbeth performed, it was Lady Macbeth was a man. You always get the small feminine type men, but that didn't stop Shakespeare from actually giving women lines in his shows. So there are a lot of Twelfth Night has it, The Tempest has it, um, uh, a little bit of Macbeth. Macbeth actually did have a female speak, but you didn't know she was female because in Macbeth, at the very beginning, there's three witches, and two of the witches were actually men, but he actually had a woman, but they're all covered and they're in costume, and had the woman speak, and the reason he used her was she spoke Latin fluently,
Mm.
and the lines called for Latin to be spoken around this cauldron, and so he actually had a woman perform on stage. He was one of the first playwrights to ever allow a woman to speak on stage. People didn't know that until years later, after Shakespeare had passed away, but they found notes and stuff like that, and they're like, wait a minute, he had a woman speaking, burn him, kind of thing.
That's awesome. I'm glad he did that.
Yeah,
That's such
so
ridiculous
Shakespeare was
rules.
a very interesting character, and I can go on for days about playwrights of yesteryear and and thespians and the weird inner workings of thespian minds. And
I love that you know
but
so much about so many different things. I love it. You're definitely
I
not a boring person.
he, I used to be bored. That's the problem. Is it's like, but I always wanted to do. I wanted to know. I guess the reason I got into entertainment, and this is a good place to end part one, is I got into entertainment because I liked seeing people smile. I like seeing people happy. Even if I was miserable, I would rather you smile because that brings me joy.
I love that.
And Um, and so, and we do that with RGP. We do that with Crimson Riot, and we say it sometimes. It's like we used to say that at the beginning of the pandemic when we first started streaming. Is we're here to entertain you for a few hours to make you forget about the world because it is a shitty place. And growing up, I'm not going to say I had a horrible childhood. I'm never going to say that. My parents did everything in their power to make sure I was comfortable, and I'm very thankful for what they've done. We weren't rich, we weren't poor, we weren't middle class. We survived. But you know, I want people to forget the shittiness in the world because I know how shitty it is. I've seen it. I saw it in the neighborhoods I grew up in. I saw it in my schools. I saw the injustice happening, and we could talk about this next time about how I witnessed my black friends being persecuted while I got to walk away. I mentioned earlier, I should have gone to jail for something while a black friend went to jail for something less.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
I've seen that, and so I try to do all this entertainment to let people forget for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. There's shittiness in the world, and not everything is horrible. And so I've always been that way with it's like if I go out there and I'm acting, I want to make sure you have the best time of your life, you're happy, and you leave smiling and not worrying about
Yep.
the shittiness.
You know what?
And
My art
that's why
gallery,
I do
Happy
these.
Time Apocalypse, that is the exact meaning of what
I
Happy
have.
Time Apocalypse is.
I think the sticker's on my base
Oh,
case.
that's awesome. And that's
Yeah.
literally what it means to me. That's why I gave it that name, is like everything's fucked up in the world. And in the midst of an apocalypse, what are you going to do? You're going to have a happy time. So come look at some art. Come take a
Yeah.
moment, hang out with your friends, live a good life, because we can't stop the apocalypse, but we can have a happy time while it's going, like that's
Yeah.
the meaning behind it. So you put that out with music and with acting and all of these other things that you want to bring joy to people, and you have your way of bringing joy, and then
Yeah.
I have a different way too. And it's just like, so you are Happy Time Apocalypse whether you fucking want to or not. You're like an
Yeah.
honorary member right now. It's amazing.
And I know we were going to talk about video games. We were going to talk about this and the astronomy, and it's like for next time, it's like I'll tell you exactly why I'm in the astronomy. Like it's not because it's like it may it's making people happy. It's mind-boggling to me.
It
It's
is.
like it's one of those. It's a puzzle I will never solve, and it frustrates me. But I love being frustrated by it.
Well, would you say
And
you're
yeah,
inspired by the mystery? Because
I
that's
am
what I'm saying. Me
inspired
too.
by the mystery.
Seriously, I love it. I mean, that's really that's what the name's all about here too. We're bringing it around
Yeah,
with Happy Time and with Inspired by Mystery. It's so vast and it's so
yeah.
amazing, and it's so
Roxy
much
said, make a
better
note.
not knowing.
Yeah, make a note.
Yes, 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 yes. Let's do it. So on the 9th, I'll have you back on the 9th, and we
Okay,
will we'll
I'll be
just
here
do
with
part
mischief.
two. That'd be great. Yeah.
We'll have mischief right here and all that. But thanks
Do
for
it.
having me, and this has been a lot of fun.
Absolutely. This has been so fun. I love it. I love how many different things that we can cover in a short period of time. I fucking love it. You're so
I
interesting.
know, and I'm one of those people. I can't. It's like I said, my life is. We have not even scratched the surface of like there are things that we skipped over that we can go back to, but it's just like my life has just been one of those like it's never really stopped like to breathe. It's like okay, I was an actor, I was this. Like I said, I've managed restaurants, I've done this, I've done that, I've been on TV, I've done movies, I've done. It's like oh my god, what have I
You've
done?
done a
What have I done
lot
with my life?
in what,
I
38 years? 39 years?
and
Did it?
almost 39, and I sit there and I tell that to Roxy all the time. It's like what have I done with my life? And then now I have this. She's just gonna play this back. What have
Totally.
you done?
You've done
You have
everything.
you have part two coming up.
Totally. And then there'll be a part 3 because we're gonna skip over shit then too. Like I love it.
I mean,
I love it.
yeah,
It's
we
great.
haven't even gotten into my college years. Like we've
Okay.
I didn't
We're
even
gonna
I'm gonna all right. This is the last thing is I almost didn't get my diploma because I'm an actor and I'm very like I'm a showman, and the principal of my high school stopped me a week before graduation and pulled me in his office, and all he said was, "I don't know what you have planned. I know you have something planned, and I'm warning you, don't do it or you don't get your diploma." And I was like, I don't have anything planned yet, but now I'm going to. And two, you can only legally hold my diploma until August. So I'll see you next week.
That's so funny.
And I left his office.
He thought you had tricks up your sleeve? What the fuck?
Oh, he thought I was going to make a spectacle at the graduation. I didn't have anything planned. I just wanted to grab the piece of paper and get the hell out of there. I didn't care. I was like, whatever.
Oh, that's funny.
But somebody did smuggle in 2 beach volleyballs. So
Somebody.
it wasn't me. It was actually 3 rows in front of me. And I'm just like looking up like, what?
You're like, not it. I'm not it. It wasn't me.
So they didn't, at my graduation, they didn't give you your diploma on stage. They gave you the commemorative thing and the handshake and all that. There was no paper in there.
Oh,
You
really?
actually got your diploma behind the stage. Like you had to go. He was personally holding on to mine. You're supposed to go like to your name and your counselor and stuff like that. And I was walking over and he stopped me and he was like, you're gonna want this. And I was like, oh. I was like, you were gonna hold on to it. And he was like, I was serious. I'm like, I was serious too. You can't legally hold on to it. And I mean, he could until August, but they have to legally give it to you. And I'm like, hello, poli sci major.
Yeah, come on, man. I mean, at least you got to walk with everybody, so big deal if you had to wait till August. Whoopity fucking
Oh
deal.
yeah.
What a schmuck. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm like, I graduated high school. No one's questioning that.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. And you know what? I didn't graduate high school, and it's never, at one point, ever prohibited me from doing anything ever. Never. It's never. They're like, if you don't graduate high school, your life is ruined. And I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. I got a GED, which I never used for anything either. What's the point?
It's that product of we grew up in the 80s, 90s, where our parents were from the 60s and 70s, and they're because it was hammered into them. Nowadays, it's like CEOs of companies don't even have high school education. You know,
Yeah. It's not
there are
mandatory to exist, but they made it seem like it was. And their permanent record. Let's go on the permanent record. It's like,
I
what the fuck?
wish I could get my hands on my permanent record. I wish I could. Because the shit I had said to teachers and administrators, especially in high school, like when I hit that punk phase, like, like I'm going to play you because I know the system. Like, you raised me in the system thinking I would not be paying attention. I paid attention.
Paid attention. Yep. Roxy says from shyest kid to most likely to streak at graduation and have their diploma held hostage.
I wasn't even gonna, okay. I wasn't gonna streak. I mean, I didn't have the physique to streak. I probably could have done something. I mean, so the reason he pulled me aside was it was the day before he pulled me in his office was senior awards. And so the senior class is getting all kinds of awards, and I got most talented. Was it most talented?
Awesome.
Something like that. I have the award still. It's in storage.
Oh, that's a great award.
But because I was doing theater, I was doing music, I was doing no one could touch me because it was like he's doing it all. Literally, look at this man.
That's so cool.
And so I got an award for that, and of course, getting most talented because of that, I went on stage with confetti, and right before I got the award, I threw it in the air. Just confetti all over the place.
That's awesome.
And so he pulls me aside. He's like, "Oh, what you're planning?" And I'm like, "Well, now I'm thinking of what can I do? Like, can I get a pig in here?"
Yeah, that
like,
was just confetti, but I'm going to release live crickets all over or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
what the fuck?
watch me become Moses and part the Red Sea of all our caps and gowns. Like I'm sitting there going for literally a week, going, how can I do this? Like, does anybody have a T-shirt cannon? like I'm like, how much does it cost to get a concession guy to walk up and down the aisles while they're giving commencement speeches? Like, hot dog, get. Now I'm thinking about I need a time machine.
Yeah, you're like,
I
wow,
need to
that's
go
a
back.
great idea. I wasn't gonna do shit, but like, you're right. Like now, thanks for the idea, buddy. Oh, you should have planned
So
a flash mob. Oh, that would have been sick.
yeah, flash mobs weren't a thing back
They were
then.
not. They could have, should
You
have
know what?
been. You
Now,
could have been the
if
pioneer of the flash mob. Who knew?
okay, so this is how we're gonna know if I ever get a time machine. When part two happens, if we're talking about this and you guys say, you remember that time you got the hot dog vendor after graduation? I'm gonna be like, oh my god, I succeeded.
That's awesome. That's fucking awesome. I love it. I can't wait. I can't wait until next time too. It's gonna be super fun. It's gonna be really good. This was awesome. I'm so glad that you wanted to come on, and it looks like everybody had a great time in chat too. And even Christy said it's like 3:30 in the morning out there, and she's still awake, and she's been loving it the whole time. It's
Well,
fucking
thank
awesome.
you. I mean, I guess I have an interesting life. I mean, I've also, I've over exaggerated everything. And my mom never took me to a strip club.
Never,
I I don't know how
never.
to play an instrument.
Yeah, you just pulled all of this right out of your butt.
Hey, guess what, everyone? This is my greatest thespian act.
Yes, yeah, like you acted like you're actually a cool person. That's pretty awesome.
Actually, all performance.
She said,
Roxy.
yes, she
Yeah.
did. Oh, that's fucking awesome. That's awesome. Oh, I love
Hey,
it.
I got a recommendation for Raid.
Okay, good. I was
I got a
actually just gonna ask.
Songery's on. Yeah, Songery's a great person.
Okay, yeah, Rock, set it up. Let's do it. Yay, standing ovation.
But
Yeah, now we need the like, yay, sound clip. That's what we need.
I'll send you those. I'll send you, and I'll even tell Dusty how to set them up in
Oh,
OBS
that's
there.
awesome. Thank you. That'll be so fun. That'll be fucking great.
Hey, thank you guys so much. This has been so much fun.
Yeah, this has been awesome. This has been so good. I'm really glad that you were randomly available to do it tonight. It's fucking perfect.
I'm glad I was here.
Yay!
Next time,
Awesome.
astronomy, games, and more about thespians.
Yes, yes, and then probably more college time. You said there was
Oh,
college
yeah,
stories.
college. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Really? Okay. It's gonna be good. So everybody stay tuned. February 9th. Chris Rejects part. Duh. All right.
The Chris Strike Back.
Oh, it's gonna be great. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. It's been a pleasure. And let's do it. Hit the raid. Let's go. Woo. Bye. Talk to you later. I'm gonna hit the raid. There we go.
There it goes.
Oh, okay, cool.